Test 1, 2, 3. I think we're good for the 1 minute. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. We're going to start in 1 minute. We'll start in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. Good afternoon, everyone. I will call the meeting to order. And as we begin today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. I'll ask the committee coordinator now to do a roll call of the members of our joint committee.
Councillor Brockington?
Here.
Councillor Brown?
Here.
Councillor Curry?
Here.
Councillor Dudas?
I'm here.
Councillor Johnson?
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Present.
Councillor Kelly?
Present.
Councillor King?
Here.
Councillor Luloff? Councillor Lowe?
Here.
Councillor Menard?
Here.
Councillor Tierney?
Present.
Councillor Troster?
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts?
Here.
Vice Chair Gower?
Here.
Chair Leeper?
Here.
And Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. And I'm here too. All right. And are there any declarations of interest? All right. So we are dealing with one item on the agenda today. We have a number of delegations and motions. And I will ask our team to start with the presentation whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the Joint Finance, Corporate Services Committee and Planning and Housing Committee. Bonjour, Monsieur le Maire et Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du Comité.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee, members of the Joint Committee.
And I'm the General Manager of the Strategic Initiatives Department. C'est un plaisir d'être ici aujourd'hui pour présenter les recommandations.
Delighted to be here today to present the recommendations for the
It's a pleasure to be here today
task force for the Housing Acceleration Plan.
I'm joined by Will McDonald on my left, Director of Strategic Projects Office, who will co-present with me. And as this is a cross-departmental collaboration, we're also joined by the general managers of various departments who will respond to questions related to actions that will be implemented by their departments. This includes Stuart Huxley, General Counsel, Marcia Wallace, General Manager of Planning, Development and Building Services Department, Tammy Rose, General Manager of Infrastructure Water Services Department, and Dan Chenier, General Manager of Recreation, Culture and Facility Services Department. And before I begin the presentation, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the work of the Housing Innovation Task Force. Many of the members are here with us today. The work of the task force was instrumental in shaping this report. The task force report, including the recommendations, is appended to the report being considered by the Joint Committee today. Next slide, please. Le plan d'accélération de la création de logements et les mesures associées sont directement liées à l'avancement de la priorité
is directly
stratégique
linked
de la
to the
ville.
strategic
Une
priorities of the city.
comptant de
A
logements
city
abordables
with
et
affordable
confortables.
housing and more livable
Housing
for all.
acceleration plan and its actions are directly tied to advancing the city's strategic priority, a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all. That said, the plan and its associated actions were developed with an eye to advancing all of the city's strategic priorities, including priorities related to connectivity, mobility, sustainability, and resilience. And we all know that housing affordability and choice are critical to maintaining a prosperous Ottawa economy. Recent market and talent studies have reinforced the notion that the quality of life and affordability of Ottawa remain key competitive advantages in attracting talent, as well as corporate and foreign direct investment. Next slide, please. So like many Canadian cities, Ottawa is facing a dual housing crisis. C'est un problème qui touche de nombreux résidents et résidentes et familles partout dans la ville.
It's a problem that deals with many families in the city.
General affordability crisis. Housing has generally become less affordable for the average household. This touches many individuals, young, seniors, as well as families. Home ownership is increasingly becoming out of reach. Ottawa's average resale home price jumped 55% in just 6 years. Renters are also under considerable and growing financial pressure. We're seeing little relief here in the city. Average asking rent for a 2-bedroom apartment rose 27% since 2019. It's reaching almost $2,500 a month in early 2025. And the Ottawa rental market remains tight. The vacancy rate remains below the 3% threshold for a balanced market. So that means that tenants are facing limited options when they're out searching for a new home. There are multiple reasons for this, but the most significant reason is simply that we do not have enough homes in the city given the population growth, the rate of household formation, and let alone to meet future growth demands. Secondly, the cost to develop homes has increased significantly since prior to the pandemic, rising between 30 and 80% depending on the building typology. But during the same period, average income in the city only rose 7.5%. The second phase, or the second aspect of the crisis, is one of affordable housing. This is impacting a growing population of people made vulnerable to housing instability. The gap between what the lowest market rents are, so what the lowest end of the market can offer, and what low and modest income earners can afford has widened to the point that more individuals and families cannot get their housing from the market. Wait lists for affordable housing are getting longer and homelessness is increasing. Without significantly increasing supply across all types of housing and for all income levels, so whether market, affordable, or sustainable housing, the supply-demand gap will worsen, and this could drive up prices and rents even higher. Next slide, please. So the housing system is complex. It involves all 3 levels of government, the private and nonprofit sectors. To tackle the housing crisis, all actors in the system need to take meaningful action. Provincial and federal governments have been calling on municipalities to do their part to address the crisis. The federal government introduced the Housing Accelerator Fund to support municipal actions that would get more homes built faster. Municipalities submitted plans to accelerate housing production in their cities and received federal funding to support the effort. In addition, recent housing-related funding from both senior levels of government have included productivity-related targets, as well as funding penalties for not hitting those targets. Last year, Ottawa fell just under its federal target of 12,500 building permits for the year and was only at 63% of the provincial target for housing start. Ottawa is at risk of not meeting its targets again this year, and that would mean missing out on tens of millions of dollars from both orders of government. Next slide, please. So this slide is to illustrate the challenges and opportunities for building more homes, including affordable housing, faster. So this is a simplified version of the pipeline of housing approvals. It highlights key aspects that the actions proposed in this housing acceleration plan are intended to improve. The orange box represents development approvals. Our goal is to take a risk-based approach to simplify the regulatory environment and expedite the approvals process. So we want to reduce the time and associated costs with going through the process, but in a responsible way. Still in the orange section, you'll see that we have more than 15,000 homes that have late-stage development approvals, but have not yet pulled building permits. There are others that are moved, but we really want to focus on those that are stuck at this particular stage. This is the housing opportunity. The actions in this report aim to move those homes to building permits. These housing developments are delayed because they are going through additional reviews or negotiating legal agreements, or because the developer is waiting for better economic environment to proceed. So a key goal is to move more potential homes to building permit stage, which is represented on the slide in blue. And then from building permits to construction starts in green. So we currently have more than 19,000 units with building permits. They're ready to go, ready to be built from a city perspective. The actions in this report aim to ensure more of these future homes start construction. So here at this stage, the developer is continuing to assess the financial viability and overall market conditions. So if we want homes to be built in this economic environment, so in the shorter term, and not wait until better times, we need to look at what the municipality can do to reduce its costs and see if those measures will help. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the typical development costs for two different typologies here in Ottawa. On the left, so in the middle, left, a townhouse in the suburbs, and on the right is an apartment in a high-rise downtown. The source of this information, the data that was pulled, comes from the Economic Feasibility Modeling Subgroup of the Housing Innovation Task Force. This group is supported by Bloomberg Associates. And the information here reflects information received from members of the development community in Ottawa. It is very Ottawa specific. Costs and revenue assumptions went through additional research, including validation against Altus numbers and validated by the subgroup industry members. Just want to call out that this does not include transaction-related costs like taxes. It doesn't include financing or sales costs borne by the developers, nor the developer profit margin. But what we're showing here is how the city costs contribute, how land costs contribute, how soft costs contribute, and the hard costs, so the materials, land, and labor. So you get a good image of the cost to produce housing. Next slide, please. So with the overall goal of getting more homes built faster, staff undertook comprehensive research and analysis to develop the Housing Acceleration Plan, which is before you today. This included the recommendations from the task force, open survey to members of the affordable housing community and the development community, as well as a broad range of research. I want to point out that the recommendations from the task force, as it relates specifically to the development review process, are very consistent with the findings from the Auditor General report on that process. Next slide, please. So the Housing Acceleration Plan is designed to address the specific housing challenges facing our city while maintaining a holistic and balanced view that considers all aspects of city building. The plan includes 53 actions with associated implementation timelines. The plan is designed to show and demonstrate immediate action. And then there's a commitment to return to committee and council with more detailed analysis on elements that are more complex and require greater analysis, including the cost and impact analysis. Within the report, 21 of the actions are identified for immediate implementation following council's approval of the report. Another 22 actions will come back between now and the spring of 2026 for council's consideration. The remaining actions are more complex and will be brought back next term of council. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a summary of the housing acceleration framework. It's really the strategy behind the plan. All the elements are intended to fit together. There are actions that support a supply response to improve affordability. And just to note, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation recently released data that indicated that housing starts need to double in the city of Ottawa to restore housing affordability levels to what they were in 2019. So if we don't address supply, more families will consume too much of their budgets on housing, leaving little for other necessities. They'll become at risk of losing or will lose their homes, putting more pressure on social services and other services. The Housing Acceleration Plan does also think about affordable housing because we can't have just a supply response. We do need more below market housing because the gap between what the market provides and what low-income households can afford is too wide for a pure market response to help these individuals and families. The Housing Acceleration Plan focuses where the city has control. I'll just go through the 5 key objectives of the plan quickly. The first is to simplify the regulatory environment and expedite the approvals process. This is where the city can have the most impact. It's where we have the most actions within the plan. This is really where we focus the bulk of our attention. We're taking a risk-based approach, or proposing a risk-based and practical approach to really look at how we can simplify that environment. So what information are we asking for? When are we asking for it? Are we asking for the information too early in the process and developers are having to reproduce it for their own uses later on, leading to more costs and wasted time? Those are the types of questions that we're exploring in this set of recommendations. The second objective is to evolve the city's culture to be housing development friendly. So this is really about development friendly rather than developer friendly, but it's to recognize the urgency of the situation. It's to recognize that culture shifts can happen across all departments so that there's more alignment, there's more collaboration and empowerment of staff to make risk-informed decisions. The third objective is to introduce more flexibility in the fees and charges. So there are some actions in this report to address costs and market constraints given the current economic environment. The actions in this bucket are measured. It's about trying to offer small time-bound incentives to unlock development now. These measures are primarily about supporting cash flow. There are some temporary waivers to encourage developers to rerun their numbers to see if a development will now pencil out. And there are a few cost reduction measures aimed at all residential developments, but primarily cost incentives are geared towards certain housing developments that the city wants to encourage: affordable housing, infill development, transit-oriented development, and additional residential development in our downtown core. The fourth objective is to consolidate and strengthen the capacity for affordable housing. So the affordable housing sector is going to benefit from all the actions in this report. They benefit from a simplified and expedited development approvals and permitting process. The additional measures or actions for the affordable housing sector are primarily aimed at ensuring a strong and healthy community housing sector for the city. It's about introducing flexibilities to ensure new affordable housing developments are financially viable, unlocking sites, intensification opportunities, and then working as a system. So leveraging existing strengths within that system to be more effective and productive. And then the final objective is to unlock urban intensification and transit-oriented development. This objective is about supporting sustainable growth that's aligned with the official plan and to maximize other investments, most notably in bimodal transportation network and in the public transit system. Generally, these developments are seen as good for the environment, good for affordability, and good for the community and the economy. Je vais maintenant laisser la parole à Will, qui vous fournira
I will
des
now
détails
give
sur
the
les
floor to
projets
Will, who'll give you
dans le
details on the
plan
objectives
de gestion du
on
logement
our
et au
plan.
Next slide, please. Easing municipal regulations and streamlining approval processes is a low-cost, high-impact lever that the city can use to unlock housing supply. The aim of these measures is to reduce delays, increase design flexibility, and lower costs for faster, more consistent outcomes. These are measures that will support all housing development, whether market housing, affordable housing, or supportive housing. Proposed actions focus on simplifying rules and guidelines and taking into consideration their impact on development costs and housing affordability, and optimizing legal agreements and streamlining the development review process. Next slide, please. The second objective was to evolve city culture to be more housing development friendly. Accelerating housing delivery will require strong collaboration between the city, other levels of government, and the development industry. By proactively addressing conflicting policy objectives and by shifting to a balanced, risk-based approach that increases flexibility where risks are low, but maintains necessary oversight to protect the public interest, such as in cases of ensuring sufficient infrastructure capacity, the acceleration plan seeks to build a shared understanding of goals and foster a shift towards collaborative, solution-focused, and outcome-based driven approaches. The impact of these actions will be to reduce delays, improve the customer experience, and increase trust and predictability for market housing developers, affordable housing developers, and public sector developers alike. These actions focus on shifting from a process-oriented focus to a results-oriented and risk-based approach, and resolving conflicting policy priorities internally and in a timely manner. Next slide, please. Rising costs of land, labor, materials, and borrowing have created a significant challenge to delivering housing in the current market. The acceleration plan aims to temporarily lower costs and improve cash flow to enable homes to be built now rather than waiting for improved market conditions. This is important because failing to address housing supply shortages now will not only prolong the crisis, but may also lead to increased housing prices due to unmet demand. Demand pressures are such that even modest improvements in affordability tend to trigger a surge in buyer activity, which in turn places renewed upward pressure on prices. While these measures are intended to support all forms of development, they are primarily focused on stimulating growth in strategic areas where the city wants to see increased density, particularly in urban, transit-oriented locations. The targeted approach is designed to not only boost overall housing supply, but also to generate broader benefits such as increased transit ridership, more efficient use of infrastructure, and a stronger alignment with the city's affordable housing objectives. Next slide, please. Affordable housing development is increasingly constrained by high construction costs, interest rates, and tariffs, but this is compounded by a lack of long-term reliable funding and financing for both new builds and ongoing operations. Affordable housing development inefficiencies persist due to a misaligned expertise, placing undue pressure on small nonprofits to act as developers, while underutilizing the capacity of larger nonprofits and private sector partners. To address these barriers, the acceleration plan includes a suite of coordinated actions to evaluate the effectiveness of financial tools to better support the sector, to streamline land and investment procurement processes, to proactively prepare city lands for affordable housing development with an aim to reduce timelines and costs once sites are transferred to a nonprofit housing provider, and to consolidate development expertise to strengthen coordination to efficiently scale up the development of affordable housing. These actions aim to build and sustain a strong, diverse, affordable housing sector, one that spreads risk and enhances the sector's ability to adapt to evolving community needs, safeguarding the city's long-term resilience and the sustainability of the overall housing system. Next slide, please. The acceleration plan includes a suite of coordinated actions to support sustainable housing growth in urban areas aligned with the official plan and the climate change master plan. Specific actions are proposed to support a rebalancing of uses downtown to include a larger residential presence, particularly in the central business district. In order to ensure new housing units are provided in a manner that makes our existing neighborhoods more livable, the acceleration plan prioritizes greater gentle density and diverse building typologies, including embracing industrialized housing construction, such as modular housing and prefabricated components. The acceleration plan also aims to make it easier to build mixed-use communities and housing around transit, accelerating the development of vibrant, walkable, mixed affordability, transit-oriented neighborhoods. Next slide, please. The report makes 6 recommendations that the Joint Committee recommend Council receive the Housing Innovation Task Force's report and recommendations, which are included as document 1, approve the Housing Acceleration Plan, which is included as document 2, approve the recommendations 3A to 3O to enable the implementation of the Housing Acceleration Plan. This will provide approval for those actions that will be implemented immediately and provide direction for staff to undertake the work for those items that will be brought back later this term of council and into the next term of council. Direct the mayor on behalf of the City of Ottawa to write letters to the federal and provincial governments to share the report and highlight the calls for support from both levels of government identified therein. To direct staff to continue to engage the Housing Innovation Task Force throughout the implementation of the Housing Acceleration Plan, and to direct staff to report back on progress in May of 2026, including an assessment of the comprehensiveness of the plan against current conditions, and to propose any updates that may be required. Mayor, that concludes the presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, and thanks for all the hard work that went into this. And I join you in thanking members of the Housing Innovation Task Force. And Debbie, thank you for co-chairing that. And thank you to your team and the other general managers, including Marcia, who you worked with on this. So thank you for that. We do have some delegations, but I'm going to suggest, colleagues, that we introduce the motions that are going to be considered before we go to the delegations. Let's just read those in, and people can make their comments on them after we've heard from the delegations. But if we could just read them in at this point, that would be great. So, Councillor Johnson, I believe you have two motions to make.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first one is the reduction of the community benefits charge. Whereas community benefit charges, CBCs, are a relatively new mechanism, having been introduced in 2022 to replace former Section 37 density bonusing provisions of the Planning Act. And whereas the intention of leveraging CBCs was to ensure that sufficient public value is captured when 10 or more residential units were created at a height of 5 or more stories, thereby improving social permissibility of increased density. And whereas in Ottawa, CBCs are charged at 4% of the value of the land, and whereas the Housing Innovation Task Force recommended a 5-year suspension of the community benefits charges as outlined in document 1 of the Housing Task Force and Acceleration Plan report. Whereas community benefit charges pay for improvements in neighborhoods such as community facilities, traffic calming, public realm enhancements, and more. Whereas many older neighborhoods in Ottawa do not have up-to-date amenities that are common in newer communities, whereas increased housing and population density will put pressure on amenities in existing communities, whereas increasing populations will require improving, updating, and building new amenities to support those communities, whereas if community benefit charges are not available, other city funds will be required to implement community improvements. Therefore, be it resolved that Action 21 be amended to read as follows. Reduce community benefit charges, CBCs, from 4% to 2% of the land value cost for a period of 5 years from the date of application approval. Within major transit station areas, MTSAs, CBCs shall be further reduced to 1% of land value cost. Funds that have already been collected shall be recalculated to 2% or 1% within MTSAs, with remaining funds to be returned to the applicant. Projects already approved shall be eligible for a discounted rate until either December 31st, 2028 or 5 years from when the proponent received approval, whichever is later. Be it further resolved that the community benefit charges bylaw be amended as soon as practicable to bring these changes into force. Be it further resolved that the intake for discount eligible projects shall sunset on December 31st, 2028, meaning that projects approved after that date will be ineligible for the discount. Whereas be it further resolved that staff report back to council on a revised capital project list by the end of Q4 2025. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to provide information to council in Q4 2026, assessing the efficacy of the CBC discounted rate, offering council the opportunity to review or amend the policy and overall CBC strategy. And then the second one is on financial reporting on revenue and expenditures. So whereas the development industry has requested a 5-year suspension of community benefits charges, and whereas the Housing Innovation Task Force report and Housing Acceleration Plan has recommended council suspend the use of community benefits charges bylaw for 5 years, direct staff to return the funds collected to date, and these policies come into effect immediately upon adoption by council. Whereas the Housing Innovation Task Force report and Housing Acceleration Plan recommends council direct staff to defer the building code fee increases specific to residential occupancies to be included in the 2026 operating budget. Whereas the Housing Innovation Task Force report and Housing Acceleration Plan recommends that staff be directed to report back on progress by May 2026. And whereas staff have been working with Bloomberg Associates and a subgroup of the task force to explore what makes a housing project financially viable through the creation of an Ottawa-specific model that will allow for testing scenarios based on housing typology. Therefore, be it resolved that staff provide information on the Bloomberg methodology to council by the end of 2025, with more fulsome reporting on the effectiveness of the financial measures in May 2026 at the time of reporting back to council on implementation, and that the staff provide the full results and measurement framework for the housing acceleration plan concurrent to the report back in May 2026. And be it further resolved that a report detailing the performance of each metric against the measurement framework be back for deliberation at a joint meeting of Finance and Corporate Services and Planning and Housing Committee in Q2 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Chair Leeper, I believe you have a motion as well.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Whereas multiple recommended action items, including items 29, 38, 42, and others in the report authorize staff to commence planning preparation and other work in connection with readying municipal and other properties for the construction of housing. And whereas the action items do not refer to specific properties that would be the subject of these actions, and whereas it is in the public interest to ensure that there is transparency that the city is planning for and preparing sites for residential development, therefore be it resolved that the local ward councillor be made fully aware and consulted when properties that are the subject of actions such as those contemplated in actions 29, 38, 42, and similar preparatory actions contained in the housing acceleration plan are undertaken.
Thank you, Chair Leeper. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. I'm moving this on behalf of Councillor Carr. Whereas Ottawa is in a housing affordability crisis, and whereas one of the core objectives of the Housing Accelerator Plan is to consolidate and strengthen capacity for affordable, including supportive housing development, including through the strategic use of public lands, and whereas another objective seeks to unlock urban intensification and transit-oriented development, and whereas the city has previously assessed its inventory of public lands to determine which lands are the ideal candidates for this kind of development, and whereas by focusing on a shorter list of sites with short and medium-term potential, design and site preparation can be advanced more quickly, and whereas accelerating the development of public lands is extremely beneficial to the affordable housing sector and well within the municipal remit, and whereas acting quickly may position Ottawa to benefit from early rounds of project funding from the federal government's Build Canada Homes Agency, therefore be it resolved that as part of the implementation of action item 29 of the Housing Acceleration Plan, staff be directed to expedite the work to identify additional municipally owned parcels in the next phase of the municipal land strategy in consultation with the Mayor's office that are suitable for affordable housing development, including supportive housing, or for mixed-use, mixed-income developments that include affordable housing. And be it further resolved that staff also identify any associated funding opportunities and provide an assessment of site-specific constraints to ensure the viability of the proposed parcels for development. And be it further resolved that the identified parcels be prioritized based on the availability of servicing infrastructure, location within appropriate transects with a preference for sites inside the Greenbelt, proximity to existing or planned transit service, and alignment with the official plan and applicable secondary plans. And be it further resolved that a short list of candidate parcels identified through the next round of the municipal land strategy be brought forward to council for information no later than the end of Q4 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. I have some motions I'd like to introduce, so I'm going to ask Chair Leeper to take over as chair and then allow me to do that, please.
Mayor, please go ahead with the motions.
Thank you. And I'm just going to read the therefore be it resolved in the interest of time for each of them. So the first is on reducing housing costs and funding infrastructure. Therefore, be it resolved that report recommendation 3C in the Housing Innovation Task Force and Housing Acceleration Plan report be amended to read as follows. Direct staff that the payment of municipal development charge is due by the issuance of the first occupancy permit, limited to residential occupancies, and on an interest-free basis for 18 months or until the provincial Bill 17 regulations are implemented, whichever occurs first. Be it further resolved that city staff be directed to bring forward a report to council with recommended amendments to reduce development charges if the city receives funding from higher orders of government, up to a 100% elimination on development charges. And be it further resolved that any reduction in development charges be conditional on a funding commitment equivalent to the reduction from higher orders of government, so that the municipality remains fully whole with no reduction of investment into items in the city's development charge background study. And be it further resolved that the city engage with higher orders of government on a funding arrangement that would see all three levels of government contribute a portion of the cost for a development charge reduction that may serve as a model framework for other municipalities. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to work with the mayor's office to engage with federal and provincial partners on the above resolutions. The second is on no unintended barriers to affordable housing. Therefore, be it resolved that as part of the Housing Acceleration Plan Action Item 37 in Document 2 of the report, staff be directed to review the city's official plan and related policies to ensure there are no unintended barriers to affordable housing. And be it further resolved that if unintended barriers are identified, staff return to council with suggested amendments to strengthen the availability of affordable housing. And be it further resolved that the appropriate city housing dashboards be updated to provide readily available information pertaining to the affordable housing sector, considering inclusion of such data sets as the stock of affordable units, including a breakdown based on the number of bedrooms associated with those units, the number of affordable units created from all public sources, the amount of investment into affordable housing from all public sources, the timelines associated with affordable housing development, the current dollar amount that is deemed affordable, centralized waitlist length and estimated average wait time, the overall state and health of the affordable housing sector, and be it further resolved that this information be updated regularly to ensure that housing affordability is transparently tracked and fully prioritized. Next is on making Ottawa a more housing-friendly city. Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Council officially declare its intention to become a more housing-friendly city. And be it further resolved that the General Manager of Planning, Development, and Building Services ensure that every effort is made to accomplish this goal. And be it further resolved that the General Manager of Planning, Development, and Building Services is provided with support to work across departments to accomplish this goal. And be it further resolved that when new employees are onboarded, they are given as part of their orientation training a briefing on what their role is with respect to advancing service excellence and accomplishing this goal. And be it further resolved that the General Manager of Planning, Development, and Building Services report back to Council on the city's progress in evolving the development approvals process and culture. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to refine and enhance the housing approval dashboard where appropriate to compare Ottawa's progress toward becoming a more housing-friendly city against a benchmark of the city's 2024 performance on key performance indicators. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to create a landing page and communications products that promote Ottawa's Housing Action Plan so that employees and the public can be made aware of the city's strategic direction on housing and track the city's progress. Next is a downtown revitalization toolkit. Therefore, be it resolved that as part of the city's economic development strategy and action plan, staff develop a comprehensive downtown revitalization toolkit to enable a vibrant downtown economy. And be it further resolved that this toolkit explore and consider the following actions: that the Office to Residential Conversion Incentive Program be extended beyond the pilot program set to expire in November 2025, and included conversions to such other uses as hotel, commercial, cultural, entertainment, or institutional. The development of a process to review and approve conversions with consideration given to expedited permitting, technical support, and any other measures that would more quickly bring existing vacant or converted buildings into use. The implementation of a municipal services corporation model as currently being explored by the province, local improvement charges, or other financial instruments that would enable development charges to be spread over time or rolled into taxes or levies. An expansion of the Centertown Facade Improvement Grant Pilot Program or similar type program focused on public realm enhancements such as lighting, signage, accessibility upgrades, patios, greenery, to the broader downtown transect, including the Byward Market, in support of the 200th anniversary. Any other relevant measures or actions. And be it further resolved that staff report back to Council on a proposal for the toolkit as part of the Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan reporting in Q1 2026. And finally, on establishing a seniors housing strategy, therefore be it resolved that the city continue to focus on seniors as a priority group in the updated 10-year housing and homelessness plan, 2025 to 2035, and be it further resolved that staff be directed to work with the Housing and Homelessness Leadership Table to address low-income seniors' housing needs in the 10-year housing and homelessness plan work plan. And be it further resolved that staff report back to Council on seniors' specific metrics as available as part of the annual 10-year housing and homelessness plan progress report And be it further resolved that staff engage with senior levels of government to outline needs for low-income seniors housing, including new development, housing benefits, and other ancillary housing stability supports. And be it further resolved that community and social services continue to align efforts to support seniors through the older adult plan and the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. And be it further resolved that as part of Action 1 of the Housing Acceleration Plan, staff continue to review site-specific options to allow for zoning conditions, if not already permitted, for residential developments that are oriented to serve the needs of seniors. Thank you for listening to all of that. Felt like I was back on the radio again.
Mayor, thank you very much for those motions. I'd like to give you back the chair of this meeting.
Thank you, Chair Leeper. So we will move to delegations now. We have 14 delegations. I'll note that there are some written submissions as well. And then after the delegations, we'll move to discussion on the motions and the item itself. Okay, so we'll start with Tara Dinsmore, Vice President of Canada Lands Company, who I understand is online.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon. Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is, first of all, I'd like to apologize for not being in person. I do have a meeting immediately after this that I have to get to. So my name, again, is Tara Dinsmore. I am the Vice President for Real Estate for the National Capital Region, and I'm here today on behalf of Canada Lands Company. By way of background, let me tell you a little bit more about Canada Lands Company. We're a self-financing federal crown corporation specializing in real estate development, asset management, and attractions management. We are a non-agent crown corporation, which means we don't have paramountcy and are subject to municipal rules and regulations like any other developer. So this topic is important to us both as a developer in Ottawa, as well as a federal entity looking to accelerate housing. For more than 30 years, CLC, Canada Lands, has played a pivotal role in acquiring, redeveloping, and managing surplus federal properties, transforming them into vibrant, inclusive communities across Canada. Our mandate is to optimize the value of the federal lands for Canadians, supporting government priorities such as housing delivery, including affordable housing targets, while fostering Indigenous partnerships and acting as an employment generator. Here in Ottawa, we have 4 major projects: Waterridge Village near Montreal Road and the Aviation Parkway, 299 Carling Avenue, a joint venture we have with the Algonquins of Ontario, our Booth Street property, and 1495 Heron Road. Each of these properties will provide for housing and affordable housing, community amenities, green spaces, and for the last 2 properties mentioned, heritage preservation of existing buildings. Through meaningful engagement with the public and stakeholders and collaboration with municipalities, the company reintegrates surplus lands into urban environments that reflect local needs and aspirations while generating significant economic, social, and environmental benefits for Canadians. Canada Lands is deeply committed to working collaboratively with the City of Ottawa and all stakeholders to address the urgent housing challenges facing our community. We commend the city for its leadership in convening a task force and for developing a comprehensive, ambitious plan that leverages every available tool to accelerate housing delivery. And we thank the task force for their time, expertise, and the excellent work that was done in short order. In particular, 3 of the task force recommendations stand out for their potential to enable and accelerate more housing, enhance the financial viability of development projects, and provide greater certainty when implementing innovative housing plans. The strategic use of public lands. The recommendation to proactively prepare and strategically use land and public lands for housing development is particularly impactful for Canada Lands Company. As a steward of significant land holdings in the city, we recognize the importance of unlocking sites for residential use for many types of housing, especially affordable housing. Second, the expedited approvals and streamlined process. We strongly support the recommendations to simplify the regulatory environment and expedite approvals. The proposed actions, such as amending the site plan control bylaw to extend exemptions, developments greater than 10 units, and streamlining the development review process, will reduce delays and costs, as well as increase certainty for projects. And thirdly, flexibility in fees and charges. the temporary suspension of community benefit charges bylaws and the deferral of development charges until occupancy are welcome measures. These changes will improve project cash flow and lower upfront costs for our nonprofit partners, the home builders who build affordable housing on our sites. In closing, Canada Lands Company is ready to work with the city to help realize Ottawa's vision for a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient city. We look forward to continued collaboration and to seeing the positive impact of this plan on our community. And I encourage the adoption of this report and its recommendations, as well as the acceleration plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dinsmore. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts on this today, and we look forward to working with you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Dean Tester, who I believe is online as well.
Hi, folks. Good to see everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but it's great to join you all. My name's Dean Tester. I am the co-founder of Make Housing Affordable. Those on the planning committee are probably quite familiar with me. I've been to planning many times over the past couple years. To be honest, I've been quite critical of the city and the mayor in particular over the past few years for not moving hard and fast enough on housing affordability. I do want to say this is a huge step forward. This is the breakthrough that I've been pushing for and been asking for. And so I really want to commend city staff, council, and especially the mayor for putting this forward. You know, the mayor's office brought us in and, you know, was very honest and said, hey, you know, we're not getting the job done, and how do we fix it? And we had really great discussions, and I think this is a big part of what we were asking for, and we're really happy to see this put forward. This is a plan that will directly lead to more housing being built in our city. It's going to reduce the costs of rents and mortgages citywide, and it's going to get people off our affordable housing wait lists and into homes. You know, very pleased and glad to see this. I do want to comment quickly on the motions, which I'm seeing for the first time today. It's really nice to see Councillor Curry and Councillor Carr put forward a motion to expedite affordable housing, go even further and faster. I think Mayor Sutcliffe has also put together a few motions that, from my initial read, are very positive and again intend to accelerate things. I have a bit of concern about the motion on CBCs and the motion on increasing consultations with councillors on some of these lands, just because, you know, this to me is such a great opportunity to move faster, further, and be more aggressive with our housing plan. And I'd hate to see it diluted. So I hope council will move forward with the most aggressive version of this as possible. And I do want to say, just on the financial piece, because I recognize, you know, some of these motions are centered around, you know, the idea that our money needs, or our communities need this money from CBCs, from development charges, and that's absolutely true. But what I want to remind people is that the more housing we build, the more development charges we collect, right? When we raise development charges approximately 40% in the last year and a bit, we saw housing growth collapse, which meant ultimately we're collecting far less in development charges. There is, you know, obviously a curve to these things, right? You cannot increase taxes infinitely on housing and expect to get a return, because people stop building housing, and that's what happened in our city. You know, I would urge council to push forward on this, make sure that we're building the housing we need for our city, and you know, especially if it's transit oriented, which it seems like this plan is very focused on, especially when it's in our downtown and urban communities where we need the density. This is going to have a net positive impact on city finances. We know urban and downtown development is a huge net uplift on city revenue. It's also going to be an uplift on OC Transpo, which we all know desperately needs to increase ridership and has been struggling. I think the first time I ever came to City Council, only 50% of OC Transpo was funded by taxpayers. The rest was by riders. I think now it's closer to 30% is funded by riders. And it's because people are taking it, right? We need to build housing where the transit is. And I think that's another important element of this plan is we have to look at some of our downtown transit stations that are near some neighborhoods that still have three-story provisions, and then we're asking suburban neighborhoods like Barhaven and Stittsville to accept 40-story towers for hypothetical transit that does not exist yet. So I'll leave it there. I see my time is up. Thank you very much for having me today.
All right, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Dean. How are you? Nice to see you here
Good
today.
to see you.
We've had many of these conversations. I agree. This does represent a giant culture shift for the city, and you can probably guess what my question is going to be because we're also facing a massive infrastructure deficit. And as you know, growth is not currently paying for growth. So I understand the need to kind of, try something new and see if we can stimulate housing production. But if we're not receiving these funds through new development, how would you suggest we raise that money?
Yeah, that's a great question. This kind of takes me back to the key point that I was trying to make here around finance is we know downtown development, urban development has an uplift on city property tax revenue. We also know that development charges are being used for a lot of things that are not actually relevant to new development. For example, a multi-million-dollar pool facility in Capital Ward does not specifically benefit only new homeowners. So the city has used development charges as a source of funding for all kinds of projects, which is great. But ultimately, you can raise this tax as much as you want. You're going to see home building go down as it did last year, and the net revenue coming in from DC's dropped. I would assume by quite a bit last year because of that. We need to find the right balance, and I believe the right balance is to lower DC's and get building again. I mean, if you cut DCs in half and double building, you end up in the same place, right? So, there is a balance there where we can have a net positive impact on city finances without raising taxes.
So you believe we can cut these fees and not have to raise property taxes and be able to maintain our infrastructure?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, there's probably a sweet spot, right? Where, this is where the housing as an everything issue really comes in. When you build housing, especially near transit, you're going to increase ridership, which decreases the need for revenue for OC Transpo from the rest of the city, right? When you build housing downtown and in our urban areas and people stop driving from Arnprior and Carlton Place, you've got new people who are living in the city who are not paying property taxes somewhere else, but still using our road and still using city services. It's hard to quantify all of these things. I'm sure there are much brighter people than me on city staff who could take a hard look at these things and quantify this, but there are massive unspoken financial consequences to not doing this, right? When people are commuting from out of town, when people are driving and tearing up our roads when they could be on a bus or taking transit, when people are spending 50% of their money on rent and cannot afford to shop in our city, there's all kinds of unintended consequences of this housing crisis So when you build more affordable housing and when you build more housing in general and you get people closer to transit, closer to downtown, closer to where they work, closer to where they shop, closer to where they play, I think there's a huge net positive impact on affordability and on city finances.
Thank you.
Councillor Menard?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be quick. Hi, Dean. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions on this. I think there's a whole bunch of good in this report, and there's some things that probably left to be desired. One of the things that the city recently put out in a public release saying what this will benefit is communities like Taywin. And I wanted to get your take because there wasn't a lot of discussion in this task force about expanding the urban boundary and the expenses that come for the city and people as a whole in expanding the urban boundary. And is using examples like Taywin the best example for what we're trying to unlock here? Or do you not support things like expanding the urban boundary?
Thanks, Sean. I mean, it's a good question, right? And it's a debate worth having. And I think you and others have been having this debate for quite some time. Urban expansion is very different than intensification. I would argue we need both, right? But when it comes to urban expansion, the idea that growth pays for growth is one that I think is covered very well by DCs and parkland fees and the other charges that exist right now. Where it gets a bit murky is, it used to be development charges. Like development charges used to be, a few $100s or a few $1,000s instead of the $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, right? And it was used to pay for, if there was a brand new road or brand new water infrastructure, new things that were going to exclusively benefit new residents that would be living in these homes. That's not how DCs are applied now. I mean, in theory, that's supposed to be the way it is, but that's not the way it is in practice. And so, again, you're probably familiar with how much of DCs go to the road budget, for example. Even though, these are not new roads, a lot of it's road repairs. It's obviously does not exclusively benefit new residents. So, this is kind of just a long way of saying that things like Taywin, like they do have to pay for themselves. I think there is a benefit to doing urban boundary expansion as well, because not everyone wants to live downtown. A lot of people value the privacy of living in a community like that. I live in Riverside South now. I'm quite happy to be, in a townhouse and not an apartment. But it's about having housing options that work for everyone and finding a way to fund it. And if I were to go and look at DCs and say how could we do it differently to make sure that urban boundary is paying for itself, maybe it's do we have to look at is the gap between urban, suburban, and rural or further out development charges, does that need to be changed, right? Should there be lower DCs downtown, for example, rather than higher DCs in the suburbs or rural? So it's a discussion worth having, and I appreciate the question.
Yeah, it is. No, and I'd be in favor of that as well in terms of the DCs. I've advocated for that before. And of course, there's also benefit to existing, right, that they take into account for things like pools and things like that. But I appreciate the comments, and back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Dudas?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dean, I recall from many of the times that you've delegated at the Planning and Housing Committee, you've spoken largely on behalf of your experiences talking to your peers and first-time home buyers, people who are younger, who are trying to enter the market. We know that there's a motion before us that will address some of the needs for housing for seniors, which I fully agree with. In terms of young people, my daughter included, who's one of them, do you think that this will unlock the market? Do you think that this will make a dent in the need for housing for people just trying to get into the housing market?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I mean, I think this is absolutely the right direction on that. This is the biggest step forward I think the city has taken in the entire time I've been advocating and trying to participate in the public process. Obviously, there's always more to do, right? There's always more you could do. But I think this is an ambitious plan that meets the moment. I certainly hope so. The challenge is some of these things will take, you know, several years to really have an impact, right? The houses we build today will become more affordable houses, you know, 10, 15, 20 years from now. So, you know, I don't think this is going to fix the problem overnight, but this is a long-term plan, a strategic shift that I feel very positively about. And I think, you know, people who are a little bit younger than me and who are looking, you know, they're renting and they're looking to buy their first house, I think absolutely, you know, 5 years down the road, we'll be looking at this and saying, you know, thank goodness we took this positive step.
And I appreciate that. And I think that, you know, once again, as you said, that some of these items will take time to see change. You know, please forgive me if I'm wrong. I think you've been delegating for a number of years now, and a lot of it has been during the provincial changes to legislation, which really did streamline some of the planning processes. And at the time, it was a huge shift for the municipality. It still is. We're still trying to adapt to it. Do you think that those changes did enough? And I'm specifically talking about these first-time home buyers. Did it unlock enough of the planning process? Or is it where we're at this position where we need to make the changes that are before us today to push the needle further?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the provincial changes have been a real mixed bag. I think anyone on the planning committee who's familiar with them would agree with that. I mean, there's been some positive and there's been some negative, and there's been, you know, one step forward and two steps back, and they've kind of been all over the place, to be honest. The provincial government. What their approach in my reading of their approach has largely been, we're going to give municipalities the tools and let them make their own decisions, and if they, you know, meet their housing targets and do a good job, we're going to give them a bunch of money, which is not the approach I would have liked the province to take. But you know, if the city has an ambitious housing plan and starts hitting our targets, and you know, I think there's going to be a lot of money available from the provincial and federal governments to do that. I know that's referenced in one of Mayor Sutcliffe's motions around development charges as well, which would be positive. I mean, if you want to talk about how do we make this change revenue neutral, I mean, if the feds are going to give you half the money for it, that's a great step, right? So yeah, I mean, it's up to municipalities to be leaders, really, and I think, you know, as someone who's been very critical of the mayor and again been here quite a few times, I cannot state enough how happy I am with this, that we are becoming leaders and we are taking a leadership position. And again, just saying that, you know, we want to be a housing friendly city. We want to be the most pro housing city in Ontario, I think is a huge step in terms of culture, and everything else will follow as well. So I think that's all very helpful, and I'm feeling very positive today.
Thank you very much, Dean, for your responses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Thank you, Mr. Tester. Appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you.
We'll go next to Melissa Cote, who I believe is in person. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Cote, Director of Land Development with the Taggart Group. I had the privilege of serving on the Housing Innovation Task Force, and I'm here today in strong support of its report and the Housing Acceleration Plan. The task force brought together diverse expertise with one shared goal, which was finding ways to build housing faster and more affordably. And I'm pleased to see many of our recommendations are reflected in the plan before you today. I truly believe that the city can make a significant impact through process and culture improvements. Streamlining approvals and legal processes are a critical component of this, because every delay in approval adds time, cost, and risk that ultimately drive up home prices. For example, one of the recommendations to review the development application study policy is exactly the kind of action that can eliminate unnecessary studies, reducing cost and time without compromising quality. Applying an affordability lens to policies and guidelines will improve project viability and provide the certainty needed to move forward with projects. And culture matters. A shift towards partnership and problem solving will help deliver results. Together, these changes shorten timelines, lower financial risk and carrying costs, and give developers the predictability needed to invest with confidence. And we recognize that this is a partnership, and we are committed to doing our part. And that could mean submitting complete, high-quality applications, responding quickly to feedback, and leveraging every process improvement to accelerate delivery. But most importantly, we will use the time and cost savings to help keep new home prices as low as possible. Approving these recommendations really is about collaboration, momentum, and results, and I urge you to support their implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for serving on the task force. Councillor Gower, Vice Chair Gower, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for being here. I think Taggart's involved in a pretty wide variety of development types, from greenfield, suburban to high-rise apartments downtown. And I was wondering, the recommendations from the task force and that are in front of us today, are they helpful to all sectors of development, or are there certain ones that we're likely to see accelerate faster than others?
I think that the task force did a really good job of having a very broad range of recommendations that would have an impact on all different types of development, from small developers, affordable housing corporations, and market developers such as myself. My experience specifically really is with greenfields development, and I have been working with the process aspect of it for over 20 years. And so that's where a lot of my recommendations came from. I see many ways for that to improve, and ultimately it does, those cumulative impacts will make a significant change.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower. Chair Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Sorry, bear with me just a moment. Thank you very much, Ms. Cote, for being here. I think you are the only actual developer home builder who is going to be appearing before us today, selling homes to people that are much needed. And I appreciate, as Vice Chair Gower mentioned, that you do the urban infill, you do the greenfield. So I'm walking in, and forgive a little bit of preamble, and I'll beg the mayor's indulgence on this, but I'm walking in today urging my colleagues to support the package with a key change made to one of the recommendations through a motion that Councillor Johnson has brought. But I'm still tentative. Just before this meeting, I slammed in the most recent CMHC numbers, and there are more units of housing under construction in Ottawa today than at any time in the last 6 years. Sorry, just take me a second to pull up the other one. Starts are very strong this year, starts. January saw really strong starts. February saw the highest number of starts in the 6 years I've tracked. April saw the highest number by far of starts that I've tracked. June saw a very high, the highest level in the 6 years that I've tracked. July saw extremely strong growth, although not as strong as the highest I've ever seen in July of 2022. Given the robustness of the housing sector right now in Ottawa in terms of starts and under construction, why would we loosen our grip on oversight of things like developers' studies and forego revenues that we need to build amenities and improvements in needed infrastructure in our communities. What's going on out there that I'm not seeing when I take a look at those top line numbers?
I think a lot of it has to do with the type of development in terms of starts. I know in Greenfield's developments, the starts have not significantly improved. They've been quite low over the last several years, and we are now starting to see improvements. But generally, it's been the overall cost of getting these developments approved and the length of time that it takes for these developments to get approved. That really does make it challenging to get things off the ground because a lot of things change during the 2-3 years that it takes to get some projects approved and through development. So in terms of process improvements and streamlining applications, it will make a significant impact on being able to respond to market demand much more quickly and efficiently than we have been able to do over the past several years. So I'm not sure if that really answered your question, but
it does to some extent. Like I certainly understand that the measures that have been proposed by the task force and that staff are recommending we undertake will make it quicker to get to yes from the city in terms of these approvals. But the flip side of that is less oversight, perhaps, that may make residents uncomfortable with respect to city engineer eyes on things, for example, and foregone revenue. And I'm trying to balance that when I'm seeing under construction and starts as strong as they are right now. Why would we give up the oversight and the revenues?
in my situation, I am not seeing the strong starts that you are referring to. We are struggling to get projects off the ground. And a lot of it does have to do with the significant costs that has really driven up the price, and being able to provide housing in a way where we are not in a deficit has been a challenge over the last several years with the increasing costs of construction material, labor costs. When I spoke about the studies, a lot of studies that get asked from us are not necessary. And it just adds cost and time to the process. It's those things that I think we are advocating for. Remove the unnecessary requirements that are needed to approve projects.
And I guess I'm trying to understand the role of asking for studies, waiting for city oversight to validate those studies, for example, which is a key thing that I think would be removed by the recommendations. Again, in the context of there are far more units under construction today than there have been in the last 6 years. Like, what is it now that triggers the need for these changes? What role is that playing vis-a-vis the construction or the robustness of the industry right now? And I don't want to go like back and forth because I think we're both saying the same thing over and over again at this point, but
yes.
I'm having difficulties reconciling the top line numbers without a better understanding of what's going on below them.
I think where I'm not understanding is that I know from my experience in the current situation, our housing starts are not nearly what it was 6 years ago. And it is impacting our ability to finance and get projects off the ground. So I'm not,
okay.
I guess I would need to understand where those starts are coming from.
Okay, and we won't resolve that obviously at the table today. I appreciate that. So where are you having difficulties getting starts underway? Is it greenfield development? Is it towers? where are those challenges for the most part?
My expertise really is with greenfields developments.
Okay.
And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the market has changed very rapidly in terms of what is selling and what is not. And so you're left with inventory that is not selling, but you've got services and money in the ground. And it's very difficult to make changes at the last minute. But if the development approvals process was more efficient and had shorter timelines, we would be able to adjust to those market conditions much quicker. And that's what would get housing starts off the ground, at least from a greenfields development perspective.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I'm hearing from you is that the challenges with greenfield, we have a recommendation in front of us to forego a fair bit of CIL revenue and forego especially community benefits revenue, neither of which would be applicable to greenfield.
Correct.
So I'm just trying to make this is helpful insight. I'm going to probably also want to be really fair to you, though, and suggest that you're not necessarily in the best place to tell me what the challenges are that your colleagues are facing getting towers approved, if I can guess what you're going to say.
Correct. And I think that that was one of the goals of the task force, is to have different individuals that have expertise for all different types of developments: urban infill, high rise, greenfields development, community housing. And that was the point, where you have everyone bringing in their level of expertise and their recommendations that will help with their specific type of developments that they work with.
Okay. I will leave it at that. I'm probably going to come back to these numbers a couple of times, but I appreciate the indulgence, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for, again, serving on the task force, but again, delegating today. Appreciate the development industry supports the city, lowering our revenues, eliminating certain fees, deferring certain fees. The industry's gone through a lot, as we all know, this decade in particular. Can you assure me what's Taggart done? What's the development industry done to lower your costs to match what is being proposed here today?
Well, I think the point is to make those recommendations on what is not working well right now at the city and what can be improved so that we can improve those timelines, we can reduce those costs, which ultimately do get passed down to the new home prices. With increased efficiency, with shortened timelines, that is going to allow us to remain competitive in the market. But right now, the cost of new housing, I would say, is much higher than it is for resale. And it is because of all those added costs, development charges, really just the cost of being able to get projects approved. All these recommendations are going to help.
Yeah, every level of government is contributing in one way, whether it's putting money on the table, land, et cetera, et cetera. Today, we're talking about what the task force is recommending the city to do, but I'd like to know, what are companies like Taggart doing to reduce your own costs that will contribute to lowering the overall cost of a house that a future client wants to purchase? So the city has a role to play. You've reinforced that in your answers today. But what has Taggart or other players in the development industry done, particularly this decade, where I think the pressure to have that internal review is even higher, given what we all know? But are you able to go through, here are things that we've already done that have reduced our own costs that puts downward pressure on the cost of a house?
Well, I think what it comes down to is efficiency. The city struggles with that, just as the private sector does. And it's really just about improving our own internal processes, taking advantage of what's in front of us, and making sure that we are taking those savings and keeping the price as low as possible, given all the other constraints and increases that we're seeing elsewhere with labor, construction materials, and so on.
I would love after today to see a more detailed answer to that question. Staff were not able to provide that when they briefed me, but whether it's the Home Builders Association or others, that would provide me with some assurance that everyone is doing their part to lower costs. So if we approve this suite of changes that lower fees, waive fees, defer fees, let's just hypothetically say it's equivalent to 5% of the cost of a home. Can you guarantee me that that 5% in cost savings will automatically go to the price of the house and developers will not try and recoup some of those costs for themselves for profit?
What it does is it allows us to keep our pricing down for when the builders purchase service lots, it's a per front foot cost. It allows us to keep that cost consistent or lower, which means that the builder doesn't have those added costs that they would pass down to new home buyers.
Yeah, I'm looking for assurances that it actually will get passed down to the home buyer. There's concern that, and this was raised at a provincial association meeting just last week, we were talking about an HST waiver. We want to make sure that whatever cost savings are being made by levels of government actually impact the home buyer and aren't pocketed or partially pocketed by a developer. So,
and all I could do at this point is just say the overall cost of developing land to service lots to sell to the builders. That price is ultimately determined by what it costs us to do that work. The more expensive it is, the more we have to pass it on to the builder.
I understand. Okay, thank you for your presence here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here. And it really does help us understand the financial situation that builders are in. But maybe I could ask the question Councillor Brockington was asking more directly. If we're willing to forgo 5% of revenue coming into the city, let's say potentially on fees and other items that would be used to support infrastructure, is Taggart willing to forgo a percentage of profits to get housing built?
Absolutely, because it goes with the overall cost of the project. And that is what gets factored into the per unit, per front foot price that we sell to the builders.
So generally speaking, for a project to be workable, I'm just curious from Taggart's perspective, what percentage would have to be pure profit to the organization?
I wouldn't feel comfortable answering that.
Okay, well, I think those are important numbers for us to know, because I think we need to be realistic here that we are forgoing revenue that helps build important infrastructure in our city. And to say the cost has gone up and we don't want to see all of that cost passed down to home buyers, the question is, if large profitable housing corporations willing to make a commitment in terms of their own profit margin in order to get housing built? Because this is a big financial risk for the city. This is forgoing millions and millions of dollars.
Just want to remind you, this is a question and answer.
Correct.
Portion.
Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you again for being on the task force. Appreciate it. Next up is Murray Chown, who is also a member of the task force. Thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready. Just turn on your microphone there with the button.
There we go. Is that better? Thank you very much, Mayor Sutcliffe, for the few members around this table who don't know who I am. My name is Murray Chown. I have been providing planning consulting services to small residential builders for over 35 years as a consultant with Novatech. Mr. Mayor, this is the first time I've ever appeared before a committee of council with prepared notes. I don't want to go back to my seat in the gallery wishing I'd said something or wishing that I'd said something differently. I want to thank the city manager for inviting me to sit on the housing task force. It was a privilege to sit at the table with a number of experienced professionals tasked with delivering homes in the city of Ottawa. I believe that I was invited to participate for a large part because of my efforts in recent years to facilitate the development of small-scale residential infill projects. This has been the focus of my work for more than a decade. So on behalf of the small builder clients, I can say that I'm encouraged by many of the action items listed in the Housing Acceleration Plan that is before you today, including Item 2, which is to amend the site plan control bylaw, increase in the number of units that are being developed without going through the time-consuming and costly site plan approval process. All of my clients build projects of 10 units or less simply in an effort to avoid those costs. Item 3, which is probably a small one, but is significant for a number of people in the community and a number of councillors around the table, but is expanding the as of right tree permits to allow for the removal of trees that are located in the excavation zone of as of right builds. For many of you around the table, that may not even know what I'm talking about, but for every infill project, we have to produce a tree information report identifying those trees that could be removed or damaged as a result of the construction. Any trees that are located within your as of right building envelope under the zoning bylaw, you get a tree permit, but you can't actually build the house because there's a tree in what we would call the excavation zone. So I'm encouraged with that action item. It's a significant change for many of the small builders in the city. Item 4, once again, a small item, but it's significant in terms of getting building permits issued faster, and that's to align the issuance of tree permits with the issuance of building permits. Item 13, which I must admit is a pet peeve of mine, is to review the Committee of Adjustment. I'll be blunt. At least one panel of the Committee of is dysfunctional. Policy 6 of Section 11.5 of your new official plan states that the Committee of Adjustment shall have due regard for the professional advice provided, including legal, planning, engineering, etc. This is not the practice of the committee. Instead, members rely on their own personal opinions or biases, or make decisions based on their sympathies for concerns raised by neighbors or community associations. Time and time again, refusals of the committee are overturned by the Ontario Land Tribunal or its various predecessors. The late Vice Chair Rick McCouch addressed this practice in a decision a few years ago, where he stated that it is unfortunate that the applicant appellant was compelled to spend resources and valuable time to file appeals with this tribunal, which was provided with the same supporting documents and heard essentially the same evidence that was before the committee when it refused the application. The delays and costs associated with appealing bad decisions of the committee are significant. They are passed on to the ultimate homeowner or the tenant. The committee needs to fulfill its statutory role or authority, or decisions should be delegated. The authority to make those decisions should and could be delegated to staff. Of significance is item 27, which is a commitment to undertake a comprehensive review of cash in lieu of parkland. Item 45, which is to waive cash in lieu for small or adaptive developments, will result, I believe, in a significant increase in small residential infill projects.
Mr. Chown, that's time, unfortunately. So if you just want to maybe just give a quick wrap up, that would be great.
I did want to talk about process for getting legal agreements, but I don't have time for that. I'll leave it at that for now. Your
Okay.
worship, and
There
I
are some,
welcome any questions.
yeah, there are some questions for you. Thank you, sir. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chown, for being here. I have a particular interest in getting infill built, but of course, having infill be sensitive to the surrounding context. In College Ward, I might be different from some of my peers in that development remains fairly stagnant since I've been elected. And I very much want to see the investment for my local communities. So I really appreciate your focus on this particular task force report with respect to housing infill. Can you comment, given your breadth of understanding of the different plans that have come forward through zoning, through infrastructure, and now with the task force? Are we getting the mix right? I know my existing residents will be concerned about stormwater management, for example, or tree preservation, some of those things that you've highlighted in the report. Are we going to be able to get the balance right to preserve the livability of these neighborhoods as housing increases?
Thank you for the question. And there's a number of facets to it, and I'll try to deal with them one at a time. The question of stormwater management is something that has come up on many occasions over the last few years, and between the infrastructure master plan and some of the provisions of the draft zoning bylaw, staff are certainly attempting to ensure that infill development going forward will address those concerns with respect to the increase in hard surface and managing stormwater management. So I think that that one is in hand. I'll be honest, the question about trees is something that has been of concern to me for more than a decade, and I appreciate that the forestry master plan and even the official plan focuses very much on protecting existing trees. I, on the other hand, am a fan and a strong supporter of an approach that would actually result in a younger, more vibrant urban forest by actually requiring us to plant new trees that are suitable for the environment and that we can be comfortable will be healthy and mature over time, as opposed to bending over backwards to save trees that have a limited lifespan, may not be healthy, and are going to die sooner than later. So I think we as an industry, and certainly my clients, are very sensitive to reforesting the city. And I think that if we took an approach even stronger than today to require the builders of projects that, even though they're not subject to site plan approval, that they're still required to plant trees. And in fact, forestry is doing that. Forestry staff are doing that on committee of adjustment applications now. My clients are required to plant trees as a condition of severance applications at the committee of adjustment. And I don't have any concern with that. I think that's a desirable approach to increasing the urban canopy. And quite frankly, in the long term, will be a better solution than redesigning buildings, coming up with very contorted plans in an effort to save a single tree on a property.
Thank you for those comments. I'll noodle that with my community priorities. And then finally, we have had some struggles with legal agreements, having an expedited stream through an outside firm to try and get some of those permits in place. Could you comment further on legal agreements and what recommendations you think are going to work from this report?
Thank you for that. And as an example, I have a client who just received his site plan agreement package in the last 2 or 3 weeks. He got his site plan approval in July of last year. The legal department had everything they needed to prepare that agreement in December. They've been waiting 8 months for a site plan agreement. That simply isn't acceptable. That's not the way we should be doing business in the city. And the end of round that we've created is say, well, don't worry about it. You don't need a site plan agreement. We'll give you a conditional building permit. We'll give you an early servicing agreement. We'll give you an early commence notice, work notice. But that's an end around on a problem that shouldn't exist today. There's no reason why we can't produce standard agreements in a timely fashion so that we don't have to create a process which just creates more work for everybody instead of doing things in the right order. Get your site plan approval or get your subdivision approval. Get your site plan agreement or get your subdivision agreement in a matter of weeks after you've got your approval. Then get your commence notice, get your building permit and get in the ground instead of what we're doing now. I don't believe there's any reason why we can't do that. There was a time, you're correct, when we were outsourcing to Borden Lajner Gervais to produce some of these agreements. Certainly I had one or two of my clients take advantage of that. It saved a little bit of time on agreements associated with consent applications, but I think it's basically that the legal department needs the resources so they can do this work quickly and prioritized based on when you got approvals, not on whether or not you've got a conditional building permit. But it's a problem that desperately needs to be fixed. To be perfectly candid, it's a problem that the industry has been raising with staff since amalgamation. So it's not a new problem, but there is a simple fix. Let's just get the resources so that we can produce those agreements in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Chair Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Murray, you've heard me complain in past. I know Miguel has as well when we have an 18-story tower in front of planning committee only because they require a meter or two of setback from the street, where the builders have chosen to go a rezoning route rather than a variance route because the committee of adjustment can't be trusted to make the right decision in some of those cases. I'm thinking about a fast food restaurant on Richmond with no parking lot that was denied a variance because they wanted parking studies, for example. I'm frustrated with the committee of adjustment. I'm also really concerned that we might, through this recommendation, take more of that work on at the committee level and through rezonings. There's no detail about what this recommendation means. What would you recommend would be a good outcome from a review of the committee of adjustment in which we review the delegated authority in terms of reference for that body?
I really appreciate that question. In a perfect world, I'd like to think that the committee would start to behave in a fashion that's appropriate as the tribunal has for decades, where they actually hear the evidence that's before them and make a decision based on the evidence rather than bringing their own personal biases to the table. I'm not optimistic that that's ever going to happen because it's been a pattern at the committee for a very long time. So the alternative that's available to you under the Planning Act is to actually, instead of delegating that authority to the Committee of Adjustment, is you can delegate it to staff. So very much like you've delegated minor zonings to staff, you could also delegate minor variances and consents to staff. They wouldn't have to come to your committee. So it'll be additional work for the planning department, but there should be a way to finance that through the application process, just like we do for all other planning applications.
I'm guessing that that's what the task force is recommending to us in these, but I'll pursue that a little bit further with staff. And I think you're right. Expanding the use of things like minor rezonings could be extended to variances as well, so that minor rezonings and minor variances become very kind of fluid in terms of what those are. I appreciate that answer, Murray. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Leeper. Councillor Brockington, your hand was up. Are you? Okay. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Murray, could you just unpack for me a little bit more what you're referring to when you talk about your concerns about the process of legal proceedings and delays?
So each subdivision application, site plan application, and even now every single severance application approved either by staff or by council or by the Committee of Adjustment requires an agreement as a condition of that approval, a legal agreement, binding agreement between the applicant and the city, whether it's a subdivision agreement where you're committing to construction of roads and installation of services and implementing grading plans, whether it's a site plan where you're agreeing to provide the landscaping, the lighting, and the parking and everything else as per the landscape plan. In the case of consent applications, it often relates to whether you're going to provide the trees that or protect trees that have been identified in your tree information report. Each of those agreements takes time to be produced, but the time is unreasonable. For the most part, they're all the same and they just need a minor tweak here or there. At least that's my experience. You may get a different response from your legal staff, but generally speaking, they're all the same. They're boilerplate reports or they're boilerplate agreements that could be produced quickly. Over time, we've seen different commitments from staff. We've heard 4 to 6 weeks, we've heard 90 days, but they simply haven't been able to live up to those timelines on a regular basis, or if ever, I don't know. And that's reflected, I believe it was also reflected in the auditor's report that came before you just a couple of weeks ago. It needs to be fixed. And because if it's not fixed, we're going to continue to use other ways of trying to get projects started to get in the ground, which is what in itself takes time and costs money to pursue those alternatives, whether it's conditional building permits or early servicing agreements. So instead of dealing with the agreement and getting the agreement written and out and signed and executed, we're off doing other things instead to make up for the inability to deliver those agreements in a timely fashion. It's just wrong the way it's happening right now, and it needs to be fixed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Thank you, Mr. Chown.
Thank you very much, Mayor
Appreciate you
Sutcliffe.
being here, and thanks again for your contributions to the task force. Next, we will go to Haydon Hall from the Carleton University Students Association, who I believe is online.
Yep, I'm right here, and good afternoon, councillors, city staff. Just want to take the opportunity to thank the City of Ottawa for the opportunity to speak today to today's Joint Housing and Finance Committee. So my name is Haydon Hall, and today I speak as the Vice President Student Issues of the Carleton University Students Association, which represents the needs and advocacy objectives of over 25,000 undergraduates here at Carleton University. We speak today for a couple of reasons. A is to voice our support for the adoption of this plan, but also to provide a brief insight, as we often do, into the student experience, particularly in the wake of the evolution of this plan and its developments, and all of the subsequent measures the city is taking aimed at making Ottawa one of the most housing-friendly cities in Canada, which, as it was mentioned by some delegates earlier, we believe is a wonderful step in the right direction in terms of objectives and the kind of rhetoric we're hearing around housing in the city. Our students are no strangers to the housing challenges present here in the city, and I don't think that'll come as a surprise to any councillors here today. In fact, they're on the front line of many of the city's housing challenges. Many of our students, in fact, most of them are newcomers, first-time renters, many of which are subject to all sorts of mistreatment by landlords or large developers with the intent of dem-eviction or rent-eviction to jack up rent pricing. And they also bear the brunt of systemic unaffordability in Ottawa's rental market, predominantly living in many of the city's most expensive neighborhoods, those which are closer to college and university campuses and in relative proximity to accessible transit. Due to a higher turnover rate of student renters, often signing 1 or 2 year leases, and the lack of a concrete system of vacancy control, they often end up paying about a quarter more for the same unit when compared to other tenants on average. And a lack of general rent control means that rent in our neighborhoods is, for all intents and purposes, in newer builds, whatever the market may bear. And the kinds of developments which often replace this kind of single unit density we see in neighborhoods near Carleton, like Old Ottawa South, post 2018 often have students paying what might be considered near luxury prices for very similar accommodations only a few short years ago. Our vacancy rate here in Ottawa remains largely below healthy levels. We've seen that. We're behind on several important provincial and federal housing targets, as we've seen. Though we are not alone in those struggles, and many other cities are also struggling to keep up with demand. But the steps taken today and the announcements made are welcome to many of our students. We're working to reduce or outline, eliminate fees for nonprofit developers, prioritizing transit-oriented development, and developing a comprehensive public lands strategy are great directions aimed at addressing kind of the specific concerns in and around where students actually live. Regardless of this, we do speak to remind counselors today that students are a unique demographic within this city. We have a systemic lack of access to quality housing supply in close proximity to university campuses. So a renewed focus from the city on promoting some form of incentivized development in and around post-secondary institutions and universities, as well as some degree of cross-collaboration with the post-secondary sector in general, would be a welcome focus for students and those in university administration as well, beyond a focus simply on transit corridors. Residences and on-campus housing can hardly sustain increased demand for housing among students, emphasizing the need for increased off-campus capacity building and partnerships with that sector. Working speedily as well to identify suitable public land and specific sites for which actions recommended today would take effect would help communicate your broader strategy with students and to help us realize the true potential of these neighborhoods that are located near universities. So we thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and we encourage council to continue to listen to the concerns of students as you have done, but most of all to be bold in this housing strategy over the next decade. This plan is a step in the right direction towards doing that, so we thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just quickly, I seem to remember the province in one of their recent rounds of legislative change. I think they exempted universities and colleges from site plans and zoning. Do you know if Carleton has any plans or active student housing builds on campus at this point?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for the question. So very recently, they unveiled a brand new residence known as Rideau House. It contains about 450 single and dual bedroom units for students. But I think the broader concerns we have insofar as student residences and housing is concerned, it's a bit like throwing one pail of water on a forest fire. I think the scale at which universities themselves, given their in probably what would be described as a far worse financial situation than many of our municipalities are, to build this housing, even in spite of some of the incentives the province is offering, is a challenge. So yes, there have been developments on college and university campuses, and in particular Carleton, but these are nowhere near what we need to address the demands of housing for well over 100,000 students in Ottawa. 450 units is a start, but it's not nearly enough.
Yeah, thanks for that. Something to be interesting to watch over the next couple of years across campuses over Ottawa and so on. By exempting them from a lot of the process, it'll be interesting to see what difference that makes in development. But I know land use restraints are also there as well. But thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower. Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And hi, Haydon. Thanks very much for your comments and appreciate all the good work that yourself and the Student Association is doing and all student associations on Carleton campus. I just wanted to ask two things. Number one is the opportunity at Confederation Heights that's coming up. There's a large, obviously, federal owned land there working with the city design team and very close proximity to Carleton University. I'm wondering if this is something that by motion or otherwise we can get more engaged in with the Confederation Heights development that's coming our way and yourselves. And then secondly, I'm wondering your thoughts on something like a housing acquisition fund. You talked a lot about some, say, older units leaving that it might be more affordable for rent. You put in new units and the rent doubles, even though there might be more units there. So acquisition is an important element, I think, in all of this too. And just wondering the Student Association's thoughts on that. Thank you.
Absolutely, and those are both great questions. Speaking first to your question regarding Confederation Heights, I mean, this is something that is definitely on the university's radar. It's definitely on Carleton students' radar as an enormous potential to increase the stock of affordable housing supply in what is very close proximity, almost walking distance in many instances to Carleton's campus. So definitely looking for the potential there and very curious to engage with the city and with stakeholders more on what sorts of potential exists there to make housing affordable for students. So absolutely, definitely something we're interested in. Speaking a bit more to your point on an acquisition fund, I think certainly it's something to we may see insofar as encouraging housing in these neighborhoods that have a particularly old stock of housing that is fast becoming replaced one way or another by unaffordable brand new units. And I mean, everybody likes having newer builds in their neighborhood to some degree, especially those moving in. But nevertheless, I think having some sort of strategy regarding what the city can do would be beneficial for a neighborhood specifically like Old Ottawa South and what you're describing. So absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us today. Appreciate it. We'll next go to Chike Agbasi and Paul Zan from the Ottawa Real Estate Board. Welcome to both of you. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Sutcliffe, councillors, member of the committee, city staff, as well as invited guests. My name is Paul Chen. I'm the 2025 president of the Ottawa Real Estate Board, and I'm joined today by our manager of government relations, Chike Agbasi. We're proud to be speaking on behalf of over 4,000 Realtor members who live and work in every corner of our great city. We really thank you for the opportunity to present in support of the Housing Innovation Task Force report and the Housing Acceleration Plan. Let me begin by commending the Housing Innovation Chair, Co-Chair and team, as well as Council and City staff for advancing one of the most ambitious and forward-looking housing agendas anywhere in Ontario. Ottawa is a standout municipality for bringing forward bold, progressive policies that recognize the scale of the housing crisis and respond with meaningful policy change that will help make our city more welcoming and affordable. OREB has carefully reviewed both the task force report and the Housing Acceleration Plan, and we strongly support the direction you are taking. The plan's 53 actions, organized around 5 objectives, go directly to the heart of Ottawa's housing challenges. We support efforts to simplify the regulatory environment and expedite approvals, because long delays and excessive requirements are some of the most significant barriers to new housing. We also support the plan's call to evolve city culture so that staff are empowered to be housing development friendly rather than process driven. This kind of culture change is critical to success. Finally, the plan's emphasis on consolidating and strengthening the city's affordable housing capacity is another vital step. We know that Ottawa needs more homes across the entire continuum, from supportive housing to entry-level home ownership. Taken together, these actions represent a comprehensive and credible municipal housing strategy. They closely align with priorities OREB has advocated for publicly for years, reducing bureaucratic barriers, streamlining approvals, lowering costs, and enabling growth where it makes sense. And with that, I'll pass it over to Chike Agbasi.
Thanks, Paul. So having outlined our support for the plan, we want to highlight 3 pillars that are especially critical if it is to succeed. First, development charges. OREB acknowledges that Ottawa still has some of the lowest development charges. However, we remain concerned about fast rising DCs and their impact on new homes, particularly those in the forms and areas of the city we need most. Development charges are adding nearly $80,000 to the price of a low-rise unit and more than $58,000 to a high-rise. This makes projects less viable and directly undermines affordability. The Housing Acceleration Plan's measures to defer DCs to occupancy and undertake a review of their structure are essential, and they're very well received. We would also recommend that the city pursue targeted DC relief by reducing or freezing development charges in areas where new supply is needed. Being strategic with development charges is essential if Ottawa is to achieve its housing targets. Second, zoning reform. The draft comprehensive zoning bylaw, alongside the acceleration plan's commitment to intensification and transit-oriented development, is the single most powerful municipal lever to unlock housing supply. Ending exclusionary zoning, permitting 4 units as of right across the city, and eliminating outdated parking minimums are bold reforms that will pay dividends for decades. But their impact depends on resisting efforts to water down with restrictive transition rules or height caps. Orb urges council to pass a bold, progressive zoning bylaw that makes infill and missing middle housing possible across Ottawa. Third, avoiding new red tape. While Ottawa has embraced bold housing reform, the city must remain laser focused on delivering and steer clear from policies or programs that have the potential to undermine progress. We understand that the City of Ottawa is considering a rental renovation license bylaw, also known as a renovictions bylaw. During this critical time, and as we look to increase housing stock, we suggest avoiding attempts to add any new red tape or duplicative municipal layers that would confuse enforcement and discourage much-needed rental investment and maintenance at a time when Ottawa needs more rental housing. As an association representing both landlords and tenants, we believe that there is an opportunity to offer landlords and tenants more education about their rights and improve municipal data, while focusing on policies that expand supply. In closing, Orb's message today is clear. The Housing Acceleration Plan is the right plan at the right time. It deserves full support and unwavering implementation. Ottawa is proving that municipalities can lead with ambition, courage, and speed towards a more welcoming, affordable, and prosperous city. The results will be thousands of homes for families, seniors, newcomers, and workers who desperately need them. Orb and our members stand ready to continue working with you, with city staff, and with all levels of government to continue this important work. Together, we can make Ottawa stronger, more affordable, and more welcoming for generations to come. Thank you, and we would be happy to take your questions.
Thank you both. We appreciate your feedback. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. And even though it's not within the scope of this report, you did mention an incoming renovictions bylaw. My office have been the main force behind that bylaw and advocating for it very strongly. So I think I'll simply ask you, given the scope of Ottawa's housing crisis and the fact that we're losing 33 affordable units for every one that we build, and given the fact that there's no provincial vacancy control, meaning that landlords can raise the rent as much as they want between tenants, could you explain why you're opposed to an upcoming renovation bylaw and why you mentioned it within the scope of this report that does not focus on this topic? Thank you.
For sure. Thank you so much, Councillor, for your question. I think the focus of our being here today is to commend the city and also commend the Housing Innovation Task Force on the work that they've done for us to get to this point. We do continue to push for and advocate that we do anything we can to lower the costs of construction as well as to increase housing supply.
Great. Well, I encourage you to get in touch with my office. I'm very happy to put you in touch with advocates for the renovation bylaw and explain to you how it will not hamper new construction or renovation of existing units. Thank you very much.
Just to touch on Ariel's question there as well, we're doing a survey with hopefully 1,000 respondents across the Ottawa area, and we would love to collaborate with you guys to see what kind of feedback and what kind of data that we can provide you to make a great decision on the renovation bylaw. So,
yeah, I mean, the only thing that I'll add is that the recommendations before us today with the Housing Innovation Task Force, they are a huge boon to the development industry. They represent a huge either deferral, forgiveness, or even return of fees. And I just want to make it very clear that when we have such a tremendous homelessness problem in our city and such a tremendous degree of housing loss. You heard Councillor Menard referring to housing acquisition. We need every tool in our toolbox, and some of that will involve controls placed on landlords' ability to evict. So yeah, let's continue this conversation offline, but I would love to have a more in-depth conversation before you finalize your position on a potential bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to that conversation. And thank you so much to the team that put together the Housing Innovation Task Force as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll just remind councillors we're focused on questions for the delegations at this point. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to pick up on your comment with regard to your perception on the downside risk to additional regulation, red tape. I know you did refer specifically to the renovictions bylaw, but I'm not specifically talking to that. I'm talking to municipalities' regulations in general. I have also heard from numerous landlords about their perception that the financial risk to increasing housing stock in their portfolio is limited by their perception of that risk that comes with additional municipal or provincial regulations with regard to their landlord their business case. And I just wanted to hear from you what your perception is on the impacts of increased regulation. And in this case, it would be the option to not look at reducing some of the regulation on the actual rental market and how that affects your small landlords, your medium-sized landlords, and their logic model as that pertains to housing development, housing growth opportunities for the city.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think for smaller time landlord, it would be very difficult to assume more and more regulations and more of an administrative burden put on them. So that's a quick short answer to that. But ultimately, we are in favor of just getting more supply out on the market and having people, first-time home buyers or tenants have the opportunity to access more housing in our city, make it a city that's affordable, that's going to attract young talent, and just make it a desirable city across the country. So that's really our focus and our aim, and we're really happy to see what the task force has put together today. So appreciate the question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for joining us today. We'll go next to Katie Burkholder-Harris. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
Is this working? Good. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. On behalf of the Alliance to End Homelessness, 75 member agencies, and frankly, people across our community who are feeling the brunt of the housing and homelessness crisis, I'm here to echo my support for most of the recommendations put forward by the Housing Innovation Task Force. In 2023, we brought a report to Council written by Dr. Carolyn Weitzman called Scaling Up Nonprofit Housing in Ottawa. It was well received, and in conversations with city staff and councillors over the past few years, it's clear that we are on the right track to tackling the housing crisis in Ottawa. The task force report echoes many of the key themes in the Scaling Up report: streamline processes, leverage public lands for development, and scale nonprofit housing development capacity. In speaking with a community housing provider recently, they told me that a recent application for development moved at a significantly faster speed than had been the case previously. Each department had worked closely with the others, and the application was ready to go forward in less than 4 months. It's clear that the city is already implementing the kind of process changes that are needed to get developments across the finish line faster. This is exactly the kind of urgency needed in our processes to spur housing developers to build, both private and nonprofit. One of the core areas of our advocacy in the past few years is the need to leverage public land for non-market housing. We see this happening at the federal level with Build Canada Homes, and Ottawa being one of the 6 pilot sites as well. Together, we have the potential in our city in particular, given the amount of well-located government land here, to scale up affordable housing at a rapid pace. And having been at a recent consultation on the pilot site, it's clear that the federal government wants to move fast. One opportunity to scale up truly affordable housing is to ensure that non-market housing is central to developments on public land for public good. I appreciated that despite the majority of leaders on the task force being in the private sector, there was an overwhelming sense that non-market housing needs to play a big role to create affordable housing, and recognition that partnership with private and public developers to build affordable housing across the spectrum is necessary. In this spirit, I urge City Council to ensure that public land is used for non-market housing through partnerships like Dream LeBreton with Multi-Faith Housing, where non-market units are owned by the nonprofit and create a diverse mix of affordable housing. Finally, the recommendation for scaling non-market development capacity is a welcome opportunity. To truly tackle the affordable housing crisis, we need scale. We need to scale supportive, non-market, and private market housing. This means that supportive and non-market housing providers can lean into providing the services with their expertise and work with developers to build, leveraging existing asset bases, allowing for scale. I'll be honest, this is asking for a hard but necessary culture change. It will require amalgamations, new kinds of partnerships, and supporting organizations that can leverage their equity at scale. The city needs to ensure that they support this through the RFP process, valuing partnerships and leveraging assets as part of the proposals that are funded. This mirrors the way that Build Canada Homes is being designed as well, and it's an opportunity to be strategic and efficient in how we develop partnerships for affordable housing. One area in the report that I encourage Council to lean into further is the feedback that community consultation processes need to be reformed. I ask that you build consultation processes that support councillors to not be beholden to a few loud voices who reject affordable housing builds in their neighborhood at every turn. And I suspect as housing needs change in neighborhoods and different forms of housing are required as people downsize, there may be more than a few recovering NIMBYs. Diverse forms of housing benefit everyone. The urgency of the housing crisis is too high to allow new development to be dictated by a few. Ottawa is growing at a significant rate with an increase in 100,000 households projected for 2050. More than most factors, affordable housing is quickly becoming one of the main reasons for why people move to another city. Case in point, in 2024, for one of the first times, Ontario's out-migration rate was higher than its in-migration rate. Affordable housing was named as the driving force behind this shift. While we're poised to increase our population significantly without an intentional focus on affordable housing, we could lose that momentum. And as we know, population growth drives the city. It means more people to provide services, greater economic growth, and a more vibrant place to live. Finishing up, because I only have 9 seconds, I just want to focus on the fact that culture was named specifically in this report. And as we all know, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I appreciate that the report names the City of Ottawa becoming a housing development friendly place. We can have the best strategy for ending homelessness and tackling the housing crisis, but without a serious look at the culture, we're not going to be able to see the change we desperately need. Everyone needs to step up for this part, and I'm here to say that the Alliance is in this with you. Together we can, and we are seeing change. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks for that excellent presentation, Ms. Burkholder-Harris. That was really helpful to hear. I did want to key in on a couple pieces of recommendations or action items in this that, for me, beg more questions. Mostly they're around the transfer of public funds to some for-profit developers and how those get utilized and whether they're best utilized with for-profit developers or within the city's own public spending. The big one, obviously, is the suspension of the community benefit charges bylaw for 5 years from the date of application approval and return of the funds collected to date. In my experience, most councillors have earmarked CBC in responding to city staff for affordable housing. So for public affordable housing projects or projects that they could contribute towards for not-for-profit housing. So instead of those going to not-for-profit housing, we would instead be transferring CBCs to for-profit developers in the hopes that they build more market supply instead of that non-market supply that much of those would go to. I'm wondering your take on this, the community benefit charge portion of the recommendations.
I do have some hesitation around that. As you can hear from my deputation, while I do agree we need housing across the spectrum, we do need to ensure that public money is being used for public good. Along those lines, I'm not a developer, and as I understand it, there has probably been some kind of reduction in building that may be a disincentive to build. That being said, again, I think we all know we have a revenue problem at the city. We desperately need the province and the feds to step up. And so I do worry about just, further reducing our ability to have revenue. So I hope you hear that as a nuanced perspective, but ultimately public money should go for public good.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Katie, for coming out today. When we talk about affordable housing, it's not necessarily nonprofit housing, but we realize that nonprofit housing is very much needed in a very, very large capacity. How can we strengthen that even further?
Yeah, I really appreciate the report. Like, I think it's tapping into all the pieces we need. And again, I was quite surprised that, OCH was the only nonprofit developer, but so many of the recommendations were focused on how to increase non-market supply. So that was really encouraging. But I think leveraging land is probably the biggest piece at this stage, and really trying to use scale. I think that's a change that we need to adopt in the sector. And I think that the city, through some of these policies, can support that through different ways of managing RFPs. It mirrors Canada Build Canada Homes in terms of, unless you're partnering really well and looking at scale, like, we're not going to be able to fund this. We can't keep funding really small providers unless it's multiple providers coming together, and maybe different buildings for sure, but that we're leveraging equity. And I think that's something that's a shift, and you see a lot of nonprofit providers starting to do that already.
And if I'm not mistaken, OCH is also partnering with a lot of the smaller providers, which helps a lot. So that gives them when you talk about scale, I think that's a really important factor. Because we're talking about a lot of other the market developers who can do things on scale, and we need to keep up with the nonprofit.
Yeah, and we absolutely need housing across the spectrum. I don't disagree with that, but just to give you a sense, with census data for Ottawa, for a household making $82,000 a year, if we stick to 30% of your income being affordable for housing, the most that household could afford is $1,700. And I would ask, a lot of private developers, they know they can't build that. And that's understandable. It's a different business model. But I think that's why the urgency of needing to focus on non-market is so critical.
Thank you very much for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Chair Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Katie, for a great presentation. As always, many of the recommendations speak to work to get public lands into the hands of housing. There is some reference to affordable housing, but I'm thinking particularly, like, the big prize in all of this, I think, is Bayview Yards at the corner of our two O trains, obviously. And I'm concerned that a lot of work may be done behind the scenes, and that's the thrust of my motion today, that would end up putting Bayview Yards into the hands of private developers, where it is an ideal location for affordable living. What ideally would you like to see the city do as it prepares to get public lands into the hands of housing developers to make sure that they are speaking with the not-for-profit sector?
I think it should be part of the RFP. Like, I actually think, Dream LeBreton's a great example. That would not have happened if that was not part of the RFP that was developed in the first place. And I think it desperately needs to be nonprofit ownership of the units, not leasing from the private developer. And none of these 10, 20, 15-year agreements because it's just kicking the crisis down the road. And ultimately, I think it can lead to, a developer making a calculation of it may be more logical from a business model to actually not fill those units if they're at a reduced cost and deal with unit damage as happens. So I think it's really essential that those units, that there is a formalized partnership that is required for public land for nonprofits to be owners of units in those buildings, or figuring out other models like that, or parts of the land being used specifically for a nonprofit. So I think that kind of partnership, we're already seeing it work, and I think there's a real opportunity there. And it leverages the best of both worlds.
I hope we'll see that extended to or I hope that is the framework with which we work when we are looking at, some of those big parcels like Bayview Yards, which should have a lot of affordable not-for-profit housing in it. The second question I had, one of the pieces that's in the recommendations that, again, has no real sort of meat to the description, the extension of the municipal capital facility definition to encapsulate more not-for-profit providers. What is your understanding of the intent of that one?
Okay, can you walk me through that again? I've read the report, but I am not that in detail.
You know what? If the mayor will, I'm sorry, I had the other one open. It's going to take me a moment.
Which one are you referring to?
The municipal capital facilities.
Which motion was that in?
Oh, it's not in my motion, in the recommendations.
Oh, in the
There's a
recommendation
recommendation with respect to, here we are, number 34. Got it.
Okay.
So one of the recommendations is to review the eligibility criteria for the municipal capital facility designation to introduce greater flexibility for new developments with a focus on supporting long-term affordability and sustainability. That would fall under our strategic initiatives department, and the action would be that strategic initiatives would implement that by Q2 2026. So a fairly rapid implementation there. Do you have any understanding of what that would be? And I will certainly be asking staff as well.
So correct me if I'm wrong here. Am I understanding this in terms of that would be like capital asset management plan for a nonprofit and just expanding it to include nonprofit providers? Or is that
Municipal
not?
capital facility is we use it for Ottawa community housing, for instance, to ensure that they don't pay property tax. I stand to be corrected on that, but so extending that, I thought we had recently done that for the affordable. It doesn't sound like that's something that's crossed your desk, though.
Not personally. I mean, I know that providers are very grateful for not having to pay property taxes, and that's a significant boon in terms of reducing costs for nonprofits, for sure.
I'm just wondering what we have left to do. I will ask staff about that at the appropriate time. Okay, thanks, Katie.
Thank you. I'll just ask one last question. Is it not true that you're holding an event on Saturday called the Race to End Homelessness? Is
You
that not?
teed me up. Thank you so much. Yes, for anybody who hasn't registered for the Race to End Homelessness, please do. It's on Saturday, and Mayor Sutcliffe is running, and I know a number of you. It's in Marty's ward, so thank you, Marty, as well for. Oh, it's in Sean. Well, you better be there too, Sean. You can come and cheer. That's also very welcome. So thank you. I appreciate the shout out about that.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
See you there.
Next is John Dickey. Don't know if he's online or not. No? Okay. We'll come back to that if necessary. Jason Berggraf, you're next. Welcome, Jason.
Thanks, everyone. I appreciate the time. I had originally wanted to focus my remarks on all the good things that are part of the Housing Accelerated Plan, and to read those things now. If you want, from the good things I think about, please refer to our press release from September 19th, where we're very complimentary. Unfortunately, I have to kind of focus most of my remarks on the motion to scale back the changes to community benefits charges. And I'm at a loss as to why we would not give ourselves all the opportunities possible for higher density housing. For all the talk of intensification, and especially intensification more evenly spread across the city, why are we keeping up barriers to the multifamily housing that we say we want, that we can then, and if we get over that barrier, why are we saying that we have to make that housing more expensive than it needs to be? These charges add to the very costs of the housing types that should be the most affordable in the city: 1, 2, 3-bedroom apartments on transit where you don't need a car to live. It's quite clear that the status quo is not working to get new housing built. And that's why GOBA and its members were encouraged by the acceleration plan. We still are. And we strongly urge you to pass the plan in its entirety so that it can be the catalyst towards getting housing built more quickly. City and the industry worked closely on these recommendations. Home builders made it clear that government-imposed costs were a priority, and in response, the city has put forward a proposal to reduce the fees and charges under its direct control. By pausing their collection on the CBC and cash in lieu in Parkland, we feel the city was recognizing the seriousness of the housing crisis. The CBC is already a failing program. The city anticipated revenue of $31 million over 10 years, but has so far only collected $1.5 million to date. The reality is that the fee is not being collected because those houses are not getting built. The 5-year pause is a reasonable, time-limited measure that restores the viability for multifamily projects around transit. The Auditor General's report highlights that the time it took the city to approve a project under site plan, which is what these projects would be, increased from 295 days in 2021 to 388 days in 2024. Then the time to register a site plan agreement after approval significantly increased from 284 days in 2022 to 649 days in 2024. So think about the market changes that occurred over 1.5 to 2 years. And again, that's after council approved the project. Now think about how much the market changed over the 3 years since that project was deemed complete for submission in the first place. By the time this registration is finally in place, many projects are no longer financially viable. Given the Auditor General's findings that such projects take 3 years or more to get approved, a 5-year pause on the CBCs is the only measure that delivers long-term certainty and stability for the housing market, again, for the types of housing the city says it wants. Anything less is going to be ineffective, destabilizing, and ultimately a setback for getting new homes built. 5 years ago, Ottawa City Council declared a housing emergency. Following that, housing economist Will Dunning showed that in 2021, Ottawa was already nearly 24,000 homes short of what it needed for our population back then. And we have fallen behind subsequently every year. Ottawa has a significant and structural housing supply deficit, one that has built up over decades. Continuing the status quo will not break this downward spiral. The Housing Acceleration Plan can get shovels in the ground, and we urge members of the Joint Committee to support the proposed plan so that we can get at it. And considering I have a minute left, I'm just going to, one of the questions I got when I did media last week, when this was announced, or 2 weeks ago, is paying for projects that are under the CBC. This has been posed earlier today as well. And I have to be a bit glib and ask, well, how are you paying for them now? Because you're not getting any money out of it in the present situation. And if you're also foregoing the property tax revenue for that housing that's not getting built. And if we're talking about new infrastructure that's supposed to be just under the demand for growth, then it shouldn't matter to the city that it's not collecting CBCs on growth that's not happening. The city is telling home builders that they want density around transit. 1/4 of the homes in the official plan count on this happening. Home builders are telling you that the CBC, among a couple of other items, are impediments to getting this type of housing done. Why would you continue to keep this barrier up? And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burgraff. It's really a shame you didn't use the opportunity because I think there's actually a lot of really great things in this report and we could have heard about those. But I just wonder, how many recommendations are in the report?
50 something.
53, yeah. And how many motions do we have on the floor to change one?
I'm not sure.
I would suggest that the motion on the floor to look at CBCs is one of 53 measures that we're taking.
Sure.
And I look forward to debating that with my colleagues. But I look forward to all of the other 52 recommendations moving forward as committed to, including the mayor's motions. I think we have a lot of really good stuff in there. And it is a constellation of impacts that will further housing starts. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Again, I remind people this is meant to be asking questions of delegates, not engaging in debate with them. Councillor Tierney.
Hi, Jeff. Thank you. I was kind of surprised by the comments as well. What are we going to do to ensure when, you've heard me, I've been very vocal about how much money we've lost by not achieving our targets. And I'll have questions to staff on that later, because when I hear slippage again for this year, we're throwing money out the window. What are we going to do on the development side to ensure when an application is approved that there's actually construction? What time, can we put a timer on things?
You have a timer on it now for 5 years. As I said, the developments and the from the approvals to the actual point where you can register, where you can start selling homes is, again, the Auditor General's is nearly 3 years. So it's that change in market from the time that those were approved back 2022, 2021, to the point today where it's not viable to go to market is the issue that we're having right now. What we're trying to do is prevent those further units because from having that same issue as we move forward. Sales are down, starts are down.
Oh, we all understand that. I just to the question, Jeff, what can we do to ensure if you go in with an application, you know within 2 years you're going to be able to build it or not, depending unless there's COVID or a super catastrophe. Developers know what it takes to build. And I've approved many applications, one right across from the Lone Star. Got that done. Guess what? Never saw the light of day. So what can we do to help you guys? Obviously, speed up planning approvals. You made that clear. I think I've been very on board with that. But how do we ensure that if we're sacrificing something in our areas, we're going to get something in return? Can we set a timer of 2 years? What's the time?
There's a timer on the amount on once a building gets to a building permit for approval now. Like if you pull your building permit, you only have a year to go to construction as it is. So that's the time frame is already there to.
And sometimes they don't go to construction, and I think that's where people are very frustrated.
Councillor, can we let the delegate answer the question?
Yeah,
please?
I'm waiting.
Yeah. No, and that's a fair point. Happy to consider where that is. We are certainly looking to speed up timeframes so that the economic assumptions when you go to submission, when you go to approval, when you get to registration are close enough to the economic assumptions you had at the beginning so that you can go to market. The problem right now is that the drag is so long, it's fundamentally changed the ability for anyone to pay for it. Like part of the problem is homes are, the calculation is you can't put a house out to the market for what it would cost you to put it because of the various inputs. The city part is part of that because no one's going to pay for it or no one's going to buy it at that price, right? So that is the issue at hand right now, in that we need to lower costs across the board so that those things are more that are palpable for the market, because that's no one is coming to housing, no one's coming to buy housing right now, and no one is coming to buy the housing that's already set up. Like, if I may, there are 3,200 new homes built unabsorbed in the city of Ottawa as of right now. That the inventory of unabsorbed homes has increased 30% over the past year. What does that tell me? That tells me that builders are building, but
Chair,
no one can afford.
I asked about if there's a time on construction, and now we're going to do a diatribe. So I just asked simply, is there a time limit? If we're going to go through the hassle of getting applications approved, and then people walk away from it after disturbing the entire community and nothing's built, what is the home builders going to do to make sure that that actually takes place?
I can't obviously commit to anything without consultation with members, but I'm sure we'd be happy to have that conversation with you.
I hope so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair Leeper.
Thank you very much. Jason, Councillor Johnson's motion would walk back the CBC holiday from, if you get your building permit within 5 years, you don't pay CBCs with no sunset to when we would resume collecting those. Councillor Johnson's motion would make it so that in transit-oriented areas, we collect just 1% of land value versus the 4% that the current CBC regime is. And outside the TODs, it would be 2%. How many units do you predict the industry will build in the next 3 years if the task force's recommendation goes through? And what is the difference do you see if Councillor Johnson's motion replaces that?
I will admit I don't have a calculation of how many potential. I know the city is counting on, like the presumptions under the CBC is that 19,000 dwelling units would be built on those lands. I can also tell you that in the 3 years that the CBC has been in place, my estimate based on the $1.5 million that you've actually got, you probably saw maybe 800 as a rough back of the envelope. So, I mean, the delta between those two numbers is significant. And if you want to approach the 19,000, which is what's laid out there, then we need to obviously look at the barriers that why those units aren't happening.
So I've lost track of the math.
Sorry.
If we don't do anything versus pass the original recommendation to just create a pause on the collection of CBCs, 19,000 more units are going to be built in Ottawa?
That's how much the city itself expected to have in those places. Again, I don't have a calculation.
Sorry,
of...
I'm trying to figure out what the effect is of passing the CBC recommendation.
Councillor, the city wanted to realize 19,000 units on these subject lands that would be part of CBC. It has again realized maybe 800-ish units. We're trying to identify the barriers of why the city didn't achieve those numbers. And again, we're only 3 or 4 years, say, into the 10-year plot. But if we're saying we want to achieve 19,000 and we're nowhere near where we should be 4 or 5 years in, then we really need to address those barriers. And the CBC charge in and of itself is one of those significant barriers for that, along with a couple of other pieces that have been identified in the report.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find out if you can isolate that number for me. What is
make
the
my best efforts
difference between
to dig it up.
collecting 0% versus collecting 1/2% of land value?
Sure.
In terms of units, and I'm not hearing that.
I don't have that calculation, but I'll endeavor to get it onto you.
And the calculation's not in the package. I don't think that calculation exists, honestly. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your delegation. It is appreciated. If all of the recommendations before us are approved and all other external factors in Ottawa remain constant, immigration does not change, federal government hiring does not change, interest rates do not change, what will the impact be of all of these changes we're about to make on new home starts? Have you been able to crunch those numbers that if the costs come down, we were talking about 5% hypothetically, what does that actually yield in a net increase of new homes?
I don't know that I can answer that today. I mean, we've had these numbers for 10 days, whatever it is. I'm happy to take it back and try to calculate that number for you.
Okay, it's a question in addition to here today with staff,
sure.
Some basic data that I think this joint committee needs to have would be important. Not your responsibility, but
no, understood.
Ask. But I do want to follow up on a question I asked the Vice President of Taggart, and that is from an industry perspective. I would assume, having gone through the challenges of this decade, it would require a corporation to review its own practices, its cost structure, et cetera, et cetera. Can you just give us a high level from what you're aware of? How has the development industry tried to keep its costs either the same or reduce them in the context of passing savings on to the customer to spur that type of home construction? Thank you.
So I don't know that I have that conversation in particular, but what I will outline is builders are taking on more, spending more of their own capital to get housing related or to get out there. They're taking on more of the risk themselves internally for those projects because projects are obviously very risky. The point I was trying to make about the 3,200 new homes is that builders are putting new homes out there without immediate buyers, which they then have to carry. And they reached a point where multifamily projects just aren't viable to get financing anymore. Like no one is going to lend you the money to build those sorts of things. We're also pushing other levels of government to provide the funding for infrastructure on housing enabled infrastructure as before. We're also pushing other levels of government to remove their taxes on new homes, the HST, the PST as before. I've been in front of the members of parliament for the National Capital Region, pushing them to have Build Canada Homes provide more affordable housing in their lands around Ottawa. And just seeing if there's any other points that I wanted to hit on. Those are the things we've really pushed on for housing costs over the last little bit.
Thank you for your delegations. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Troster.
Hi, Jason. Thanks for being here.
Rita, oh, there you are.
What is your sense, based on your members, of what profit margin is considered a successful project and worth going forward?
So, I've certainly struggled with this question because you have posed it before. I mean, the reality of it is that it's not council's place to say a 5% profit is okay and a 10% profit isn't. At the same time, it's not my place to make promises about our business, the business of members. It's my job to kind of lay out the issues, lay out our and how to address those. What I will say about it is, homes are not selling at the market rates we have today. Otherwise we wouldn't be here in this meeting. We wouldn't be considering these proposals. So, what are we talking about? The whole reason we're here is because people aren't buying homes, like I say, and projects are not proceeding at the scale that we need because they calculate that there's no demand for the homes at the price that you'd have to put them out at. So clearly the status quo on all costs have to build housing needs to change so that housing can be offered at a more affordable price that is going to bring people back to the market.
Would the development industry be willing to make some sort of guarantee or some sort of estimate as to how much more housing might be affordable to the buyer or to the renter if we put these mechanisms into place?
Like I've made other promises, I'm happy to try to get that calculation to you.
Yeah, because this is a big culture shift, and I'm going to be honest with you. I'm holding my tongue on this one. I am supportive, but I'm also, this is risky. This is one of the first times the city is, this is a huge cash transfer to the private development industry. And I'm certainly concerned about a lack of metrics or accountability. So I appreciate that because other times when I've asked other developers, okay, so if you get this, if you get this credit or this deferral, will this make the housing more affordable? And the answer is generally no. We do have our affordable housing community improvement plan where the tax uplift is tied to a lower rent, but none of this is tied in that regard because the intention is simply to stimulate construction. But I think you need to understand where the heavy dose of skepticism is coming from council, because this is a lot of money. And it is unclear if it's going to work. And we definitely have to try something. So I'm just wondering, what would success look like to you?
Success is hitting our housing goals. Success is seeing 10, 12, 15,000 new home starts a year in the city of Ottawa, which is what we need for our housing growth, and actually catching up on the deficit that we have as well, like even more. So if these things produce that number of housing activity year over year, then we know it's been successful.
And do you think these measures alone will be enough to do it?
I think these measures, and then along with the long-term stuff, the review on development charges, the legal review, the other pieces in the acceleration plan are the things that we need to put in place so that we get that long-term housing activity, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts, or Vice Chair Kitts, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for being here, Jason. Do you think that the actions in this report will shift the burden from the farthest flung suburban areas of our city by encouraging like the burden of growth, by encouraging infill and transit-oriented development. Do you think if we approve this report and all the actions, we're going to see that shift?
I wouldn't characterize it so much as a shift. The issue is we're not realizing our intensification goals now. The city has intensification goals of 45,000 homes in neighborhoods and 45,000 homes along LRT stations now, and it's nowhere near hitting those targets cumulative to to the 2018 year. Like, we're looking at a big part of these measures is just trying to achieve the goals we have, let alone trying to shift activity from one area of the city to another.
Okay, so
sorry, and to that point, like, again, if we're not producing that intensification units, then all those people who were going to live there are pushing out into the farther flung spots of the city.
So do you think then that the actions in this report will ensure that we hit those intensification targets, that the incentive for infill will be greater than it is today, so great that you have some assurances that we'll hit those intensification targets?
I have all the confidence in the world that these are the measures that we're going to take to hit our intensification targets.
Okay, but you're not willing to say we will go above the intensification targets yet.
I would love, no one has talked about intensification probably around the planning circle than myself, funnily. But yeah, no, the idea is try to get as much intensification as we possibly can. Let's not forget, our intensification goals are built on the idea of 400,000 people coming to Ottawa by 2051, and when in fact, the Ministry of Finance numbers now say 680,000. So that extra number of people also have to be accounted for somewhere in housing, and let's try to get an intensification and increase density across the city.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas.
Thank you so much, Jason, for being here. I've been watching the news from across the country in regards to zoning bylaw changes in other municipalities. Edmonton has had to walk back some of its plans for 8 plexes. They're going to 6 plexes because of community pushback. Vancouver currently has, I think it's 2,500 condos that are unsold because of basically layered on costs that the government has put on them, and developers don't want to sell them at a loss. So they're basically sitting there vacant. And that comes from CMHC. Toronto's been getting its own pushback in regards to density. I say these things, and I will be asking staff about this, but from your perspective, what we are looking at today, and I'm taking this out of the conversation of the zoning bylaws, which we will have in a couple of weeks. How do you think Ottawa is better prepared to address the community's needs, the existing community's needs, while still providing density where it belongs based on what is before us today? Or are we setting ourselves up for concerns where council will have to walk itself back?
I think the plan sets us up really well to actually achieve the housing goals and the housing mix spread across the city as we've laid it out in the official plan. Like I said, we have the ideal growth scenario that the city has agreed to, has approved, is 45,000 homes in neighborhoods, 45,000 homes around LRT stations, 90,000 homes in new communities, and a lot of that is greenfield that's already been designated. So if we want to hit those numbers, again, we're seeing the barriers on the intensification side on both sides. So we want to tackle those barriers moving forward so that we hit the numbers that we want to target. So I have good faith that this plan gets us to that goal.
And I know one of my colleagues already asked this, but are developers up to the task? Are they prepared to start the building? I mean, I know you've been asked this, but that is something I've seen in my own area. I have developments that are on the books, and I know they've been shared with me that there's been a lot of bureaucracy that they've had to wade through, and that's what's holding it up. Do you think that will unlock those projects?
I do. The housing market is always cyclical. There's going to be low parts in the market. There's going to be high parts in the market. When we take these barriers down, what we're doing is enabling to make sure that we scale up at a rapid pace when people come back into the market and start buying and want the demand for that housing goes stratospheric, which inevitably it will at some point. So that's, we're getting ourselves in place to meet that demand when they decide to come back off the sidelines.
Thank you, Jason.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand John Dickey is back online, so we'll go to him next. Mr. Dickey, whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you. And thank you all for hearing from me. As you know, I'm the chair of the Eastern Ontario Landlord Organization, and I think all of you realize that that name is a bit of a historical accident. Really, our membership is rental providers in the city of Ottawa. Many of them own properties in other parts of Ontario as well, but primarily we represent the major providers of rental housing in the city of Ottawa, and as well some mid-sized providers and some small providers. And we do liaise with the other associations of landlords in the city. As well as owning and operating, managing, in other words, many purpose-built rental properties, a number of our members develop rental properties. One of them, or two or three of them actually, are the largest developers of rental properties in the city. And some of our members also develop properties for sale to owner occupiers, whether in the form of condos or in some cases, infill development. EOLO has long advocated for many of the changes that are to be found in this staff report and in the Housing Acceleration Plan. And we certainly commend the plan to you. We're delighted with the plan, in fact, and we urge you to adopt everything in the plan, as well as the amendments proposed by Mayor Sutcliffe. We have long advocated the speeding up of all steps in the municipal approval process. That is not just getting to approval, but getting to site plan and all those steps beyond that, including site plan. What's the other one? Oh, the development control agreements. And the other thing is we have certainly advocated for reductions or deferrals in the municipal charges. I think in that respect, the biggest item in here, because of the size of the development charges, will be the deferral of the actual DCs themselves, and frankly, the parkland dedication. The community benefit charges, given their percentage, and a small percentage, whether it's 4% or 2% or 1% or 0% is as small as you can get, but a small percentage of the cost, the value of the land, are not a big deal. I can understand why Mr. Burgraff said what he did, because I think he and the home builders thought they had a whole package, and so they're annoyed at seeing, a change to the package, but equally I can see why a number of you around the table would want to make a change in the package. And speaking for our members, I can say our members will be happy if that is the only change made in the package. Mr. Burgraff's members may want to throw brickbats at me the next time they see me, but that's my problem, not yours. I do want to make a brief comment about the notion of the development delays. And the thing that our members have put to us is that, and this comment was first made 6 months ago, but because of all the turmoil with the United States, with the tariffs, with the uncertainty, they had projects which had been approved. They had plans, they were ready to go, but what they could not find was people equity partners. They couldn't find the capital to do the development. Just recently, one of them has found an equity partner. Mr. Berggraf mentioned other members are putting in their own capital, and that's another solution. But it is certainly a difficulty, and I can't think of any solution to it. Mr. Tierney wanted a solution to that, and I'm not sure there is one, simply because this question of getting financing comes along, and it's sort of the last step that has to happen to put the shovel in the ground. In any event, EOLO supports the report and the mayor's 5 motions, and thank you for hearing from us.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, Mr. Dickey. All right, we'll move next to Cliff Udell. Thank you to you for participating in the task force as well. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm coming in with a bit of a different perspective, coming from the affordable housing side of the equation. So at Ottawa Community Housing, we're well versed. We have about 1,000 units in construction currently, and about 1,000 more advancing to shovel-ready status. So we're very familiar with the risks and the costs and some of the challenges at the front end of construction. But from an affordable housing standpoint, I want to talk about 3 key areas. One is the importance of reducing the risks, costs, and time with the front end of the construction and development process. We're very much different from the private sector in this regard. It's our single biggest risk. I would say it's Achilles heel of the affordable housing sector, because we typically get funded to build a project. So it's very difficult for us to front end load a project and carry a project and then hope we can get funding. It tends to work the other way around. So when funding does come, we have to move quickly if we're going to take advantage of that. And I'll talk about that a little bit later on. So the notion of having a more efficient process, reducing some of those upfront costs, and having less risk in terms of the time frame is absolutely mission critical for our ability to execute on the funding that we get access to. Many times it's time constrained, so we don't have the luxury of sitting around and waiting. We can't time the market. We have to go when the time is right. So a lot of the recommendations in there were things that we have been pushing for several years. So we were thrilled through this committee to see them come forward as recommendations and put forward into the plan. And the second one is cost. And cost is a cumulative factor when it comes to affordable housing. I think there's often misconceptions that we actually build affordable housing. We don't. We build market rental housing. And the affordability is 100% a financial construct. And there is no silver bullet. That affordability comes through usually dozens of little savings here and there, preferred financing, mortgage financing, and a number of the items in this report and the plan would add into that. And we're very cognizant of the fact that every dollar saved on a project correlates to another family that can afford to rent in our buildings. So even small incremental amounts are super important in what we do. Another key factor on this one, and I think this is from our perspective, probably the single biggest thing about the timing for this couldn't be better. We think with the Build Canada programs that are coming from the federal government, it could be a generational opportunity to build housing. And it's pretty clear that that funding is only going to go to agencies who can get shovels in the ground. And unlike some of the funding when we're fighting amongst the pot in Ottawa, like make no mistake, we'll be competing against other provinces, other cities for this funding. And the recommendations in this report are going to allow us to be a lot more nimble and agile and allow us to position the affordable housing sector as a whole and the city to be able to respond and get our proportionate share and hopefully more of the money that does become available. So in short, we're really thrilled about the recommendations. From our perspective, it really felt like a very much a collaborative process with both the private sector, affordable sector, as well as having staff at the table with these recommendations. And the amount of alignment around the table was something I haven't seen before. So I think it was a really great process and look forward to seeing these things put into action.
Okay, thank you again. Councillor Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Cliff, not only for being here today, but obviously for working on the task force. I think that was really important to have the voice of Ottawa Community Housing as a major player in the nonprofit sector there. I just want to talk about, you mentioned the 3 points in terms of scale of what we can do, because obviously affordable housing, and that was highlighted in the report, is important. Ottawa Community Housing plays a role not only just on our own properties, but also in working with partnerships.
Yeah, so we've been certainly positioning ourselves to be able to scale up, and I think we've seen that in the last couple of years. And then part of that is this ability to get things to market. The longer that period of time takes, it involves risk. The minute you spend, several fiscal cycles, interest rates change, you have COVID, all those good things. So our ability to go from a concept to execution, you take it down to a year, you reduce costs, you reduce risk. And our ability to leverage the private sector on the delivery, we work with general contractors, we work with architectural firms. So I think it's a good hybrid model. And from what we've seen, if there is a Construct Canada opportunity, Build Canada, it'll be very, very easy to meet those demands. And I think our biggest challenge will be able to do it in the timeframes that we can prove to them that those shovels can go in the ground. And part of that's the approval process.
That's great. So we need that cooperation with the city, obviously, who's our single shareholder. But also we can work with others in the community to help those who also have objectives to create nonprofit housing.
Across the sector, and I think that's a big change for us too, is, and I think it was mentioned earlier in one of the presentations is, and we're already doing it on the supportive housing side, is to build not just for OCH, but build across the sector. We're working with co-ops right now. We're working with several nonprofit housing agencies. Matthew Perry House is another good example of using that skill set to get better social outcomes.
Yes, thank you. And it's not, this report was about streamlining, so it didn't get into supportive housing, but of course that is really important that we're tackling that market.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Mark McCauley, who I believe is online from Ottawa Salis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As a supportive housing provider and as CEO of Ottawa Salis, our vision is stable housing for everyone. We know that everyone, like every home, needs a strong foundation. And likewise, the Housing Acceleration Plan is foundational to scaling and moving away from a siloed housing system to a true housing ecosystem, including deeply affordable and supportive housing. With this plan, Salis sees a great opportunity for our sector. It is a social infrastructure investment to scale, to meet the needs of our clients we serve, to rethink partnerships and innovate with partners like OCH. Ottawa Salis wants to thank the members of the task force and the members of the city who helped to prepare this report. We endorse this plan, and I would dare to say it is also a vision. As we see this as a necessary component to end homelessness and increase the number of supportive housing units in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for coming out today. And of course, it's a very important partnership we have with Salis, that is Ottawa Community Housing. And so it's great to hear from the supportive housing sector to hear how the streamlining will benefit building more supportive housing. Is that right?
That is correct. It definitely will.
Okay,
and we have to think at scale. It's the only way we can do it.
No, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the partnership with Ottawa Community Housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Troster.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. It's so nice to hear from you and also from other folks in the nonprofit housing sector. Um, Correct me if I'm wrong, though. One of the major expenses associated with supportive housing is operating costs, correct?
Yes, that would be, it's lining them up. However, if we take this approach and we work with partners like Ottawa Community Housing, we can, instead of reacting to funding, if we plan ahead and have the shovel in the ground, like have it ready for shovel ready, it gives us a timeline where we have a few years to get the operating dollars versus funding for housing comes and we can't take it because we don't have the operating dollars. So it's really, Cliff would often say, and I'd say we're rewiring the system. And this is what, like, the risky part for the city, it's a culture change, but it is a rewiring of the system. And I think absolutely essential to what we do.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate that. I know the biggest challenge in my ward is the need for high acuity supportive housing. And so I still worry about those operating dollars, but I appreciate hearing how you think this plan fits into the overall objective. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. Thanks for all you do. We appreciate it. Next, we will go to Catherine Boucher of the Dalhousie Community Association.
Oh, lost my text.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Bonjour. Sorry, something went wrong here. Bonjour tout le monde. Thanks for being
Good day,
here.
everybody.
I know you've got lots of discussion yet ahead. I'm happy to have my 5 minutes. My name is Catherine Boucher. I'm president of the Dalhousie Community Association. In a former life, I spent 25 years as a nonprofit housing developer. So I'm very familiar with the processes and frustrations. And I just want to add that during my tenure, we were not exempt from any city fees. We paid DCs, we paid building permit fees, we had all the reports, and we paid full property taxes. So it was a different time. And I think the city has done a lot to help the nonprofit sector as it should and as well. The Dalhousie Community Association represents the western part of Somerset Ward, which is known to most of you as Little Italy / Chinatown / Le Breton Flats. Part of our area is Bayview Station, which is the hub between the north-south and east-west LRT lines. Therefore, we are at the highest density hub possible. So we are in the 50 to 60 story tower universe at this point in time. But we are a very old neighborhood, most of it built up very long time ago, with a few exceptions being Le Breton Flats, which was torn down and is now being rebuilt, and some newer sites like the redevelopment of Rochester Heights and the Booth Street EMR Canlands site. We are one of the areas of Ottawa noted in the recent forestry report as having a significant equity issue when it comes to tree canopy. So we are extremely tree deficient and green space deficient. I want to note there's much to applaud in the report, mainly as it relates to affordable housing, most notably non-market, non-profit housing, and how the city can speed up that work. And I want to support everything that Cliff and Katie mentioned around those issues. However, I do want to touch on the issue of community benefits because that affects communities, and I'm here representing a community association. I understand motions are often the result of negotiations and come as a compromise, but I feel that a 5-year semi-moratorium on CBs will essentially mean the slow death of a much needed piece of city making. And reducing the benefit from 4% to 1% of land value for our neighborhood is a move in the wrong direction. We are building 50 plus stories vertical communities. These new neighbors need places to walk, bike, sit under trees, play soccer and basketball. We will not be doing this without raising taxes significantly or using tools like community benefits and cash in lieu of parkland that are meaningful and result in livable and healthy communities. I also want to note that many of the issues in the report are being punted forward and will require the city to staff up accordingly if they wish to address them all. The city cannot do more with less anymore. We have been doing it for far too long. Please consider how we will do this work and hold on to the resources you will need. Personal PS, raise my taxes, please. Merci.
Thank you. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Catherine. I'd like to take advantage of your long memory for a moment and ask if you can tell us about any projects that have benefited the community using either Section 37 or community benefits charges in the time that you have been representing the community, because I think it's just important for folks to hear the kinds of things that we do with this money.
Right. So I'm going back in time to Section 37, although I do believe, speaking for my old employer, CCOC, that possibly the forward development in Jeff Leeper's ward got some community benefits money. I know that the CCOC development on Arlington got some Section 37 money from a building Domicile did on Rochester Street. That was extremely helpful to that project, actually made it work. In our community, we got some Section 37 benefits that have given us a community garden at the corner of Preston and Somerset, where people are growing food and having community interactions. They're a very important piece of our community work. We've had some public sculptures, which are adding to the livability at the corner of, I think, Cambridge and Somerset. So that kind of thing that just makes something that much easier to achieve. I mean, it's very hard. I heard people talking about DCs, and we're using DCs to support existing infrastructure. Well, that's because our taxes don't support our existing infrastructure. So I don't really care where the money comes from. We have to have roads, we have to have sewers, we have to have sidewalks. That's what makes a city livable and a city healthy. And we need, in my community, more trees, more green space, more recs centers. We have a huge site at 1010 Somerset. Nobody's telling me how we're going to pay for a new rec center and a park. So where is this money coming from, if not from development charges and community benefits? These are, you can't ask people to live on the 50th floor of a tower and not have access to a tree or a bike lane or a park to kick their soccer ball with their kids. So all of those pieces don't give it up. Like, don't give it up, because if you give it up for 5 years, you'll never get, I remember when I sat on the mayor, Jackie Holzman task force on, here's my, gray hair, downtown revitalization, and we exempted the downtown from DCs to spur development of residential. And when all of the development was happening in the downtown core and cranes were popping up every week in the downtown core, trying to get the DCs back was like pulling teeth. If you give it up, you will never get it back. So I would say, don't give it up. Don't make it less, because you're just making it a meaningless thing that won't actually. I'm really interested in Jeff's numbers on the starts, because I think there's lots to learn there, and I'd love to have a deeper dive in your next newsletter, because if the starts are there, why are we giving people a break? This is not the time to give people a break, and you need all that money. I'm not joking.
Thanks, Catherine. And
All I can say.
I'll just add another example of how Section 37 or community benefits money was used. My predecessor, when a rooming house came up for sale in the neighborhood, they were able to use Section 37 money to purchase the rooming house and to transfer it to nonprofit ownership with the mission. It took a derelict property that was a problematic property in the neighborhood, and it made it successful supportive housing. As a bulwark against all the private development going on in the neighborhood where we're losing that kind of affordable housing. So anyway, I really appreciate your perspective, both as a former housing developer and as a community association president. Thank you so much, Catherine.
Good luck.
Thank you. Merci, Catherine. Next, we'll go to Miguel Tremblay. Thank you for waiting it out.
Good. Thank you very much. I was a happy participant in the task force, and I just wanted to come in and share my thoughts mostly on outcomes and, if possible, if I have time, on process. I'm intending to speak to 2 of the 5 objectives. I'm a land use planner at FOTEN, and most of my contributions, I think, were part of the improving the approval process and maybe some contributions to the shift in culture. But as I was sitting here, I thought I would offer maybe 2 observations related to cost. One in particular, the CBC, that's garnered a lot of attention here. One of the things that I'm noticing for my suburban builders and infill builders is that rather than building 5 or 6-story buildings, maybe with underground parking, they are building 4-story buildings and with surface parking to skirt the burden or the obligation of paying the CBC. The outcome to the city, though, is you're losing units. You're leaving units on the table in these strategic locations, because oftentimes they do coincide with transportation corridors or proximity to stations. You're losing the uplift value, the development charges. But, there's been a lot of discussion about the CBC, and the goal isn't to raise money through the CBC. The goal is to build units. And I think that's important to consider here, is we're trying to look at levers to get units built. The second observation on costs that I'll make is we're fortunate we have a great Ottawa-based clients. FOTEN also has a lot of national-based clients. Even the Madamies and the Mintos build elsewhere. And I think it's a great initiative that we're trying to make Ottawa more development, housing friendly, and trying to find levers to reduce costs. And I think this is important because we're competing against other municipalities for their investments. RioCan builds nationally, BGO builds nationally, and they may have 25 projects on the go, and we're competing against those other municipalities. So leveraging those costs. You want units built, we have to find ways to attract investment. It's like everything else. So I think these financial components are very, very critical to this path. Having said that, I said I was going to speak about process in particular. Yes, we have a lot of units that are approved in Ottawa. Most of them are at the official plan and zoning bylaw stage. What's coming next is site plan applications to actually build these units. And I think that's the value of some of these changes related to process is we're going to harmonize that process and make it easier to build those units and get through those site plan applications. Some of the things are relying on letters of undertaking or accelerating the agreement process in legal services. But there are a few others that I wanted to bring to your attention. One is on the notion of reducing the number of studies, and Councillor Leeper brought that up. Oftentimes what we're talking about here is actually asking for the right studies at the right time. Do we need a noise study at the time of a zoning bylaw amendment? Probably not. Do we need a transportation study at the corner of Bank and Kent, where it's an existing intersection where we're not going to blow it out and add turn lanes? Probably not. Do we need a shadow study in an area that's already characterized by high rise, or that the official plan already supports significant height? Those are the kind of recommendations we're doing with studies. We're not talking about circumventing the review process, but being more strategic and cost effective as to what we're asking for. The second one is the removal or retooling of some of the secondary plans. You know, a lot of these secondary plans are seriously out of date with the direction of our official plan. To amend them is a $40,000 application with supporting studies and all of the effort associated with that. And all we're usually doing is harmonizing it with the council approved official plan. You're adding an unnecessary burden. And I think most importantly, you're discouraging staff and sometimes planning committee and council from approving those applications because of an older policy document that was drafted in 2008. The last one is near and dear to my heart, the design guidelines. Most of the time, the guidelines target floor plates and an over-reliance on the angular plane. Some of you have heard me say this already. But
that's time, unfortunately. Yeah, if you could just wrap up, thanks.
What those do is they undermine densities, efficiencies, and constructability. And that's the lens that we need to look at when we're looking at these methods, these 53 methods to fix and improve our approval process. I have more, but I'll leave it to that.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you very much for being here. So with respect to your comments about being competitive on a national scale, I think that, you know, that was the ambition, the vision of the task force to say we are going to be the most housing development friendly city in Canada. So would you say that, you know, given the suite of recommendations, that if we were to follow those through, do you see a sea change? Because I do know, for example, even with some of the properties in College Ward, they're owned by REITs or other groups that are developing in other parts of the country first or other parts of the province first. So do you see some competitiveness coming through here in the way that the task force had intended?
I think so. Our clients measure everything, and it's no coincidence. They measure it on time and they measure it on cost. And these recommendations try to do both. We have to show ourselves more development friendly than Mississauga or Calgary, so that developers are incited to come and develop here. But we also have to manage costs for them. City of Mississauga significantly slashed their development charges. That incentivizes RioCan, BGO, Mattamy to look elsewhere potentially. I think there's opportunities here. I don't want to discount that the fact of getting approvals in a timely way makes us development ready. It makes us able to be nimble when these costs do go down or the market adjusts. That's the value of reshaping our approval process. And if you take opportunities to help costs, you will be incentivizing these clients to come here and build here.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Miguel, for coming out. Great explanation. I appreciate that. I will have questions for staff later on, especially on the permitting process, because you guys have come to me how many times saying, can we speed up the process on permitting? I've been pretty hardcore on that as well, where I'm like, why is it taking so long? Why are we waiting till day 90 to do this when it's sitting on a desk? I'll be pressing very hard on that. I think that's very important. When I look at other municipalities like Toronto's, the Londons, the KWs, Kitchener-Waterloo's, St. Catharines, all these ones that have achieved their targets, but yet we weren't able to do that here, losing millions of dollars. Would more permitting see more building? Because I'm getting two stories here. Sounds like finance versus number of applications. Is there a correlation between the two? If we stamp things faster, is that going to change things?
I'm going to say short answer is yes.
Okay.
But the long answer is oftentimes Ottawa looks at a unit, and a unit is a unit is a unit. And maybe we're not going to get that much high rise. Like there's a lot of construction in the high rise that started post-COVID. A lot of those buildings are now starting to lease up. It's not always going good. Some of them are going great, but it's not always going great. Rents are coming down. Maybe we're going to get a little less high-rise construction, but we are seeing a lot of suburban growth. There's mid-rise buildings going up. There's actually in your ward, they broke ground in the last 2 months on a 26-story, 212-unit building at the corner of Montreal and Blair. So there is building activity occurring.
Tons.
So there are starts, but it may not be all high rise. It may be a mix. And I think we have to be ready to pounce on whatever is available to get those units to our market.
Wonderful. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair Leeper.
Thank you very much. I want to just pursue some of what I was asking Mr. Burgraff as well with respect to the financial analysis. So baked into this package of changes and incentives to try to spur housing are quite a number of financial incentives. Deferred DCs, foregone CIL, foregone CBCs. There's no question, I think, all of us as city councilors have faced our frustrations working with staff in trying to get projects that put a lot of housing in that have gotten stalled in process. And I'm really glad to see a number of culture and process changes recommended here. But for the foregone and lost revenues, we have not seen any analysis to indicate that those will spur shovels in the ground. Can you give us any assurance that if we forego the revenues we're proposing to forego, that we will have more units under construction in a year and a half, 2 years than we would if we didn't forego those revenues?
So short answer is, out of the 53 recommendations, there's no silver bullet. There's nothing that says you do this, you get this. But one of the task force members said it very early on in terms of the municipal costs. It's death by 1,000 cuts. So land values have gone up maybe 8 times over in the last 5 years. So these amounts, when we're calculating 4% of a land value, is considerably larger than it was, most likely larger than when they bought the property in the first place, and they weren't carrying that kind of money. Development charges continue to go up, and they have to carry that into their pro formas. All of these things contribute to costs. Anything we can do to offset, and again, not all builders are the same. We have suburban builders that build single family homes. We have mid-rise builders. We have high-rise builders. There's probably something in there for everyone that can spur some sort of pro forma and get some development going. But right now, we're looking at levers to have a cumulative impact in reducing the costs. Is it just the CBC? Is it just the deferral? I think the task force was very clear that there should be some efforts by the city in trying to secure other benefits, whether they're working with the federal government, provincial partners, whatever, to try to affect some of those levers. Some of those things are beyond the city's control. They're beyond builders' controls, the cost of materials, all of those things. But builders are looking at solutions, and I've heard a lot of that today. Well, what are you doing? Well, builders are looking at solutions. For instance, I have smaller builders that are, and actually some larger builders like Kavan, are looking at modular construction. All right, so I have guys that are right now in New Brunswick today looking at factories to bring modular construction back. By the way, and we've tried to make this point to the zoning team. Modular construction, because of the way it's assembled and transported, is about 12.5 meters in height. Your proposed height in your comprehensive bylaw is 11 meters. So you're actually not facilitating modular construction, but builders are investigating it and they're trying to make it happen. So those are the kind of things that we want to continue to work with the city on, so that a builder doesn't have to go get a minor variance and it takes him 8 months at the Committee of Adjustment, as per Mr. Chown's comments, so he's no further ahead. So, but builders have been doing all of these things. They're exploring alternative financing, alternative construction, factory-built houses. These are all things that they're trying to do, even skimping on consulting costs and not hiring FOTAN. Like, these are all things that they're trying to do to save money and get units to to market, rather.
Thank you. I think so what I'm hearing is that, I mean, you can't demonstrate numerically or with evidence or provide assurance that, you know, with at a certain level of reduction of the community benefit charge is going to result in this many more units. It's a package of things. It's going to be really difficult to discern the effect of one over another. And I'm asking that question in the context of Councillor Johnson's motion, which would see a significant reduction in the amount of CBCs that we are collecting, that I cannot imagine would be a hurdle to getting more housing built, particularly if we get the culture and the process changes right.
Is that a question?
I don't know if we'll agree on this one, so do you agree or not agree with me on that?
But again, like everybody realizes there's a fair amount of units that are already approved. They're not getting built. So it is actually an issue of cost. And 4% of the value of the land on a property that, I don't know, pick $4 million for fun. Although I'm not going to embarrass myself and do the math in front of you, but that's a substantial amount of money. And yes, it could be the difference between a project getting off the ground or not, especially given the scale of it.
In a TOD or in a PMTSA area, which is where we would, Councillor Johnson's motion would propose collecting only 1%. That's a really significant reduction. And I'm sorry, the mayor's going to cut me out. He's looking at me. Yeah, he's going to cut off the back and forth, but
Section 37 was very sophisticated. It was project specific based on a measure of impacts and trying to repair something. Section 37 went away, and what we are left with is everything above 10 units, 5 stories, you get burdened with this regardless of impacts. I'm not going to agree that a 5-story building off Innis Road has impacts, but it has a CBC associated with it. I'll leave it to that.
No, but it is also, if it's attainable pricing, is exempt from development charges. And those CBCs are a way in which we can try to recover some of those. And in neighborhoods that are changing quickly with those 4-story, 3-story multi-res units, they are replacing truly affordable housing. And the CBCs, a number of us have been using those to try to ensure that there's at least some affordable housing in these rapidly gentrifying neighborhoods. Miguel, may I just ask, I don't want to go back and forth on that one, you know where I stand. Is it your understanding that when the task force recommends removing the zoning hurdles to modular housing, that what's meant by that is that we're going to have to adopt a 12.5 meter height limit in our zoning bylaw for any of those 3-story areas?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll ask staff about that, and certainly that's no skin off my nose, but it's good to get that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tremblay, thank you very much for your delegation. I really do, I do appreciate the spirit in which you are looking to speak, in that, you know, you are advocating for a plan that will help make development more competitive and more development friendly. And I think in the whole, I would like to think that, you know, that you would agree that what we have here with these 53 recommendations, even, you know, even zeroing in on the concern you have on the motion on CBCs, even taking that aside, we still would have an excellent plan of 52 recommendations. And when you were making reference to clients that sometimes have to make a go, no go decision on whether to go 4 stories or 5, that's not necessarily in isolation to their concern over CBCs. That's in reflection of all of the elements, procedural, cultural, process that we are looking to address with this. And so taken as a whole, I'd like to believe that this plan, even with the current Johnson recommendation of reducing those CBCs down to 2% instead of 4%, would still be an excellent plan that will make things far more development friendly for the industry. The question I would like to ask, because I am largely supportive of everything here, when I think about my residents and my constituents in an area that has not seen development hardly ever, and I have clients of yours that are bringing a lot of development to the Maryvale Triangle, and the social contract that I've had with those residents is to get them on board with the kind of massive exponential intensification that they have never seen. I get them on board by telling them what they will benefit, specifically their areas, from community benefit charges. I can't be laser focused on DCs because I can't spend those DCs in my ward. So to those residents that look for what do they get in their neighborhoods from the loss of CBCs, if we were to lose CBCs as a whole, or even just lose the small amount of 50%, or even just a massive discount on PMTSAs, in your opinion, what would you recommend as a way for me to make up all that I lose from those CBCs, all of that better sidewalks, more transit infrastructure, affordable housing? How would you help me help my residents in that way?
You may not like my answer fully.
That's okay. You don't like the question.
Units. We are in a housing crisis. We have a deficiency of units. We didn't get our money from the feds and the province because we're not cranking out enough units. We need units. The people in your neighborhood, largely single-family homes, need somewhere to transition to in their older years. That's what the Taberge project does. It's a high-rise residential project, multi-res, at a transit station. The end goal is units, first and foremost, not the CBCs. The CBC is how you mitigate for some of those impacts. But you know, when we used to do Section 37, it wasn't all about cash. It was about finding things that had community benefits. For instance, building a POPs at the corner, at the intersection for the benefit of the larger community, or making community rooms available. We lost that as part of the Section 37. So now it's all about cash. But ultimately, if we're measuring our success by how much cash we got in the coffer and not by how many units we got built, my example about builders foregoing the 5th and 6th floor because they don't want to pay the CBC means the city got 30 less units on that project. And that project might be on Innis Road near like a transit, you know, like a rapid bus corridor. So, I mean, we can't lose sight of the fact that this task force exists. It wasn't intended to be to generate money for the CBC. It was to generate units. That's, I think, the end goal, and that's the benefit of to your community.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I guess I hope what the industry might look forward to is, like, even in the Johnson motion, there's a sunset clause on it for the end of 2028. And if all of these recommendations pass, including the Johnson motion, then the industry might look down 2.5 years from now and just see how the landscape changed for them in a very supportive way. And so we would get those units, and hopefully our communities also get the things that they need out of that relationship with industry.
And if I may, and you heard it from staff, this is not an end point. This is a starting point. There's obligations here to reevaluate our successes and even make changes and add other things. We may uncover things that we didn't think of before. Like, this is not the final point in this. Like, there's going to be a working group that's going to look at the implementation. Are we being successful? Were we being too aggressive, not aggressive enough? Something else may come up, right? So I don't think these committees should leave this table thinking that's it, we're done. We're not. It's just a starting point. So the opportunity to reevaluate sunset clauses, even the CBC had a sunset clause. It was 5 years. Like, these things are intended to be reevaluated. We shouldn't be shy about that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Tremblay, thank you. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't have a chance to put it up there. Why 5 years, Miguel? That's one of the things that I think I really pushed back at. We have no idea whether or not the macroeconomic conditions in Canada are going to be more conducive or not to home building 5 years from now. We don't know what the economy is going to be 6 months from now.
Well, a couple thoughts. One, and I didn't get to this in my comments, but this task force was not what I expected. I thought it was just going to be a bunch of us in a room complaining and somebody was going to jot it down. It was actually very different. And it was different from the first day in that we walked in and all of senior staff were there and they hadn't told us that. But it ended up being a very collaborative process for that reason, because senior staff was there to bounce ideas off, assess limitations, think about opportunities. It was much better than what I thought it was going to be. And actually, it should be the model for how we talk about changing culture there. That task force is the model of having staff working with the industry to find solutions. We got to 5 years because we thought that would be something that would be palatable to this group in discussions with staff. It also coincides, there are some market analysis that predict that we are not going to get a lot of high-rise units built over the next at least 5 years, because we have a fair amount that came online and they're eventually going to get leased up. Rents are going down and eventually they're going to go up. It's not next year. It's probably in 5 years where rents are we're going to get to the point we're going to say, we think we have a housing crisis now. waiting 5 years when nothing got built during those 5 years. And I think that was kind of the juncture where we were hoping to avoid that precipice that we're on the verge of. Good answer?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate hearing that. Unfortunately, this committee doesn't have that analysis. We don't have sample pro formas. We don't have that analysis. We're being asked to take a flyer. And I can say that I'm going to be supporting this package, particularly if Councillor Johnson's motion passes, without really any kind of quantitative analysis, financial analysis of what this might mean. That's editorial comment. I appreciate
it's been in place for 3 years. You have 1.5 million. If there's no housing, you're not getting any more of it. And I think you have to weigh that.
I'm looking at more units of housing under construction today than at any point in the last 6 years.
Those were started post-COVID.
This is turning into a discussion, not a question and answer session.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you again for being on the task force as well. We'll go to Brandon Bay next, who is online.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Brandon Bay. I'm with Make Housing Affordable. I'm no stranger to the Planning and Housing Committee, certainly. And I want to, at the top, just start off by saying that I think this housing acceleration plan is good. It has a lot of great ideas. And as an organization, we feel really heard by this process and this committee. And we're excited to see that things are moving in the right direction after many years of advocacy. And it includes a lot of the items that we've been asking for the last 4 years. So we're very excited about what we're seeing in here. But in the interest of, not going too much into what everybody's already said today and making this a more efficient use of time, and since the finance committee that I don't talk to as often are here today, that I do want to take a little time to talk about how, we do have a financial crisis that the city has talked about, that the mayor has expressed concern with over the last several years. And this plan, if done in a vacuum, could do harm. It could just trade the housing crisis for several other crises. And there's a lot more things that we need to do along with this. And so this is a great first step, but we need to make sure that it's not, something that we look at and say, okay, job's done, and pat ourselves on the back and move on, that there's a lot more to do after this. I'd like to say that at the volume we collect them, development charges and CBCs are not a good thing. The things they fund are good, and we do need to build them. We do need to include them in our communities, but funding them solely and entirely as a tax on new residents is not the way to do that. They're not growth paying for growth. They're a pyramid scheme for city infrastructure. But we're at this point in part because municipalities have been underfunded and underpowered for about 30 years now, and we don't have a lot of choice in where this money needs to come from to get these things built. And so I'd like to praise the mayor's approach of saying that we're going to reduce development charges as much as we possibly can, given the money we're going to receive from other levels of government, about asking for that help and using it to make sure that the city can still fund the important things it needs to do while moving forward on getting housing built. Because development charges right now make almost 20% of our capital budget. And when development charges stall out, when development stalls out, development charges disappear and we lose that fifth of our budget and things don't get built anymore. And so planning this way isn't an effective way to get things done, especially in this current economic climate. So we're at a point where we either need to raise taxes and admit that, we don't have enough money coming in from the coffers and we just need to bring it more in from the population. And we heard a delegate, a few before me, say that she'd like her taxes raised. And I would join her and say you can raise mine too. But I think everybody at this table knows that Ottawa voters on the whole probably won't choose that option. And so the alternative is density. We need to get density happening now. And where we build, densely or otherwise, we need to make sure that those communities are complete so that people don't create 20 minutes of congestion to get a cup of coffee, so that we don't exacerbate the growing traffic crisis that isn't one we've declared yet, but I think people are experiencing it more and more every week. Building a sea of sprawling homes beyond the Greenbelt with nothing to serve them, it's straining every part of our city, and yet things like Taywin remain our grand solution, that we're just going to build more of these suburbs at a distance from the city, intending for them to come downtown. And it's unsustainable. It's already past the point where it's sustainable. Here where I live in Riverside South, we're just putting the finishing touches on a sad strip mall, a 6-minute walk from rapid transit. And the plan is to build that at 3 corners of the intersection where Limebank Station is. This is an opportunity that we've missed, somewhere that we could have built a lot of density, that these don't need to be single-story, single-use strip malls, but they could be high-density, transit-oriented development. And we need to make sure that we're focused more on the right kind of density in the right opportunities when they present themselves. And, you know, we could have had 3,000 more taxpayers here instead of collecting a few development charges. And that would be ongoing money forever instead of a bunch of money once. And that should be our aim.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Brandon. I just wanted to thank you for your nuanced perspective and for understanding the position that we're in as a city. I agree. This one is a gamble. And as I said, biting my tongue here, just because, you know, I'm skeptical, but I'm willing to see if it works. Are there any other measures that you think are missing from this report? Because my concern is, I think if we're relying on all this development to fill the infrastructure gap, that's not going to happen quickly, and we still have real and present infrastructure problems that need to be fixed. So I'm just interested in hearing your perspective on that.
Yeah, obviously nothing is going to change immediately. It's a big problem that we're facing. It's going to take a number of years to resolve unless another level of government is willing to step in and grant the city additional powers or offer a big chunk of money to get things done. And it seems like, you know, there are moments of flashes of that money maybe presenting itself that this might happen for us, but the political winds at the other levels of government are changing often. So I think you're right not to bank on that. The big thing that I think it would help further that we're missing right now, that I gave as feedback in the zoning bylaw review as well, is that we're not doubling down on the mixed use hard enough. We're not taking advantage of the big opportunities we've got here to keep people in their communities, to like build in a way that's more environmentally sustainable, to make progress on our climate targets, to densify these new town centers that we're building in communities and allow things to happen. And so, you know, the speaker before me mentioned that we're not quite at the height limit that would allow modular development to really take off. We're not allowing, you know, corner stores and home businesses in quite as many communities as we could. We're allowing these single-story strip malls, like I mentioned in Riverside South, to go up around the city that could have thousands of taxpayers in them, so close to transit, but we're not quite permitting as much as we could. And I think that's a big way to go. And I think like both allowing the good things and forbidding the bad things, using say an interim control bylaw to say that you can't build these strip malls here while the new zoning bylaw and this official plan are in progress, to say that they're not going to be allowed anymore, is something that we could use, a tool in the toolbox to forbid these kind of low return on investment kind of projects that just take up land and don't give the city that ongoing source of revenue.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And it's interesting because when I came into this job, I said, look, it used to be considered progressive downtown to oppose a high rise, and you'll never hear me oppose a building just because it's high. In terms of those ancillary benefits, what I will say to other residents who are facing change in their neighborhood, the seniors who live in North Centertown finally have a grocery store, and it happened because the density reached that tipping point. So I do try to explain to people that this is a good thing, and maybe you do want those services in your neighborhood. Anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. That brings us to the end of our list of delegations. So councillors, members of the committee, you may now ask questions of staff or make comments. I will also say, just in the interest of clarity, that I've spoken to a couple of councillors about my motion on reducing housing costs and funding infrastructure, and I'm just going to remove from that motion the second last, be it further resolved clause, which raised some questions from some people, because it sounds like, even though it wasn't intended to be, it sounds like it contradicts the previous clause. So that is the second last one in the motion that says reducing housing costs and funding infrastructure. So we'll do that just for clarity. And Vice Chair Gower, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. It's been a long afternoon, but it's an important topic. I asked one of the delegations where the recommendations would have the biggest impact, or if they were spread out fairly evenly between greenfield, suburban, and apartment intensification, missing middle, or even homeowners who want to add an extra unit to their home. But I want to ask that to staff as well. Is there any area that's sort of advantaged more by these recommendations, or is it pretty evenly spread out amongst all housing types?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So the Housing Acceleration Plan was designed to prioritize development aligned with the official plan. So in particular, urban intensification was a key priority. There's some measures that are intended to support all development. So in particular, the process measures, the culture measures, and some of the cost-related measures. But primarily where there's additional measures or cost measures, they are directed towards supporting infill development in urban and near suburban kind of areas. Also in terms of downtown, intensifying residential within, in particular, the core or the central business district. So those are really the areas that were of prime focus.
Okay, thank you. I think the biggest challenge is going to be culture, because it's quite easy to change a fee structure or to change or to remove studies required. But that culture thing, I mean, Katie Burkholder-Harris said it really well today. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I know you're committed to culture change, and we've already seen some changes, and the department continues to evolve. But where do you see the biggest challenges within the department, and how are you going to do that? How are you going to change the culture in a large organization like this?
Through the mayor, thanks for the question. I mean, I've been here 3 months, a little bit more than that, and I would say that, and I've spent a lot of time talking with staff. What I hear is that there is some frustration or confusion about what is most important. So I think this conversation today and the one we're going to have at council next week are absolutely vital. Wherever this lands, this will provide us North Star. If everything's important, then nothing's important. And so we need to understand it's not housing at all costs, but what is most important as we try to get more housing starts. What is the expectation? The other thing I hear a lot is that there's a willingness to take risks, but we also handcuff our staff with out-of-date guidelines or requirements. So we say, sure, take risks, but follow these rules. And then if we escalate, we can find a creative solution quite often, but it shouldn't require an escalation up to the GM level to get there. And then we look to staff and say, well, you should have been more creative. Well, we didn't give them the tools to take risks, to be innovative. And I think they want to do that. They just they want some bumper rails on this. They want to know what's going to be acceptable, and they want to know if they take a risk that they're going to have somebody who will have their back and make sure that that was a safe risk to take. So it's about education. It's about understanding the whole process so they can understand the impact of their work on a day-to-day basis and how it's influenced or could influence both upstream and downstream of the job that they do. And I think that the reason that the provincial changes didn't work enough and they had to wind some of that back is that it's on the shiny stuff, but the real hard work in development is way messier, way more detailed, involves hundreds of details and decisions that no one at this table would have any real clue about because most people wouldn't. It's a lot of very, very interconnected decisions. So I'm grateful for the task force conversation and the detailed recommendations they gave us because it gives us a place to start. They're not new ideas. A lot of them have been given before, but what I think is hopeful in this package is the scale and the comprehensive approach that's being taken. So is culture change easy? No, but I think that we have very professional staff who are very dedicated, and I think they want some clear direction and a little bit of support to make those risk-based decisions to get things done.
Okay. Either question to you, Marcia, or to our city manager, Wendy. Do we have the internal expertise to manage that change management cultural change exercise that we need to go through? Are you planning to bring any extra help, or what resources are available to you?
So I would say this is something that I've spent my whole career doing, so I'm very comfortable in this space. I think that there are supports in the organization that are willing to lend a hand. I've had a lot of outreach, for example, from our HR side, offering to get involved, but I think that we need to see if we can improve the processes and the turnaround times and the outcomes, and then build structures that support it, as opposed to starting with a structure organizational change and then expect that to make it happen. And that's for the same reason I wouldn't say we need to add more staff at this point. Are there points in this process where I think we're understaffed? Yes, but I don't think now's the time we need to make a better process before we then decide where we need to put the resources, and they may be in places that people wouldn't expect. For example, some of our downstream areas where you see a lot of inspections and technical work, and as housing starts to increase, that's just more work for a small group of people. So, but I'm confident that we have the tools to do this, and I think it's. I'm not worried about our ability to address these issues. I think there's a lot of willingness and talent in the team to do so.
And I guess a follow-up, do you feel you have a clear direction from council on housing as a priority, but also support for the changes that need to be made?
Yes, I do. I think that it was pretty clear when I got hired what the city was looking for in terms of filling this role. So I don't have any confusion about the mandate. I do think that we want housing that we're going to be proud of. And I think that the conversation and the motions and this discussion will help staff and myself really understand what would make housing livable and housing something that this council thinks the residents want. And that's really important direction that we're going to get out of this conversation.
Okay.
If I might add, Councillor, just to what Marcia was saying, we do have internal resources available. She mentioned that in her answer with respect to organizational development in the city of Ottawa. And part of that offering is helping with the culture change. So appreciating the fact, there's clarity in terms of what needs to be done. We're seeing that North Star. Those resources are also there to assist.
Okay, thank you. I'll just try to wrap up quickly, Mayor. I think what maybe folks here committee struggling with a bit today is housing is complex. And I think we're all generally strongly supporting this task force report, but we're also trying to reflect what we are hearing from our community. I think there's a lot of residents in my ward, and perhaps all wards, who wish we were a little less friendly with housing because they see the impact that this fast growth is having and can have on the quality of life in communities. So the time we spent on a very small community benefits charge, I think is reflecting what we are hearing from residents, that they're feeling the impact. I think we are right to prioritize housing growth, short-term growth, over some of the longer-term concerns about parkland dedication and amenities, but it is having an effect. And I think we're all asking reasonable questions. How much of an effect will these recommendations have? Will it work? Will we get more units? Will developers lower their prices? Will the other levels of government step up as well? That's a big one. In some ways, I feel like we're making important but small changes compared to some other tools that are out there from other levels of government. Rent control, interest rates, HST, land transfer costs. These could have a far bigger effect at juicing housing starts than some of the changes we've been talking about here. And I also think, these are all very important changes that are being recommended, but let's also put in context, our expectations is that these changes will not alone solve the housing crisis in Ottawa. But they're really important, and they're going to send a message to the other levels of government that we're doing everything we can in our power to make a difference, to improve housing starts and hopefully affordability. And we really need the other levels of government to take a serious look at everything they can do to make a difference as well. And I hope that's the outcome ultimately of the Housing Task Force and what's in front of us today. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower. Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you very much. I think we've had a really good discussion today, and Marcia, thank you for your leadership. I'm feeling very good about where we're going in the future, even though I've been waxing on and rattling on about how much money we've lost as a city. That was a good chunk of change by not hitting our housing targets. And you know, when I look at the Toronto's 67 million, London 12 million, KW 16 million, it goes down the list. Even Kingston, you know, they got 3 million by hitting those targets. I heard in the conversation today, we might not hit the targets for the next year again. So I'm just wondering, when we look at the other municipalities that are able to achieve their targets, how do you feel like you're going to be able to help restructure and get things going so we get more units? Because I think one of our delegations, Mr. Tremblay, indicated more units will create a more opportunity for people to actually have housing. What's your thoughts on how you're going to proceed with that to make sure we start hitting targets?
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. So this Housing Acceleration Plan was really designed to identify some short-term actions that could be put forward that would have a potential impact to unlock housing development. And they cut across the full range of the priority areas or the big moves that we were looking at to achieve that goal. So whether it's from streamlining process to affecting culture change to costs, to supporting affordable housing all the way through. So we looked at what are the things that we could put forward now that would start to unlock it, that would really incentivize the development community to, if they did have projects that were in the pipeline and they were holding off because the market conditions weren't such that that they were thinking that they would take the risk to develop, that they could run the numbers again and see if it worked and see if we can stimulate some development. So we put forward the measures that we felt could trigger some actions so we could get to the results and the units built, which would help us meet our targets and then access additional funding. So we think that that's quite important. So in the short term, measures that are in place, the longer term measures, and we recognize that council doesn't have all the information here to consider everything. We were asked to move with speed because the urgency is there. It is a crisis. Agreed. And so we took an approach where it was, what are the things that potentially have less risk or impact to the city and to its revenue stream? And we would undertake the analysis to really assess the more complex issues and to bring that back to council with all the information that you would need in order to make a decision. So that would include, what is the impact on revenue? What is it going to unlock in terms of housing? What types of housing and in what communities would they be successful in? We're fortunate to have Bloomberg Associates who is actively working with us on these measures. What we can tell you in the short term is that the situation in Ottawa is such, when you think about the cost to build and you think about things like land values relative to incomes, the situation in Ottawa is such that we need these measures and we need additional measures as well, is really what we're hearing from Bloomberg, and we'll have more of that information come back. But to answer your question, was really designed to try and unlock homes now and then bring forward the more detailed analysis on more complex items in the future.
Great, thank you. And in one of the other delegations, I was really trying to press, sometimes try to lead the horse to water, it doesn't always work. I kept referring to him to Jeff Jason, by the way, I apologize. When it comes to use it or lose it discounting, maybe I think that's something we really have to highlight here is what happens with all these discounts. I mean, we don't want to go for infinity and beyond here. We want them to build. What's built into the measures now to ensure that they actually build?
Through you, Mayor. So the measures that are put forward are primarily, they're all time bound. They're really to recognize that we're in a particular situation here where we have an undersupply of housing, we have cost constraints, and we have economic uncertainty that is really making it difficult both for the builders to build and take that risk to build, but also for purchasers or for renters to take on additional housing burden or housing costs. And so
Yeah, just how many, just state the years, that's fine.
so primarily the measures are about, they're 18 months for the most part. And there's different reasons for the different timeframes. So 18 months when we're looking at some of the deferrals of charges and cash in lieu of parklands, that's to allow for a more comprehensive review and for us to see if that's going to have an impact. Most of the measures really are bound by a year, or they're bound by the 18-month period. On the CBCs, it is a slightly longer period that is proposed. But it takes time to build, and that was in recognition of the fact that it does take time to build, and that builders do need some certainty in order to commit to undertaking that development. The other thing I'll say just really quickly, if I may, is that the report was also structured, and the proposal put forward to council really is that staff will return on a regular basis. So there's a return within 6 months with additional information. Staff will be coming forward to council on a very regular basis over the next 6 months with more detailed analysis on the full range of measures. So there will be constant communication on the housing acceleration plan, the items within the plan, and then in May of 2026, a more comprehensive assessment of how are these measures actually starting to take shape, how are they impacting our development, and an opportunity for consideration of additional measures, removal of measures, or changes as new information comes in.
Okay, thank you. So 18 months, if they don't start building, is it 18 months? I'm just looking for the timeframes. I don't need everything else, just from the time that stamp goes on, how long do they have before they lose the discounts?
It's 18 months.
So the second 18 months goes by, that's it. They're done. They got to start building.
They're in place for that period of time, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. So use it and lose it. And again, between now and council, colleagues, I know it's a great discussion. Obviously, it impacts some areas greater than others. And it's the ones that are being impacted, like ourselves, that are inside the green belt, that are the ones that are raising the concern, because we are sacrificing to be able to make these things happen. So while there is a bun fight on trying to build faster and quicker, I'll continue to press to make sure that we achieve our targets. I think that's important. Get those permits generated, but there's got to be a quid pro quo from industry. And we made it very clear on that. I think we have a good solution. At the end of the day, I don't think if Councillor Johnston's motion came forward, I don't know if we'd have complete support to be able to make those sacrifices, sacrificing parts of community essentially. But we realize we need the housing. So colleagues, I'll certainly be supporting Councillor Johnston's motion. I'll be looking also again, and I'll be very closely monitoring that we don't lose another annual year of money. We've given the tools to our city manager. We want to see planners back to work. We want them stamping things. We don't want to lose $47 million again. Very important stuff. So on that, that's all I have to add to this one. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Chair Lieber.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just before we go to council with this, I just want to get some clarity on some of the action items. The first of which, as you heard me ask about, was the Committee of Adjustment. What are staff thinking with respect to the Committee of Adjustment that was not well described in the recommendations?
Through the chair. So the Committee of Adjustment is one of the longer term recommendations coming back for next council. What we're looking at is taking look at what is delegated to the Committee of Adjustment and what could be done in-house, what's triggering a Committee of Adjustment application in the first place. We're suggesting this not be done until the end of this term, let the Committee of Adjustment function the way it is, and then before it is reappointed, we have a conversation with the next term of council, whether or not they want to do it differently. So it's not about changing their process, it's about looking at what gets sent to Committee of Adjustment for a decision. Similar to the way we have site plan, we have one level of site plan that is that goes through one like a development under 10 units doesn't go through site plan. And we have sort of two different levels of approach, whether or not it's a larger project or a smaller project. We're looking at the same kind of idea from a Committee of Adjustment perspective.
Okay, I think what Mr. Chown was suggesting was that some of the variances could be treated in the same way that we treat minor rezonings with a staff
That's
decision.
right.
Is
That's
that on
right.
the table?
Yeah. So the next term of council could delegate some of those decisions to staff instead of delegating them to the Committee of Adjustment.
Perfect, and I would support that. Is that something then that would be written into the first governance review report then? Presumably that would come forward at the beginning of the term of council.
Yeah, that's why we were thinking it would be done in that timeframe, so that before it gets reappointed, their terms of reference could be addressed.
Okay, thank you. Again, I didn't necessarily understand the eligibility for municipal capital facility designation. That was not well explained in the report. What are you thinking there?
Thank you for the question. So currently, the municipal housing facility bylaw includes a number of what's called requirements in order to qualify. So one is that the unit needs to be rented at or below the average market rent. There needs to be an agreement with the city in place, and also the individuals need to come from the centralized wait list. According to the provincial guidelines, what the municipality needs to do is to define affordable housing and eligibility. And there does need to be an agreement in place, but there isn't a definition that's provided. The municipality has the ability to set that. We know that, and we heard through this process and with the submissions from the nonprofit housing sector, that they're increasingly struggling to have viable projects and to qualify for the property tax exemptions. And so we also know that other municipalities have done things differently. So we want to look at that. So for example, Hamilton defines affordable housing as 125% of average market rent, which is still below listed rents.
Okay.
It's still quite a bit below listed rents. And so we want to look at those and to work with the nonprofit sector to see what type of changes we could propose for consideration by council that could help with their project viability, get more of their projects built, and just offer a different mix of rents within a nonprofit housing development, all still considered affordable and below what the market would offer.
So I just want to make sure I understood that that's a lot. There is the potential to include or expand eligibility for MCF to rental units that are renting for, market or somewhere in that vicinity that currently don't qualify for MCF.
Councillor, so we wouldn't necessarily recommend that market rents qualify. That wouldn't be the intention. That wouldn't be a municipal capital facility. However, the definition of affordable can be expanded and still be below market rent. The city has adopted average market rent, which is about 30% below what a rental unit currently lists at. So there's quite a bit of room in there beyond ensuring that all of the units are at average market rent. So for example, you could allow a range where some units can go up to 120% as an example. Those are the types of things that we want to explore with the sector to see if it might help them with project viability and then getting more projects that will work and pencil out.
Okay, the increased eligibility results in more units being viable and getting built. That's great, but it's foregone tax revenue, obviously, as well. So you've got that trade-off. I think certainly for my part, I wouldn't want to expand that eligibility so far away from what most of us think of as affordable housing that we forego revenue in the interest of achieving, just more units. I really want to make sure that we're achieving something that is appropriately affordable. So will you come back? I note strategic initiatives expected to implement by Q2 2026. That will still be a council decision?
Correct.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. I'm going to skip over a whole whack of these. So for the modular housing, we heard from, I think it was Miguel, with respect to the need to change the height limit to 12.5 meters in those 3-story neighborhoods if we are going to accommodate modular housing without rezoning. Is that something staff are going to propose probably at our December 8th meeting of planning and housing?
Through the chair, yes. That clarity from the task force came after we had completed draft 3. So it will be considered in what comes before committee in December.
As a staff initiated amendment, I assume. Perfect. The last question. I've received correspondence, I think a number of councillors probably did, from the Federation of Citizens Associations. They obviously are uncomfortable with having been left out of the task force process. That's something that we could have done at the beginning and chose not to, but here we are. Could you take it as direction once this has passed to go talk to the FCA to talk about how these recommendations might be implemented? Have a bit of an exchange with them?
Yes, we'd accept that direction.
Thank you. I can get that written up at some point. Sorry, one of the pieces that is missing or I didn't see in here is with respect to our procurement process. Right now, I'm having a discussion with some of our staff about sort of a rapid procurement in the interest of getting some affordable housing built, and I'm running up against procurement rules that we have. I have the option to come to council and to bring a motion to try to convince my colleagues. Where does procurement of land and getting it speedily into the hands of affordable not-for-profit partners come? Like, for example, there's lands that are adjacent to something that an affordable housing provider might be building. It comes up for sale, on city lands. There are city lands adjacent to something. We want to get it into the hands of a not-for-profit provider, but we have to go through a competitive tender. Could we do things like have a policy that says, look, if this land is adjacent to something that an affordable housing builder already has, we don't need to do a big tender on the land. We can just make sure it gets speedily into those hands.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to land disposal, the real estate policy requires that the land goes through a competitive process. When it relates to affordable housing, we do have flexibility on the policy, but that relates only to the value that we could transfer the lands for, so lower nominal, but not with regards to the public process.
So that's a policy, and I'm looking at 54 recommendations that presumably change our policy on things. Can we look at the procurement rules at the same time as we're looking at some of the other, the tendering rules at the same time as we're looking at some of these others?
Yes, we could consider that.
You know
it would
what?
Be, yeah.
Let's chat about it again at council.
Thank you.
We'll have an offline discussion on that one. Mayor, I just, as long as Councillor Johnson's motion goes through, so that we continue to see some revenues coming in to offset the effect of intensification, I'm prepared to urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this package. The advertising saw is something along the lines of, I'm wasting half my advertising budget, I just don't know which half. You've heard that. I feel as though we've got a whole bunch of municipal process and fees that may be holding the industry back. We just don't know quite which ones. So I am willing to go along with a fairly significant shift in our housing policies, processes, and fees. But 18 months from now, there better be a lot more shovels in the ground than there are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. The first question I have is in regard to the mayor's motion on downtown revitalization. It refers to a municipal service corporation model, and I'm wondering if staff could explain that a little bit more, what that is, how it works.
Thanks for the question. Basically, I think what that's addressing is another way to raise money outside of development charges. And so if you look at our current water utility that we have here today at the city, it's very embedded in the city operations. In some municipalities, I'm going to say perhaps some of the smaller municipalities, they benefit from having that arm's length corporation to be able to run that utility and raise their money perhaps in a different way. And it could be through the private sector markets. It could also be through debt issuance. So what I'm taking away from the motion is for staff to take a look at that to see if it's something that could be viable for us in terms of finding efficiency, alternative ways to raise money, to be able to finance things that might be cheaper for us, and how that might work here at the city.
Okay, thanks for that explanation because it's a new concept for me. I have a proposed friendly amendment to the motion, which is be it further resolved that in developing this toolkit, city staff work with councillors representing wards in the downtown area to engage in consultations with local communities to ensure that the toolkit is well designed to meet local needs. Is that accepted? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I know it's hard to get a global figure, but do we have a sense of what the combination of reduction in fees, deferral in fees, lowering, certainly with Councillor Johnson's motion of community benefits charges, what globally this will cost the city on a yearly basis or in the 5 years that we're proposing? Do we have any idea?
Through you, Mayor. So we'll be in a better position, Councillor, to return with that information. What we know is that the immediate measures, we know some of the costs to that. So for example, we know that when it comes to the CBCs, that currently the city's collected 1.59 million, and there's probably about roughly, and my colleague can correct me, but it's roughly about 6 million that have not been collected but would be eligible. So we know that that's where we're at now. We know that when it comes to freezing building code fees increases that had previously been approved, that's about a $1.3 million revenue shortfall. So there are certain measures that we do know. Deferring the collection of charges or cash in lieu of parklands, that revenue will still come in. It's going to come in later. And then there are some targeted measures that are about waiving fees. When it comes to that, we have information about what we've collected in the past. What we don't know is what's going to come in currently. The work that Bloomberg is doing with us, they've developed a model where they look at all these cost factors as well as the process improvements, and they assign value to that, and they help us run through that and really understand and quantify what the cost is, but also what is the potential benefit. So as other elements come forward, like as we come forward with subsequent reports, they're built out to give us enough time to finish that work with Bloomberg. It's customized to the Ottawa market, so it required time to get that information, to validate it, to ensure that that made sense, and to run the model. We're getting closer to having something that works, and then so we'll bring that forward. We'll also bring forward information in terms of what the impact is on these measures that are put forward where council didn't have the benefit of having that information as well. And that is why we built in the opportunities for reporting back, but also review and considering whether the measures are actually effective.
And for projects that might be underway or in the planning phase that we're supposed to draw from community benefits charges or from cash in lieu, is there an alternative funding source identified, or do those projects just go on ice right now?
Through the chair. So where we are at is there are 10 projects that make up that 1.6 million that my colleague has identified where we've collected the money. And all of those projects are in various stages of construction and building inspection. There are an additional 18 developments that make up the 5.8 or nearly 6 million that we think we would be eligible next. Those projects are all stuck somewhere in the process because you don't pay your community benefit charge till the end. So we don't know if removing this charge would unlock them, but that is the advice we were given by the task force and sort of the challenge we would then be putting on industry to see if in fact it does unlock those developments. Of the $31 million in projects that council approved in 2022 when this program was put in place, and the vision for all the money that was felt that we could collect eventually, there's a mixture of projects and therefore other sources. About 11 million of that is parks related projects that might be eligible to be funded through, say, the cash in lieu program. If we looked at it, there's a bunch of traffic and sidewalk related things that, so I think what we would look at is so none of the projects have been built or started because the program is kind of frozen because it's also under appeal. If there was an interest to move those projects forward, we'd of course look to other sources, but it's a broad mix of types of projects.
Okay, and in terms of the money that we would actually be given back, this is quite contentious. Are those for projects that are currently under construction we're giving, or are these projects that have not started building yet?
Through the chair, yes, these are, and I've learned this relatively recently because we tried to, realizing this was a controversial element in the package, we've done some more digging, and what I can confirm is that all 10 projects that have paid their community benefit charge are in some stage of construction and various levels of building code inspection in order to clear them to get to occupancy.
So why are we returning fees on projects that are being constructed if the goal is to spur construction?
I'm not sure. I would say that given this information, if council feels that's too much of an ask, I mean, I think that the idea of putting more money back into the market system so that things can move forward, but I think it's fair to say of those projects, and maybe it was a feeling of a level playing field if we stop charging CBCs, that we would, and we haven't spent any of the money at all, we would just basically suspend the program as if it never happened until it gets restarted. But especially given the motions on the floor, I think it would be wise for council to consider that element of the original proposal.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll put a pin in it because it's late in the day, but I actually think this is inconsistent and something we should talk about before council. So you might see a proposal from me on that coming forward. Another question in the mayor's motion referring to affordable housing. Do you have a working definition of affordable housing? Because it's not defined in the motion.
Through the mayor. So in terms of affordable housing, we define it as average market rent or below for most of the city programs. The city programs really do have a variety of definitions. So sometimes we're targeting 80% of average market rent, but for the most part, it's average market rent or below. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation looks at it from the perspective of incomes. And it really is that households to be paying an affordable rent would not spend more than 30% of their gross income on housing costs.
Okay, so this is another piece I'm going to want to look at, perhaps clarifying that definition of affordability in that motion. But again, it's late in the day, so I can accept that that could potentially come before council. The last thing I want to say is, like Councillor Leeper, with Councillor Johnson's motion, if assuming that goes through, I'm willing to kind of bite my tongue and support this, recognizing that we're taking a very big risk here. This is a massive cash incentive for the development industry. And I am glad to see we will be looking very carefully at metrics, because it really is a gamble. And I understand we need to take that gamble because housing starts are not happening right now. We want to see more buildings under construction. But I do worry about this because, you know, if this doesn't spur the kind of development we want to see, if this doesn't get shovels in the ground, it's literally just giving money away that we have no mechanism to get back. When we know the best bang for our buck is in deeply affordable nonprofit housing that's affordable forever. So I understand this represents a culture shift. I'm very happy to see that there were a variety of developers involved in this task force, including the nonprofit sector. But this is kind of a tough sell for our communities. And yeah, I worry we could be creating more problems as we're trying to solve another, because we do have a massive infrastructure deficit. So thank you for all your work on this. Thank you to Councillor Johnson for your motion. Thank you to Mayor for accepting my friendly amendment on the downtown motion. I think we can add some more tweaks before council, before this comes to full council. But until then, I'm prepared to support these recommendations with the addition of Councillor Johnson's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify from staff, are we going to get a memo before council providing more information or detail about the revenue loss, the questions that Councillor Troster was just asking, and revenue deferrals if we pass this? Is there more information that can be shared with us?
Through you, Mayor. So, Councillor, in terms of the revenue impacts for the immediate measures, they are outlined in the report. When it comes to the waiver of cash in lieu of parklands, for example, for certain building typologies or in certain so office to residential conversions, for example, it really is going to depend on what projects come forward in terms of that exact amount. So the information we could provide today really is about what those costs were previously, but they're dependent on what actually comes in the pipeline.
Fair enough. Okay. And then if passed, is there any estimate on the number of new home builds as a net increase, should all other variables remain consistent?
Thank you for the question. In terms of impact, given the speed at which we were moving, given when the motion was brought forward, the time that the task force worked, and then the time to turn this around, given the urgency that we have here, we have not yet undertaken that detailed analysis around what we could unpack. That information would be coming forward in the May 2026 return to council. At that time, we would have an assessment of the impact to date, an assessment of the expected impact, as well as costs. What we can say is that we are aiming to unlock developments that would allow us to meet our targets, both under the Housing Accelerator Fund and the Building Faster Fund. So it's quite ambitious, because as of August, as an example, in the city of Ottawa, there are approximately 6,700 housing starts. And yes, that is a significant increase from previous years. However, the Building Faster Fund target and the commitment the city of Ottawa made through that was that we would have about 15,100 starts. So there's quite a gap to go. And for the Housing Accelerator Fund, they don't look at starts, they do look at building permits, which is more within, to some extent, city purview. But there again, there's quite a bit of work to do to accelerate it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So can you give any assurances to council that should this suite of recommendations be passed, that the fees that are going to be waived or deferred, the savings that will be realized by various developers will in fact be passed on as lower house costs to potential home buyers?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. I think that's a really important question. We're in a situation today where the housing projects are not viable. They're not penciling out. So it's not a matter that what was proposed is not about it's not about increasing the profits. It's actually about ensuring that the projects are going to be viable and that the builder will move to the stage of developing. Most of the measures that were put forward for the short-term implementation actually are going to have an impact for those smaller developers where we're looking at missing middle development or infill development. For those developers, we know that these smaller amounts of cost incentives, they may make a difference and they may unlock it. The measures that are put forward today may not be enough to get a new large concrete tower started in the downtown area, but we know that we believe that it will have an impact for the smaller developers who are more at risk actually of due to economic uncertainty as well.
And just to add, while we may not be able to know if it's going to make enough difference, I think you're going to know really quickly who it makes a difference for or what types of projects, because of the fact that we have 19,000 units that are permitted, they have their building permit, they're ready for construction. Whatever council passes, all the developers are going to look at their pro formas and see if this project changes. And so you'll be able to see, because we're monitoring this so closely, what projects move off of building permit into construction in the next to the balance of this year, because that's what we're measuring to see if we can make our targets. And so you're going to know right away which types of projects took advantage of this and move forward, because we'll be able to see that delta.
Excellent. No, I thank you for that additional insight as well. I have a number of questions that I'm not going to be able to ask today just because of the time, and we all want to get home at some point. Can I get staff's commitment to meet with me again? I know I was briefed very recently, but now I have many more questions to meet with me before the council meeting, next council meeting.
Yes, I believe Marcia and I would be happy to meet with you. Okay,
so I'm just going to focus on some of the main questions that I do want to ask on the record today, and they come from the I'll call it the action plan, the listed numbered action plan. Item 6 talks about secondary plans. We just went through the official plan that was approved in 2022. This was on the table. There was talks about eliminating some secondary plans, then we were going to retain them. Whether a plan is old or not, it shouldn't be scrapped just because it's old. If there's merit to have a secondary plan, it should be refreshed. What are staff's thoughts on this? What direction are we going on secondary plans?
Through the mayor. So this one, to even talk about secondary plans is always controversial. So this is one of those recommendations. If council's interested in us exploring this, we would come back to committee and council in the early part of Q1 with a proposed strategy to see if that is palatable. But it was a major pain point for the task force members in terms of the slowness under which we make secondary plans, although that has greatly improved in recent years. The fact that now we have an up-to-date zoning bylaw, but it's been painful to bring the zoning bylaw and the secondary plan and the official plan all together. And we're in a moment where everything lines up, but in a few years, it'll all skate away and we'll end up with these 3 documents in different places again. The secondary plans are very, very detailed in some cases that replicates zoning, and in other places, they're being held up because we don't have all the answers from a servicing perspective. So I think what we're trying to say is that we understand industry's concerns. We understand how important a secondary plan is to set that vision and to make sure that we're looking at things cumulatively and not just site by site, which was an issue was raised actually at this morning's planning committee. So they're very important. What we're suggesting is that we go away and think about, is there a better way to do this that's faster, still protects the city's interests, and makes it so that you don't have a contract with a neighborhood where they think one thing's going to happen and then different documents get out of sync, and then that's not exactly the rules anymore.
Yeah, that's excellent. That was a really good answer. In my mind, we need to be able to justify the criteria that triggers the creation of a secondary plan and criteria to retain a secondary plan. So when we were going into the OP, I had one like, I think it's called the Riverside Park plan that's over 20 years old. And so we have to be able to defend whether the merit for a secondary plan in 2025 still exists compared to 1995. So anyway, I'll park that for now. The question I had about the Committee of Adjustment, what I heard from you is, and I agree, is review what can be delegated back to staff. I'm bang on with that as well. But I think the delegate had a different concern, and that is, and I'm going to paraphrase it, are the panelists as well trained as they need to be so they fully understand their role as a panelist on the Committee of Adjustment, what's in scope, what isn't, park personal preferences, and look at the greater good of a community? Is there any role to play in, I'll just call it education, or reminding panelists what their main duties are on the Committee of Adjustment?
Through the mayor, it's my understanding the Committee of Adjustment does have a training program. I am not confident that changing the learning they get would change the outcome. We're also not trying to interfere with the way they do their work. They're managed separately, and we think it would be a much better use of time to narrow the scope of what goes there in the first place.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that. Item 21 is the community benefit charges. I appreciated your response to Councillor Troster. Can I just ask on the record today if this applies to any project in River Ward? I don't expect an answer now. You'll probably have to look that up. But if I can request that just to get a quick email back from staff, that would be appreciated. Is that possible?
Yes, we can get that to you.
Okay. Okay, Mayor, I will ask the rest of my questions with staff. If I can meet with them before the council meeting, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Yeah, thank you. I brought this up with one of the delegations before. We've seen other municipalities. I gave the example of Vancouver and Edmonton, but there have been several that have made drastic, rule breaking changes to either their zoning or some of their building permit policies, or layering on additional DC collections, different names for them in different provinces. And then they walk them back, or there's a huge backlash within the community. What is before us today makes sense. We absolutely have a housing crisis, but I want to know, and I want staff to answer this, have you given thought to what has worked in other jurisdictions, what has not worked? And have you taken steps in these recommendations to help us avoid the pitfalls that could come if we accept these recommendations today?
So Mayor, as part of the work that was done in parallel to the task force and was provided to the task force to help inform their deliberations, is we undertook best practices research. And as part of that, we were looking at municipalities that were perceived to be leaders in this space. And some of the questions we asked them, which were, what were those measures that worked? But as well, what were those measures that didn't work? And what were the things that they wish they had applied? And this was all feedback that we were able to take into consideration in developing the acceleration plan as a whole. So the aim was to be informed by the lessons learned of these other municipalities.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, because I don't want us to have to make decisions today and then have to revisit them in the near future because, say, we made it an error. But that gives me some confidence. So I do appreciate that. I wanted to ask, we've been talking a lot about community benefits charges, and it's interesting because I have a project in my ward that generated, I think it was about $10,000. I can't do anything in a park, or I think maybe I could put a bench in, but the cost of everything nowadays means that these community benefits charges in my community, not for every other ward, but in my community, because I don't have a lot of these types of projects, it hasn't generated anything. Back when it was Section 37, I never had a single project in my area that would have generated that kind of funding. So I haven't seen in my ward that they've actually been beneficial because we've never actually realized any of them. I am concerned, though, about the gap left behind for the city by not collecting, whether it's the CBCs or DCs or deferring the building code fees. And I'm not only concerned about it from that perspective, but I would like to understand too, if your assumption that generating more development charges, adding more units into a ward or the city will increase property tax generation, do you think that that will close the gap that the city is going to experience in the next couple of years in terms of not collecting those other fees?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I'll start the question, then if my colleagues from Finance and Corporate Services want to jump in, that would be great. Unfortunately, I'm going to go back to the Bloomberg assessment because they are looking at all those elements in terms of costs in and costs out, as well as the impact. So that's part of the assessment that's being undertaken in terms of what revenues are going to be lost from that, but also what would accrue to the city potentially through property taxes as more units come online. So that's something that we will be able to see going forward.
Okay. One of the other things, and I know we're not really talking about this today, but it goes hand to hand. You add more development, particularly infill development, and that increases the need for transportation answers for a community. For example, I have it's an 8-story building that's going up on Bear Brook right now as we speak. And because it met the zoning of the day, which predates me, but because it met the zoning of the day, there was no way to accommodate the 200 plus units and what that is going to mean for transportation in the community and at the intersection of Innis and Bear Brook. So while we're approving these recommendations, while we're looking to approve these recommendations today and looking at housing, our staff also looking at the impacts on our transportation network, knowing that we just went through the TMP, but this is so intrinsically linked, particularly for communities in the suburbs. I know Councillor Kitts probably feels the exact same way. We see the impacts of this density, and I just want to make sure that we're also accounting for the needs of our transportation networks as we're going through this process today.
Thank you for the question. And in fact, I guess I'll start with the high level answer, and then perhaps my colleague, the General Manager of Planning, can add to that. This was intentionally organized to be across departmental initiative. So we had general managers from the various departments that would be impacted from this at the table, working collaboratively hand in hand. Staff had a working group as well, where they were looking at all of the task force proposals, as well as the other ideas that were emerging from research and from other submissions that were received, and their own ideas as well, and really looking at it comprehensively to understand the considerations and the impacts. And so the idea behind this was really to take a citywide perspective. The other thing that I'll add before turning it over for more specifics from my colleague is that the task force, the housing acceleration plan, while it does have measures that are intended to support housing across the city, it did try to prioritize those areas where there is existing capacity and infrastructure. So for example, prioritizing measures that would focus on urban areas, the downtown core, et cetera. But I'll maybe for specifics, turn over to Marcia. Thank you.
I would just add that nothing in this report increases it doesn't increase the forecast in terms of what we are expecting in terms of development. It's just about trying to fast track how we get those projects realized. Transportation planning and our forecasts and what we're seeing built out and where the the pressures are in terms of new development, that those are regularly connected, and they were part of the transportation master planning. And in fact, you're going to see in the 2026 budget a prioritization of projects in terms of transportation related projects from the plan, prioritizing where we're actually seeing the growth on the ground, where we're actually seeing that those development starts happening. So we do connect those quite directly.
Okay. Well, I am pleased to hear that, because I know historically that hasn't always been the case, and particularly in certain parts of Orleans. So I want to make sure that if we're approving recommendations to increase density in our established communities, that we're also thinking about what that means for our road networks, our sidewalks, and all of the pieces that get us to from where we want to be in our area. The only thing that I wanted to say at the end was this is a sticky wicket. You know, we're talking about unlocking housing for our community, projects that absolutely need to be built. I've heard from young people, I spoke about this a little earlier, I've heard from young people in my area who can't afford and don't have access to some housing that they can move into anytime in the near future. They have absolutely no hope of it. I've got seniors who want to downsize who are very excited about some of the projects that are happening right now because they want to stay in the community. But I'm also very cognizant of the fact that when I talk to any of my neighbors or any of the people that I serve in the community, they also don't want to see high-rise buildings next to their two-story home. So we have this dichotomy of, you know, established, beautiful communities that we all serve, and we're trying to manage to fit in more people in those communities, which is something we have to do, but I don't want to do it in such a rush, in such a bull in a china shop fashion, that we're impacting the established, beautiful communities we serve. So I will be supporting these recommendations in front of us. I will be supporting the mayor's motions as well. I think that what we've been doing has not been working. Status quo hasn't worked, and I'm willing to try something new. But I also recognize that these all have time limits on them, which I very much appreciate. So I cede the floor, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I actually think, yeah, the housing acceleration plan is something I'm very excited for. I can find in several of the recommendations some of the tensions or conflicts that have been coming up for developments in my area. And I do want to see those issues resolved. So I'm quite excited about much of the content. And I think it also reflects a lot of the work that's already been done by staff. As one of the delegates said, through Bill 109, we've seen some restaffing and retooling of the planning department. We do have the zoning bylaw coming forward in December. I think the city is trying to move forward, but this task force certainly, without a doubt, is helping to identify those very specific levers that we can use to get things built faster. So I do want to thank very much the task force, as well as the leadership of Debbie Stewart and Marcia Wallace. Debbie comes to us from a place of housing. And so I think when we're seeing, you know, the focus on affordable housing, even in the absence of many task force, I think there are many people there who have the ethos of the city in mind. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for advancing this task force report. I think it is timely. The only recommendation out of these recommendations that I felt the need to amend was the one on the community benefit charges. And I would like to point out a few things about the motion. One, it demonstrates the understanding that the CBC program is flawed, and it is directing staff to come back and explore that at a future date. I don't feel like when I go and speak to my College Ward residents that they would be okay with us suspending a program for community benefit because the program is flawed. I think my residents of College Ward want to know that when they are seeing increased density in their area, that community benefit will be borne both by the development industry as well as taxpayers. And I think that what I've done with my motion is a very pragmatic solution. I'm not suggesting to suspend or to reinstate the full 4%, because I don't know at this stage which of these levers will have the greatest impact. I'm not prepared to presuppose that one should be completely abandoned when a task force has spent so many months to detail this. But I do have to go back to my residents and look them in the eye and say that I've done everything I can to ensure that the investments that they so desperately need in mature neighborhoods are going to get built. And so my motion walks it back to a half. And we have the opportunity then to evaluate those 53 recommendations and be able to make further adjustments as needed. That's why I believe the two motions that I have on the floor are actually two sides of the same coin. One is to suggest that the CBCs are not to be fully abandoned, and the other is to say, but let's have a more fulsome conversation, metric by metric, about what works and what doesn't work. We've heard this from our council colleagues around the table. What will work and what will not work? I believe that the task force report is a very educated estimate. And the Bloomberg methodology will help us to understand how that estimate pans out over time. I'm prepared to take that risk. I think that risk adverse, as many of my colleagues have said, is not working. And so here we have a project to advance it. So I really would encourage my councillor colleagues to imagine a more balanced approach. We even heard from the industry that their opinions are divided as to whether or not the CBCs are that impactful. Some say that it will actually break housing. Others came on quite soon after and said that CBCs are not impactful. We had a number of $10,000 from one of my council colleagues. I am not willing at this point to speak to residents at this stage to say we're not prepared to collect these. And I don't think, frankly, that any of us should be prepared to do that. I think there's much time to be able to advance these 53 recommendations as a package and to be able to, with a sober second thought, decide which ones will advance housing and which ones won't. So I did have more detailed questions that I won't belabor at this time, given the late hour. But I do believe that this motion is a pragmatic approach to benefiting existing benefits to existing neighbors with the need for more housing for more neighbors. And that is responsible, smart development in my view. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Mayor's office for working so diligently with me on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of questions and then I may come back on for just comments on the report. But first and foremost, can I get assurance that deferring development charges from permit to occupancy won't delay critical infrastructure delivery in any way?
So I can speak to the fact that we have sufficient reserves in the development charges. All we're doing is delaying and cash flowing the amount over a period of time. Usually the time between building permit and occupancy is around 18 months to 2 years. So that's the delay that we're seeing, and eventually that would catch up. So we're not getting rid of DCs. We will eventually collect them. We're just cash flowing for a period of time. If reserves go into a negative balance, we could include that in the next DC charge and recover those costs.
Okay. And the mayor's motion mentions obviously conversations with higher levels of government. And thank you, Mayor, for the clarification earlier on that motion. So what you're saying is until we get those confirmed agreements, that uncertainty is not affecting our budget planning because of the amount in reserves.
The budget is continuing on as we would have planned.
Okay. And this might be a question for Bloomberg, but I'll ask it in case it needs to be taken back. I'm wondering if the financial impacts of the past Development Charge Act amendments and incentives, of which I understand there have been several in the last couple of years, if those have been quantified, and if they have led to delay in growth-related projects.
Thank you for the question. No, I don't believe that those have been quantified, and that is not currently in the scope of work that we have provided to Bloomberg in terms of the modeling. It really is about the measures that are put forward today.
Okay. I will perhaps take that one offline and we can chat about that a little bit more. And for the secondary plan review, how does this differ from the provincial policy statement review?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Counselor.
So when we approved there was a list of secondary plans. So is it the same secondary plans that we're talking about?
Yes. So we, it was similar to what Councillor Brockington was saying. Like, we have a number of secondary plans. We create new secondary plans where we see new development. Sometimes we create new secondary plans in established areas where we're starting to see changes in those areas, and we want to look at it from a holistic perspective. So what we'd be coming back to council with is how the city uses the secondary plan. We're not proposing to stop having secondary plans or change anything that the provincial planning statement asks us to do. What we would be talking about is how do we deal with old plans? Are they out of date? How do we update them? How do we build new ones? What's the scope of a secondary plan to make it as effective and as efficient as possible?
Okay, I guess the clarity I was seeking was, is it that same list of secondary plans that is sort of the focus for this review, or are we broadening? Are we going to start including other secondary plans?
It's the same list, but there's also others that we look at.
Okay, so it's broadening that scope. Okay. The deferring building code fees, is that increasing, or is that a tax pressure?
So it is not. In a previous budget, we forecasted an increase in building fees. So this report is just recommending that we not go ahead with the planned increase for next year. The increase was meant to enrich our reserves. Our reserves are actually quite good compared to many cities. And we are putting, as we will see in budget, we're putting several million into our reserves this year. So all we're doing is just slowing the building of our reserve. It has no impact to the budget.
No impact to cost recovery. Okay. And then I'll ask the same question I asked Jason, because what I was hoping to see out of this plan was a bit of a shift in growth pressure from these, far-flung, high-growth greenfield areas to incentivizing intensification in stagnant neighborhoods. Do you feel that these actions are going to contribute to that? Are we going to see sort of a shift?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll provide my perspective and my colleague can as well. So as I mentioned earlier, the actions here were designed, they were intentionally designed, and that's why you have that bucket number 5, which is all about the urban intensification in the urban area. They were designed specifically to provide additional incentive for developments in those areas. So the intention of this plan is that you would see growth happening in more urban settings, and in particular, incentivizing missing middle development as well as infill development.
Great. So what I'm hearing is a yes. You're confident that
yes.
Yeah. Okay. I will leave it there and I'll come back on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that we're working towards getting more houses built, of course, but especially affordable housing. I appreciate the back and forth that my colleagues said already done, because the definition of affordable housing wasn't clear to me. And I was surprised to learn that different cities interpret affordable housing different ways. So that was very interesting in terms of average market rent or below, and how they're doing that. Thank you for including Ottawa Community Housing. It is a different market that we're developers, I'm saying we, but it's a different world, and we need that funds of like Build Canada, and we need the support of the city to get that done, and we all need the scale, the volume of housing that we can provide in the partnerships with community members. So I just wanted to know what we're specifically doing in terms of promoting that type of affordable housing, because when we have developments in our community with private developers, we often ask them, are you going to do some affordable housing as well? And are we still doing that? Are we still pushing for that? We had 2 applications today, and I don't think they're doing any affordable housing. So where is that going?
Thank you for the question. So if I understood the question correctly, it is, what are we doing to encourage the private sector developers to include affordable housing within their developments?
Yes, and how are we prioritizing affordable housing with the different sectors?
Okay. With regards to the private sector, so the city council has recently approved some measures that do encourage the private sector to include affordable housing within their developments. The Affordable Housing CIP, Community Improvement Plan, provides grants to offset the cost of including affordable housing. So it encourages the inclusion of affordable housing within private sector developments. And we've had quite a number of units of affordable housing that were produced within private sector developments as a result of that. I think we're up to about 600 units now, so it's working quite well. When it comes to lands, primarily, and council did provide the structure as well, is to prioritize lands for affordable housing. There are some sites that the city does have that becomes available that aren't suitable for affordable housing development, and it really relates to the land, the complexity of building on the site, also maybe the size of the site. When we have large parcels of land that the city declares surplus, and we are looking to dispose of those sites, we do that through Build Ottawa, and Build Ottawa recently had a mandate change where they are to prioritize affordable housing within the developments as well. So when those lands go to, because they're large, there is a requirement that there's inclusion of affordable housing in those developments. And we also look to encourage nonprofit partnerships through that.
Yeah, when I first got elected, we had identified 20 sites for affordable housing all over the city. Many of them there's a few in my ward because of stage 2 LRT and expropriations. So what do you define as a large site?
I don't know that I have a firm definition on that. So when we're looking at sites that are, I'm going to say, for affordable housing larger than several acres, we tend to define that as large, but a larger site really would be something that gets into 8, 9 acres typically. Yeah.
Okay, and all the sites that I've got are, of course, near transit, so just why they're been expropriated. So maybe we can go over those sometime. One of the concerns I've had about one of the first things that concerned me when I heard about this, the task force and the results, was in terms of development charges, is the funds that have been allocated already for future projects. And I had 2 in my ward, and I've talked to Dan Chenier about them, where for 2027 and 2028, projects that have been long waited, and areas that are going to see intensification, that they will go ahead. But still nervous about it. This is the fact that we're relying on development charges, and now feels a bit precarious. These are for park improvements that have already been made as shovel ready as they can be. So maybe Dan will know the files, but I thought we should talk a little bit about recreation, because that's one of the biggest reasons why we have these these charges for the community.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to provide a clarification that currently there are no recommendations that would reduce development charges. There is a deferral of the collection of development charges, but that is really the only recommendation as it relates to DCs. There is a recommendation as well for staff to undertake a more comprehensive review and to bring that back to council for consideration.
Yeah, as long as the projects that were previously identified can hold tight.
Noted.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, no, I'm concerned about the overall deficit we have in recreation facilities, just overall, and the lack of funding we have to update them. We have a lot of aging infrastructure, and it doesn't appear that we have the money put aside to replace them. And that's why I had to use my own CIL money to get things started and to wait for development charges. So how are we moving forward on funding the recreation facilities?
So we are looking at the tax LRFP to come forward early next year. We are looking at that. That's related primarily to renewal, though. So that's what we're looking at in terms of renewal of existing facilities, finding new strategies to address it. For growth, the biggest financing gap is primarily in renewals rather than growth. I don't know if Jan, if you wanted to mention anything more on that.
That's correct. And as with the asset management plan for recreation, we have a good pulse on where the priorities for investment need to be. And as part of the LRFP, that's what we'll be pursuing in terms of priorities.
I guess it's the concern that we're losing more funding overall. So the list is getting longer of things that need to be updated or replaced. In terms of trees, I was surprised to hear about concern about that pushback on keeping older trees. I think the best judge of that is our foresters. Are we still going to take recommendations for our foresters on the preservation of trees on sites?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the foresters are involved in the review process. The recommendations that were put forward today for consideration with regards to tree removal is a change that really is about reducing costs and time for the developers rather than eliminating or causing the removal of additional trees. So it's really about process. Currently, there's, as of right, within the building footprint and not the excavation area, but the foresters are involved in that process, and they do what they're intending to do is to look at the excavation area, and based on their experience, they know that within certain portion of that excavation area, they're always providing the permits to remove the trees because otherwise there would be no development. So they're going to just take that previous experience and provide more clarity to the development community, and to say that within this area where we would approve it, we're going to make it just known that that is an area that we would also approve. So there's no impact in terms of the removal of trees. I want to clarify that element as well. It's really about time and process improvements and therefore costs as well.
Thank you. Before we had the tree bylaw, we would have developers say they're going to save a tree and they didn't save the tree because they just said it, but there was no consultation and no action, and they were not tree experts. So that tree bylaw is very important. So we need to hang on to it. Okay, that's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. Most of the other questions have been asked, so mine are pretty short. They all relate to the community benefits charge. I'm curious how. I guess the refunds are happening because all the fees that have been paid throughout the life of the CVCs have been held because of the appeal, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and if it was reduced, per Councillor Johnson's motion, those funds would understandably still be held.
So as I understand the wording of Councillor Johnson's motion, they'd be prorated. So the discount would be what gets returned, not the full amount.
Yeah. Okay. And then last question, and this came from conversations with one of the developers in my ward, is how will that refund process look like?
I don't think it's a complicated thing. We would figure out how much, because we know exactly who paid what, and then we would just return the money. So yeah, it's all the money is being held in ward accounts or our administrative accounts. So we would just go back through how it came in and pull it back out.
Wheelbarrows of nickels, I guess. No, okay, thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I really do want to thank the task force, city staff, and yourself for the work that's been done on the creation of this housing acceleration plan. We know it's much needed since we have been confronting a crisis, with the declaration of housing and homelessness emergency from the last term. And we know that this housing crisis does stem from a structural imbalance between supply and demand, exacerbated by high construction costs, making projects financially unviable, lengthy approval processes, increasing carrying costs, limited construction industry capacity, and rising interest rates, increasing financing costs. And while we don't control these microeconomic conditions and impacts, the question before us is, will reducing municipal charges help overcome these broader market challenges? And I would say from watching the debate today, time and data will probably be the ultimate way that we answer these questions. So just based on the Bloomberg model that you're talking about, and kind of thinking about the line of questioning that Councillor Brockington had brought up, will the Bloomberg model be able to provide us with the detailed year-by-year projections of foregone CBC revenue and deferred DC amounts?
Mayor, the scope of the Bloomberg review is based on project viability. So the impacts of these proposed changes on an individual project, it's not calculating the financial elements of the various measures themselves.
Will we have the capacity to do that either through the model, or will city staff undertake that work? Because I'm assuming other councillors along with myself would have more specific questions around, how the city will fund infrastructure requirements while the DCs are deferred, and what ultimately estimated carrying costs might be.
So that kind of information we can track in terms of where our reserves stand, what are the carrying costs that we will incur going forward. We actually want to capture that information so that we could eventually recover it from DC future background studies.
I appreciate that, and I did like the idea that Councillor Brockington had advanced around a memo that would provide us with the data, because ultimately we need to understand the budgetary impacts. If the housing targets aren't met, potentially what property tax increases would be required to replace foregone revenues if senior levels of government don't step up with funding. Of course, I'm very supportive of what the mayor is advancing, asking them to step up with the funding, but I think it's very important for us to have a package of that data, hopefully that could coincide with the information, the comprehensive analysis that's supposed to come before us by May 2026. So I'm assuming that you will be able to furnish us that information, hopefully earlier, but by that time, so that we have all the information around the budget impacts.
Yes, that's correct. And as additional reports are coming forward dealing with specific actions, they will include additional analysis related to the impact, both in terms of What is this costing the city? And also what is it potentially going to give or gain the city?
I appreciate that. And I have one more follow-up question, really building on Councillor Kitt's specific question. I'm just wondering how the city will maintain infrastructure service standards with delayed revenue.
So this relates to the new infrastructure, not the renewal? Can I
Just
elaborate
for
on the
fun,
question?
both.
Pardon?
I'm curious about both.
If you can repeat the question, please.
Well, I'm curious about how the city will maintain infrastructure service standards with delayed revenue.
So I can start the response there. So in terms of the infrastructure, I mean, primarily that's going to be paid for through the development charges. That's the primary source of that. Those are continuing to be collected. There's no impact on that. There is a delay of 18 months in terms of the collection of it. I believe that a colleague from Finance and Corporate Services has responded that at least in the next, like the shorter term, that it's not going to have an impact in terms of any services, but I'll allow her to elaborate if she chooses.
Yeah, so what, and we're working through this, but in terms of the funding for capital projects, we're not changing what we would be submitting for 2026 budget. We may have to rely more on borrowing to manage that cash flow.
I appreciate that, and that's one of the reasons why I'm curious about the estimated carrying costs, but looking forward for more of that data. I think it's obvious to us based on the housing crisis that we need innovation, we need flexibility, and we need to be less risk averse. With the changes that have been advanced by Councillor Johnson, I feel confident in supporting this package, but obviously I think you're hearing from many of us that we're concerned about the potential impact on revenue that comes into the city treasury. And obviously we want to be updated as quickly as possible about the impacts so that we can adjust in terms of the strategy. Otherwise, I'll be supporting the motions that are before us. And once again, I really want to thank staff, the task force, and the mayor for all the work that has been put in to really address a crisis that is really unbelievably impactful on our city and needs to be addressed in a forthright way. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks for the indulgence. I had to leave to get my kids, but I'm here now, and I just want to start off by saying there's a lot of this that is positive in here. I love some of it. The public builder model discussion that you've gone into in the report and in the recommendations is fantastic. I also just wanted to say, Marcia and Debbie, you're really a breath of fresh air, and I appreciate your answers and forthrightness with which you're answering questions. It's helpful, and my council colleagues have been asking some fantastic questions. So I'm going to stick to the areas that I was most concerned about. One was on the trees. I've talked to Martha Copestake. I understand now what this is and the impact. It doesn't sound like we're going to be losing more trees as a result of this. It sounds like it's changing process for an earlier intervention. If there is a concern about trees in the excavation area, that would normally go through a longer process in the past. And so it sounds like those will still be protected or identified as a concern or not through the process. So that was good. In talking with Dan Chenier, the 4 employees that are going over to parks, as I understand it, that's all it is. It is 4 FTEs. That's important to recognize and understand that there was a similar process in the past, and that this is acceptable on the park side. On the I support all the motions on the table, Mayor, and thank people for bringing them forward. I do think we need another motion on the CBC piece around already paid for amounts. that have been allocated, as I understand. Most of them have had some form of allocation already within the city and earmarked for projects already, Mayor. And I don't think it's appropriate to be refunding those costs. Just like with taxes, if taxes were low one year, it's not like you refund people the next year. The rules are in place during that time, and especially that this doesn't go towards building any new housing whatsoever. Those have been collected. There's several wards identified and several projects identified. So I think we need to revisit that at council. Obviously, not a motion today. I do want to go with the 4 areas that I have concern are all on the financial side. The first is CBC. So it sounds like what we were banking on was about 3.1 million a year over 10 years, right? It was about 31 million over 10 years. Maybe a little bit more, but it would fluctuate. But that's 3.1 million a year. And the way I think about CBCs is, how much would $3.1 million a year spread over the multitude of development companies that exist in Ottawa affect their bottom lines? It's not 3.1 to one developer. It's 3.1 million for, tons of applications, dozens and dozens, if not more applications. So it's actually very small, the amount of money that would be going back to builders. But that money for councillors, for community, you talk about things like a splash pad or actual affordable housing, which CBC goes towards, it makes a huge difference in local projects for community. So that's the way I look at it, and that this is such a small amount. I don't think that it's going to put anyone to pencil it in over the amount. On the DCs, Mayor, or excuse me, building code services. I just want confirmation from staff. We're $1.3 million to fill the hole that will leave in the recommendations here.
That's correct. The 1.3.
Okay, and just my understanding though, with under building code services, normally these are cost recovery, right? So it's what the cost is to operate, and presumably our fees that we're going to increase next year were the cost to operate. So just walk me through how we're able to offset that with other funds when normally the process is, this is how much it costs us to operate, to keep the lights on, based on applications that come in and the building code we have to adhere to afterwards. So can you just walk me through how it's possible for us to offset those and not charge what it actually costs to operate on a normal basis?
So through the chair, the building code functions outside of the regular tax part, where it has its own dedicated reserve and you can only spend building code revenue on building code stuff. Where this money was, this increase, which was forecast to happen year over year, was to build up our reserves should there be some catastrophe or something that we needed to spend building code dollars on. And there are some municipalities that are in really big trouble because they are getting very close to dangerously low levels of reserve. Ottawa is not in that situation. We have a very healthy reserve compared to most municipalities. So all we are is slowing down our contribution to our reserve. Technically, that is about 1.3, and we would, so basically we pay for it from the stabilization reserve of the building code. So instead of, we're not going to collect this revenue, so we're going to make up that shortfall from our reserve, but this is what that money was going to be spent on. It was going to be, it wasn't meant to pay for services, it was meant to fill up our reserve. So it really doesn't have a negative impact. We only put it in here for 1 year because we want to make sure that we're not in a slipping in terms of our contributions to the reserve next year. This year we have a very healthy payment to the reserve, so we're feeling pretty confident in 26 that we could forego the increase that we think we would get from that planned fee increase. So I've had extensive conversations with the chief building official, and there's absolutely no concern about this.
Okay, that's really helpful. I just want to get a sense of the numbers so that it's the 1.3 million for building code services, about 3.1 million annually for SILP. Again, I'm estimating it out over 10 years, but about 3.1 million annually. And then On the SILP side, on the Cashew Parkland, I'm really unsure here. I guess why don't we have a number here on or an estimate where how much we would be giving up in Cashew Parkland for the city? Because I think it's in 4 areas, right, or four or 5 areas that we're doing it under different scenarios. And I'm how much money is that?
So it is in a few areas. So cash in lieu of parkland for major hubs and corridors, looking at reducing it from 15% to 10% for an 18-month period. And that's for sites that are transit oriented and large, so 5 hectares or greater. So that's one piece. We don't know if we're going to even have an application come in that's going to meet that requirement. It's quite specific. It would be a large site that is going to be like a mixed use development, for example. And it would, like I said, it would be like a 5 hectare site where we would have very few parcels of that size or very few applications that would come forward in that regard. But if it does, that would unlock significant development. It would help meet a wide range of city building objectives. And so in terms of a short-term measure, we felt that this one was a good one to put forward because it does align with city building goals. It does encourage transit ridership as an example. It's it could be a significant development that would increase homes, but also vibrancy and amenities along transit corridors. So that was a rationale there. In terms of the other cash in lieu, the other one is really cash in lieu of parklands for small or adaptive developments. And this again is also for an 18-month period. So it's a very short period of time. This is for what we're trying to do here is to incentivize developments in primarily urban areas, but also it could be within suburban areas. It's a relatively small contribution, but it really would help these developers potentially move forward. And it's a type of development that we want to see, which is why we're putting it forward. In terms of the estimates, it really does depend on what projects come forward. Like we could estimate what we have seen in the past, like what types of projects have come forward, but it depends on the volume and it depends on the land value. So it's difficult in this case to provide a response. Adana, I'll see if you have something to add to that.
Sure. Yeah, Mayor, we did go back and look at 2024 in terms of the projects we experienced, and we have about 250 cash in lieu of parkland projects that contributed into collection of about $15 million in that year. And the types of projects that Debbie mentioned do not stand out. There either weren't any or there weren't any that would provide any good indication in terms of should this incentive be there, what it would bring to us in terms of foregone revenue. So because of that, we don't think there's historical data that without further deep analysis over several years could really tell us what that is. They seem to be fairly episodic at this point. Maybe the incentives will change that. But certainly looking at 2024, we couldn't come up with a number that would in any way allow us to predict what this will be going forward.
So Councillor, you're at time. I don't know if you're almost done or if you wanted to get back on.
Just the last one, Mayor. No, I won't get back on. The last one was just DCs, and I think we've had a discussion that DCs we're going to come back, but just to satisfy my interest, do we have any global figure at all on what the DC holiday or deferral will mean for our finances? That's the last question I have.
So you can work out an average that we collect about 200 million a year on development charges, and the carrying cost of that would be about 3 million.
Okay. That's the global figure for in total, but the changes we're talking about here are not those amounts. It's a much smaller amount. Am I right?
So the recommendation is to defer the collection of development charges for a period of 18 months on all developments.
Okay, so 18 months, no DCs coming in. The total for normally that we would carry is about, did you say 200 million? I'm sorry,
Yeah, I think, but we're still going to collect that. We're just going to collect it later, right? So
We're collecting it at occupancy, so it's just
Okay.
pushing it out.
Yeah.
So we
All right,
will
so
still
it's
have
the-
occupancies happening next year.
So it's the interest rate potential we would have gained by holding those funds for the 18 months on the 200 million, which is why you mentioned, did you say
Yes.
3.1? Okay, so about 3.1 million?
Yeah.
Okay, look, that's helpful. It gives me some broader figures. The DC is 3.1, the building code service is 1.3, the CBC is about 3.1, and then SILP, we're unsure. But look, that helps me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much to my colleagues for a good discussion today. When we speak about development in Ottawa, it's clear that reducing costs and streamlining approvals must remain a priority. We've been too slow at times, and it's cost us $37 million this year, which pales into comparison to the figures that we were just talking about. And it's likely going to cost us that amount or more over the next few years. We've required too many studies. We've not always empowered staff to act boldly in realizing the vision of our official plan and secondary plans. And there are areas that we must continue to improve, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing to move in the right direction. But we must also be honest. The root cause of this housing crisis does not lie solely with municipalities. Even if approvals were faster and red tape reduced, we'd still face a demand for housing that far exceeds the supply that we're capable of building. Since 2014, our country has welcomed roughly 5 million newcomers, and in that same time period, only 2.7 million homes have been built. The demand is simply outpacing the supply. This imbalance is what drives prices higher and makes the market increasingly inaccessible for so many families. And yet, this council has done so much to encourage housing, and affordable housing in particular. We've offered community improvement plans that forego property tax revenue, provided land, forgiven development charges, and now we're looking at doing even more. We've shown leadership and commitment and taken responsibility. But because municipalities are not the root cause of this housing crisis, we are the ones that are paying for it. This amounts to a download from another order of government. And let's be clear, it's local taxpayers who ultimately shoulder that burden. Families in Ottawa are carrying the costs of a crisis created elsewhere, and that's neither fair nor sustainable. That doesn't diminish the importance of the work that we're doing here. On the contrary, it makes it even more vital. We must ensure that every approval is efficient, that costs are justified, and that our planning tools are used with clarity and with courage. But we must also acknowledge that national immigration policy plays a central role in shaping housing demand. One of the motions before us, which calls for collaboration with other levels of government, must raise this issue, no matter how difficult the discussion may be. Because without that honesty, coordination will always fall short. So let's continue to make it easier, faster, and less costly to build here in Ottawa. Let's support staff in being bold. And let's speak truthfully. Solving this crisis requires partnership. If we want Canadians to have access to safe, affordable housing, the federal government must work with us to bring demand and supply into balance. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mayor. I know it's been a very long day, but I did want to come on to sincerely thank the task force for their hard work. You were given a big mandate, and I think the response has been thorough and thoughtful. And I wanted to thank you, Mayor, for your leadership on this. I think sometimes change happens in small steps, and sometimes it's a big leap forward that's required. And I think we're seeing a bit of both. So I think we should all be proud that we are acting boldly to accelerate housing. I don't think the thoughtful questions that have been asked today should diminish that there's a lot to be celebrated here. A few months ago, Councillor Hill and I met with some industry leaders to try and better understand the challenges with development in Ottawa. And what stood out was the urgent need for a cultural shift and for process improvements. During the development review audit, I think I referred to our process as a pot of spaghetti, and inefficiency carries cost. As a counselor in a high growth area, I will tell you, I am constantly stick handling issues that have been stalled by our own processes. And I think we have the right GMs at the table to lead the change. So I'm looking forward to the progress ahead. My cautious stance on deferring or reducing charges shouldn't be that surprising. I've long championed the need to build infrastructure faster. And I appreciate the clarity in your motion, Mayor, that charges are not going to be cut without external help. But I think because we're acting first, it feels a little bit like a leap of faith. Because what I would never accept, and what I've heard is not happening today, is delaying vital projects due to cuts or delays in these charges. I think our growing communities are already underserved. It's a problem that worsens over time, and we need to change that cycle. I think something that gave me pause in this conversation was I understand some industry representatives were pushing for eliminating development charges altogether, which does give me some skepticism that they see themselves as genuine partners in building communities, complete communities, because a community is more than just the number of units. I know that we are working towards targets that use that metric, but a community demands critical infrastructure and amenities, and they should be delivered faster than we have been achieving so far. And I don't think I can overstate the importance of that. I know I bring it up often. Orleans South is developing plenty fast. Just this week, Councillor Brockington was in the ward. I think it was fair to say you're a bit surprised by the scale and intensity of development happening concurrently. And so what I mentioned earlier, what I wanted to see in this report was a shift away from the suburbs bearing the brunt of the growth. We heard some wards are seeing stagnant development, and others like mine are facing constant pressure. So I hope we are balancing and diversifying our housing options. Jason, I appreciated your direct response to my question. I will hold you to it. These actions must help us meet our intensification targets and ease pressure in communities like mine. I think if we've made intensification more attainable, but we've made greenfield even easier, then we've missed the mark on building a better city. So I will be supporting this report. I think this is about the city taking accountability for internal processes that have contributed to slowing housing growth. The cultural shift is necessary and overdue. And on the financial side, I think it feels a bit like we're taking the training wheels off while we're on the hill, and we're hoping for a momentum, but also hoping that we don't veer off track. There's a level of risk there. This is a place that tends to be a bit risk averse, so I am in favor of doing something a little different, but I think we need to be clear-eyed about it. I think we've given the industry an opportunity to prove that the barriers identified were the most prohibitive ones, but if housing doesn't become more affordable, we will absolutely have to rethink the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. So I'll just make a few quick comments and then we can proceed to voting. First of all, thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the discussion today and for all your questions. We have to make sure we get this right and that we consider all of the potential consequences. So I thought a lot of the questions were very helpful and meaningful. I do want to thank Councillor Johnson and Chair Leeper for their collaboration on the motion that Councillor Johnson is bringing forward. I still support the original staff recommendation. I think there have been a couple of questions that have come up today that mean perhaps there's an opportunity for us to continue working on that together between now and the council meeting. So I look forward to that conversation, but I'm happy to support the motion today. I want to thank Councillor Troster for all of her advocacy on behalf of downtown and for that friendly amendment that she proposed. I'll also mention, I don't know if you mentioned it, Councillor Kavanaugh, but you have a friendly amendment for the motion on seniors, which we'll just throw up on the screen before we vote on it. You don't have to do that now, but so again, thank you for the collaboration. I think this is a moment that calls for bold action and it calls for leadership. And we took the step of striking a housing innovation task force. The co-chairs are both here today, so thank you for your leadership on that. Some of the members are still here and have been here throughout the course of the meeting. Thank you again for your many contributions. I was glad to hear some of the feedback about the task force and how it proceeded. And again, thank you to Debbie and Marcia for your leadership on all of these issues. It does feel, as Vice Chair Kit said, that we have the right leadership in place to move some of these goals forward, some of these initiatives forward. So we're in a good position. And we heard a lot of good feedback from delegates today talking about how we are leading the way on this, as we should be. You know, it's not every day we get that kind of feedback from delegates at a committee meeting, but it was very positive feedback saying that we are taking bold and decisive action on the housing crisis. So I'm encouraged by that. We have to deliver on it now, but I'm encouraged to hear that from many different people from across the community. So again, I think we need to say yes to housing. We need to say yes to housing for families, for seniors, for young people. We need to say yes to affordable housing. And I think these measures, these 53 steps, are going to help us do that. So we don't control every aspect of the housing market and all of the pressures, but we have to do a better job on the areas that we do control. And I think this allows us to do that. So let's go through the motions one by one. I'll mention each of them. You want to do them all at once? If everybody's okay with that, we can just carry all the motions all at once. Yeah. Okay. Are all the motions carried then?
Carried. Carried.
Okay. And then the item as amended, is that carried?
Carried. Carried.
Mayor, I'll just dissent on 3A, B, and C. Those are the CBC stuff. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And sorry, I didn't put Councillor Kavanaugh's amendment on the. It was a friendly amendment, though. If we just want to, for the record, put that on the screen for a second. It says, whereas this segment of the population often requires more accessibility features than standard housing units provide, and this needs to be taken into consideration when building, just to be clear. Everybody good?
Sorry, point of order, Mayor. Just procedurally with respect to Councilor Menard's dissent on 3A, B, and C, those were amended presumably by Councillor Johnson's motion. So is he dissenting still?
So I'll clarify if you'd like, Mayor. Just the B is the authorized staff to return the funds collected to date under the CBC charge. So there's still some under that motion, which I understand there's probably a motion to council coming. So I'm still dissenting on that piece. The C is the development charges, and A is still the CBC. I support Councillor Johnson's motion, but because it has that clause in there about the return, I'm dissenting on that piece. That's why. Thanks.
But I think A and B were replaced by Councillor Johnson's motion.
Yeah, I still don't support the returning the funds collected to date under the CBC at this time, Mayor.
Okay. Is that clear? Okay. Okay. Motion to adjourn? Carried? Thank you, everyone. Thank you.